Yeah, press a button. What the fuck?
Whoa.
I know. Yeah.
Jeez, look at this. Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite. What are you today? I didn't think of a name for you today.
Messing up the live stream with my potty mouth, for heaven's sake.
Potty mouth enthusiast Adam Friended.
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite anti-Semite, Adam Friended.
What? Oh, yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's good.
That's good.
I like that.
There you go.
Good job, Doomer.
And
That
of
is
course, joined
correct.
by everyone's favorite Stoat,
Mhm.
Doomer Media.
Everyone's favorite SJW. It's true.
I'll own it. I'll own it.
Don't laugh. It's true.
What are you talking about? Me being on Dev Stream? You talking about that conversation?
No, on our stream, every time you come on, you've become
okay.
further and further. I mean, this ends with you becoming socialist and coming out on the show.
Of course.
Base.
So
I didn't listen to you on DevStream, but maybe we'll talk about that later.
we're
Today,
here. Yes.
we're watching what everyone's talking about. Oh my God, I watched it live last night. I'm sure many of you did as well. Though some of you I've heard have been saving it for today. Tim Pool on Timcast had Kanye West, Nick Fuentes, and Milo Yiannopoulos all together, all in the same room, all for an interview. And how do you think it went?
Well, it went terrible. Obviously, how could that go any other way?
Kanye, which exit is the best west, pulled a Jimmy door and ran out like a baby.
He did.
Jeez. All that was
Wow.
left behind was just a dust cloud from how he quickly exited the room.
Yes,
Man.
yes.
It's so funny. Like he's like flying across the country, tweeting all these pictures, building up all this hype, and then he just bitches out after like 15 minutes.
Yeah, literally, they talk for like 15, 20 minutes, and Kanye pulls we watched that interview, that CRT interview, like a year or two ago, where essentially the person was like, you can't talk to me. I'm going to leave this interview unless you accept my entire worldview pertaining to CRT. And Kanye essentially says this to Tim Pool. He says, unless you accept my worldview about the JQ, I'm going to leave this conversation.
Yes.
And then he does.
He wants Tim to admit, that Kanye is completely right about the Jews.
Yes.
And
yes,
it starts he starts immediately.
Yes.
It's so insane.
Yes.
So, but he's surrounded himself with yes men. Obviously, Milo and Nick Fuentes. I mean, they're on board, right? Everything Kanye,
Of course.
all of
Of
Kanye's rants about the Jews canceling him. I mean, Milo and Fuentes are probably, right on board with all that, right?
Of course they are, yeah. So part of the question, and I guess we'll talk about this while we're watching the interview, is people are questioning, was this a setup? Was this the intention? Is Milo doing this to get revenge on the Republican Party? What exactly is happening here? Or was this just all exactly what it seemed on its face?
Yeah, well, afterwards we'll go in a little bit on, because I know Milo felt mistreated about how he was abandoned by the Republicans. So I guess we'll go
he's
a little bit.
He's vowed a blood feud against the Republican Party, which is incredibly based.
Yes. Well, I mean, okay.
That was some years ago, so it's possible his motivation has changed.
I'm curious why you would say that, Doomer, since I think, didn't they cancel him for some
They canceled him for the comments he made about how he was.
Yeah, Doomer, you might want to retract that comment that you just made.
I'm not endorsing Milo Yiannopoulos wholesale. I'm just saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Okay?
Oh, I see.
If he wants to fucking destroy the empire, dude, we can. I'll look the other way.
There are
Let him
many.
do his good work.
There are many on the right that feel Milo's canceling was justified. Obviously, so
right. So
but exactly, he got canceled over like.
No, we'll go into it later. Let's.
All right, cool.
Let's jump into it.
Big news story that's resulted in a continued news cycle, which is now going on for over a week, which is in many ways unheard of. But right now, because Donald Trump went to dinner with Ye and Nick Fuentes, among others, he is now being denounced by Mike Pence, several Republican senators, And for whatever reason, this story, for many reasons I suppose people have made, this story has persisted till today. And we are able to actually sit down with several of the individuals involved in that story, notably Ye, Nick Fuentes, and Milo Yiannopoulos, of course, who made the dinner happen. It's my understanding, or at least got the.
I had the dinner invite before I met Milo.
Okay, my bad. There you go. So we're gonna jump right into.
That's like pretty much the only news out of this, isn't it?
Well, no, we do learn a little bit about how they all interact, like met each other,
Right.
and stuff. Though it is interesting that Trump. So Kanye says, I think, that Trump offered him, or he asked Trump to go to this dinner, and this was before he tweeted out his "I'm going to go DEFCON on the Jews" tweet.
Right.
So that means Trump didn't cancel it or change it or do anything, despite all the stuff that Kanye said.
And you know
Now,
why, right?
Why?
Well, Trump is running for president, and Kanye obviously has a huge influence with the black vote and wore the MAGA hat. Obviously, he wants Kanye's endorsement.
I completely disagree with you.
Well, this was before the DEFCON tweet. That's why the
No.
dinner.
Oh, you're talking about
that's
his.
why,
yeah, obviously.
Yeah. So the
Obviously,
dinner
right.
is set up
Yeah,
because
I thought you meant going forward after he said all the stuff.
no. So he makes a dinner invitation.
Right.
He's thinking Kanye's a normal human being. Showed up in his
Wait,
office.
I
Wore
don't
a,
think Trump would think that.
well, but he wore a MAGA hat. He helped him with re-election. Like he dealt with his wife over prison reform to get to increase his black voter turnout in the election, and ended up doing so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he reached out to Kanye thinking, okay, I'm running for president. Kanye would be someone whose endorsement would help me. Then
No,
Kanye
reached
goes,
out to Trump, I think.
oh, really?
Yeah. Wait, what did Tim just say?
Yiannopoulos, of course, who made the dinner happen. It's my understanding, or at least got the.
I had the dinner invite before I met Milo.
No, I don't know.
Okay,
He said
my
invite, so
dinner
maybe that means
invite,
Trump.
obviously.
Yeah. Okay.
So Trump invited
Interesting.
him,
Right.
says, I'm running for president. I need your help, right? Kanye drops the fucking DEFCON tweet. And who knows? Maybe he's like, oh, well, he can't come to that dinner now, obviously. So he puts him off and puts him off and puts him off until he can't put him off anymore. I mean, he shows up, he just throws together a dinner with him, right?
Right.
Because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to
Yeah,
make
he orders-
an enemy out of Kanye. He doesn't want Kanye to say, "Don't vote for Trump," right?
Mm-hmm.
But he
Trump
can't.
put together a really nice dinner for him. McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's,
Yeah, exactly.
The works.
whatever fast food hamburger you want.
He does. He
piles
runs
of
down to
hamburgers.
Taco Bell. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, that seems like a plausible timeline to me. Obviously.
Maybe this was always the timeline. I don't think Trump should have canceled the dinner or anything. Well, I think most politicians would have canceled dinner. I
think he
wouldn't
probably
fault
should have.
him for canceling dinner because I don't believe in this whole like you shouldn't talk to people who say bad things kind of mentality. Even though I know it would look really bad for Trump,
But Trump is in an uncomfortable situation because he's like, listen, I don't want to alienate all of the voters I got in the last election. He's like, I need all of the voters I got in the last election plus like 5 million more.
yeah, but not talking to Kanye. If he didn't talk to Kanye, say he invited Kanye, and then Kanye says all the anti-Semitic stuff, and then he says he's not going to talk to him. I really don't think that would hurt Trump's chances at all.
Okay.
I think talking to Kanye hurts his chances more than not talking to him.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I
but
agree with
that is just like it's a political question.
Of course.
I mean,
Well, yeah, he's running for president.
Of course. Yeah,
That's what
exactly.
he cares about.
well, but I'm saying there are people that would dig in and find out the metrics on which is the better option. Well,
I don't
we're
trust
just
that-
consulting our guts. But.
That's true, but I don't trust that Trump has a
team?
a team of people that are looking into this information. 'Cause if Trump had a team of people, the second Nick Fuentes showed up, they would have been like, "Oh no.
I 100% agree.
Yeah, but Trump is just like, apparently we do learn from this, supposedly. It's like they just show up with Nick. No one told Trump about this. No one, Trump doesn't have security or Secret Service, or no one cares about this. And Trump just like waves them in like, oh yeah, sure, you brought a friend. That's fine. Like without like asking who this guy is or anything about it. So
I believe he confirms in this interview that he got the invitation, and then something came up and he couldn't go to that dinner, and then Trump put him off like that. So that makes sense. Like Trump is like, well, obviously I was going to invite him to this supporter dinner, but I can't now.
I don't remember.
So.
Well, we'll see.
My bad. There you go. So we're gonna jump right into
I
this
just
news story.
overcomplicated it.
Absolutely. So we're gonna
See, he should have just completely said Milo. Well, how so? Like, fucking get into it. That's
Yeah.
exactly what you want to know,
You're
right?
right. You're
How
incredibly
so?
correct. Yeah.
How so, Milo? How did you complicate things?
Well, Milo is what we call a brand risk.
Milo is a brand risk. That's exactly right. But like, if he wants to let Milo talk,
Yeah, I think part of the issue here is that Tim had an idea of like,
how to do it? Yeah.
how to do the show, and he had to be he should have been a little bit more flexible in his thinking.
Yes.
So
Yeah, because they're taught. This is what we want to know. How did this? What
Right.
happened at this dinner here? Whose idea was the dinner?
yeah,
Was it yours, Milo? You said you
Right.
overcomplicated it.
right.
going to start with that. And there's a lot we want to talk about. And you know what, man? This is a very big story. A lot of people have questions about, what were Trump's intentions? Why were certain people invited? And Trump, of course, has issued statements. So a lot of people want to know where he stands and, more importantly, what happened there and why. And there's also the questions about what Ye24 means, and I'll keep that a little bit vague so that they can answer to that and speak more to that. And then, of course, we're going to get into a lot of different issues. However, head over to timcast.com and become a member. We're going to have a members-only uncensored show, which will probably get a bit more in-depth on a lot of other...
Oh, it's going to go deep, guys. Sign up. Sign up now.
issues. That I'll just leave it at that. Timcast.com, become a member, support our work, and we'll talk about more there. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us, as I mentioned,
Yeah, what's going on? Only 61 likes? Look at that. 747 people watching our stream right now. What, are you guys lazy or something?
is we have Ye himself. Would you like to introduce yourself, good sir?
You did it.
There you go. I think everybody knows who you are. And which of you gentlemen would like to introduce yourself?
Nicholas, please.
Hi, yeah, I'm Nick Fuentes. First time here on the Timcast. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. What do you do?
Oh, I'm a live streamer. I do a show called America First on cozy.tv.
So why is there a UFO like right in front of Nick? I was watching this live and I'm like, that's so distracting.
I didn't
all I
even
can
notice
just-
it until you said something.
Yeah, no, I didn't either.
I saw it immediately and I was like, why the hell is there just a very distracting UFO like right in front of the guest?
Look, that UFO should have the lights on. I think it like spins around and does like beaming lights.
Yes.
Now that would be awesome.
Right.
Just
But,
sit here behind the bright UFO.
A sad day for Nick. This is only one of the 2 sentences he ever says on Timcast before having to leave forever.
So I actually have a question. Do you think that not introducing Kanye was like a bad move on Tim's part? Like, if we're assuming that Kanye is a bit of a narcissist, like, wouldn't you want to like gas him up? Be like, one of the greatest rappers
Great
of all
point.
time,
Yeah, great
Kanye
point.
West. Like,
I don't
Oh,
know.
you know-
Kanye seemed like he wasn't really interested in introduction.
interesting. That's not what I would have expected. But
I mean, they would call Tim out. It would be like, look at the fluffing Tim gave Kanye.
Right.
They should have introduced him as the most famous anti-Semite in America.
Let's see if we can see a Kanye reaction to not getting a superb
Talk
introduction.
about more there. Smash the like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends. Joining us, as I mentioned, is we have Ye himself. Would you like to introduce yourself, good sir?
You did it.
There you go. I think
Okay, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you should have had sparklers go off and fireworks and done a backflip and been like, Kanye West,
Yeah.
the greatest mind of our generation. Oh, I'm sorry. Yay, the greatest mind of our generation.
don't dead name Ye.
Yes.
Hmm.
He gets so triggered when people do it, and it's like, don't change your name to a sound, to a single like phony. Okay,
everybody knows who you are.
I don't mind it, but
it's dumb.
it's just
dumb.
tough because in this day and age, I mean, you're a key word now. Yay is not a key word.
Yeah, but it's not even like, okay, so it doesn't even make sense because when Muhammad Ali changed his name, it's like, okay, has changing his religion and there's some religious significance to the changing of his name from Cassius Clay. But from Kanye to Ye, it's like, what does that even mean?
I heard the speculation is that it's a play on con, as in like con artist. People have been conning Ye. So he's getting
That's
rid of
so dumb.
I know. I just that's
so
that's
dumb.
the speculation though.
Right.
No more
And,
Kanye.
I see.
He's turning over a new leaf.
Well, it's ironic if he thinks he can no longer be conned, he's surrounded
I know.
by
I was
two con
gonna say.
artists like right now.
A 10 out of 10 for irony, right?
Yeah, someone brought up too. It's weird because even though Milo's obviously on board with a lot of the JQ stuff, his mom was Jewish, even though he was raised Catholic.
Mm-hmm.
And I am curious if how does Kanye think that Milo is like a Jewish infiltrator or something?
Well, that's what he's going to think when this whole mess blows up, obviously.
Right.
He's going to be another piece to the puzzle.
Yeah, I saw that. Doomer just sent me the picture. There's a fake logo of Kanye's supposed 2024 run. It looks like the swastika people were posting it.
This is the real reason he switched his name.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to get the iconography and the graphic design down.
Yeah.
Which would like to introduce yourself?
Nicholas, please.
Hi, yeah, I'm Nick Fuentes. First time here on the Timcast. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you do?
Oh, I'm a live streamer. I do a show called America First on cozy.tv.
All right. And
Well, thanks, Sitch. Now I can't stop looking at the fucking UFO.
You're
He
welcome.
seems uncomfortable.
He does seem uncomfortable.
He is. I mean, look, first of all, he's on Timcast, so he can't reveal his super power level right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
And then also he's in a room with Kanye West. So it's like,
Right, yeah.
of course, Milo, you were here a couple weeks ago.
Yes, I'm your best ever guest.
So we've been told that the episode with you was one of the best podcasts ever.
did you see that Milo has like rosary beads next to him on the table?
That makes sense. Didn't he rebrand as like a Catholic or something?
Yes, yeah.
Something like that.
People really enjoyed
I
hearing you
think
speak.
I think that's accurate.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Thanks for coming back.
Thanks. I was wondering how I was going to make it even more extraordinary the second time I visited, but I think I might have pulled it off.
Luke's here.
Total Sausage Fest tonight. Welcome. My name is Okradowski of wearechange.org. Today I'm wearing my Epstein Didn't Epstein Himself t-shirt, which you could get on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And I think we should be using that word a little bit more, just like, this YouTube channel didn't Epstein itself. And if this YouTube channel is Epsteined, we will be streaming.
Man, this guy needs to read the room. This is not the appropriate time.
Yeah, I know. I
Run
know.
for this long. You're bobbing, buddy.
On Twitter. So I started a t-shirt company after YouTube demonetized me. So thebestpoliticalshirts.com, because you guys buy it. That's why I'm here. Thank you so much for having me.
And of course, Serge.
And I am Serge.com.
I don't know if you can hear someone in that room is like really heavily breathing into the microphone. I don't know if you can hear that.
That was me, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Pleasure, guys.
All right. And I'll just pull up this story from The Hill, which is from earlier today at 5 p.m. Pence says Trump should apologize. It's wrong to give anti-Semite a seat at the table. This, of course, is related to a dinner that happened, and I was wrong a little on the details. So a dinner happened. Nick, you were there. Ye, you were there. I just want to start off by...
The article actually calls Ye an anti-Semite here. So that's something I didn't notice right off the bat. So right now, Ye is sitting there thinking, oh, look, he's calling me an anti-Semite right here in the beginning.
Right. Well, yeah, people pointed this out that this was a bad move for Tim to start with this article, and I would agree.
Yeah.
However, Tim claims that he told Kanye and all of them that this was the starting article that they were going to start with. So
Yeah.
it wasn't like a surprise to anyone.
Sure. Okay.
But still, I think part of the problem, if we're going to Monday morning quarterback to some extent,
that's what
like,
we're here
why-
for.
That's
yeah,
the
exactly.
only reason. That's interesting. Yeah.
You don't
Please
need
do.
like I don't even know what the point of it bringing the article is. Like you don't need to bring out an article to explain the situation. Everyone knows the situation. It was massive news. They had a dinner. You can just launch into asking about the dinner.
Mhm.
Like
well,
what's
I
the
mean,
point of the article?
well, introducing the Mike Pence element does give it another bit of a spin. I mean, like you're expressing the fact that it caused public outrage. It might cause a problem for Trump. Like
Mhm.
also, it's a way to and this is something I do. If you have a spicy thing you want to say, oftentimes you put it in someone else's mouth. Like, well, did you hear?
Yeah.
Did you hear that this other person said the thing that I'm thinking? Isn't that crazy? Like,
That's not something you do, Doomer. That's something every reporter does. That's like a
Yeah,
classic move.
exactly.
Someone said that you're a terrible person on Twitter. How do you respond to this?
Yeah.
How did this dinner come to happen, and what happened?
I was talking to Trump for about a month. We had scheduled the dinner in October, and then he announced for president. He pushed the dinner back to November. And I've been pulling together a campaign. And after I put up the DEFCON tweet, a bunch of people that have been canceled, like Alex Jones, I started getting in contact with other people that were now on the inside of the matrix.
So really quick, what was the DEFCON? I'm not sure I know what that one was exactly.
Hold on. Does it undo close tab not work in Google Chrome? I literally just had the DEFCON tweet up because I was looking up the date. So Kanye put out on October 9th or October 8th, he put out this tweet that said, where is it? I hate when these articles, they don't just show you the tweet.
That's so annoying, dude.
I know.
And they'll like pop up a video you have to close.
Yeah, you're like, oh my God. Just show me a picture, a screenshot. Here, okay, here we go. Oh, you need to close your ad blocker.
I'll back it up while you.
I got it.
Oh,
on
okay.
on October 9th, Kanye said, "I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON, not DEFCON." Though he says that was just a mistake because he didn't know the word. Going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people in caps.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Oh
Yes.
my God.
The funny thing is, I actually can't be anti-Semitic because black people are actually Jews also. You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who opposes your agenda.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And then Kanye got banned from Twitter and everything, and then once Elon Musk assumed control of Twitter, he brought him back.
Wow.
So that was
October 9th. Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't know because he said that they scheduled that meeting or the dinner with Trump in October. So we don't know if it was before or after the tweet.
Right. Let's back it up a little bit.
A bunch of people and I've been pulling together a campaign, and then he announced.
I just want to see where he says here.
Yeah.
I was talking to Trump for about a month. We had scheduled the dinner in October, and then he announced for president. He pushed the dinner back to November. And I've been pulling together a campaign, and after I put up the DEFCON.
Really bad move politically for Trump. After Kanye made that tweet and got in all that trouble, if Trump still wanted to meet with him, he should have met with him before he announced he was going out for president. You don't want it to be like Trump's first, famous dinner meeting he has after he announces for president is with the guy who said anti-Semitic shit and got canceled from like the universe.
Yeah, that's a bad move.
Not a great political move.
I mean, it's worse than that because he's also his political rival, and he's bringing people who are probably even more toxic than he is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, obviously, yeah, right.
On tweet, a bunch of people that have been canceled, like Alex Jones. I started getting in contact with other people that were now on the inside of the matrix. And Alex Jones, producer, said that Milo wanted to contact me. And here we are.
So that's how you guys got in contact.
Yeah, originally, and then I suggested.
So that's so. There's so much about this I want to know more about. So after he gets canceled from the universe for going off on the Jews, Alex Jones and Alex Jones' producers become sympathetic to Kanye because that's what he makes it sound like, which is kind of crazy. And then they hook him up with Milo. Is Milo like friends with Alex Jones?
Well, that kind of makes perfect sense to me, honestly. I mean,
does Alex Jones believe all the? I didn't think he believed the JQ stuff.
Well, he doesn't. I mean, he doesn't believe the JQ stuff. I don't think. At least I've never heard him express that.
Yeah.
But like it's sensible to me because Alex Jones has a very limited number of people that he can talk to, and like if he wants to talk to somebody to raise his profile or for basically any reason, he's going to have the most purchase with people who are also pretty fucking canceled because they've got nothing to lose. But like even if I had just had like a fucking YouTube channel or something, I would want to talk to Alex Jones. Like the potential fallout just from talking to the dude is incredible. But you know,
Well, if you're already canceled, the fallout's no longer there.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's why it makes perfect sense. So like Alex could realize that, you know, he might have an in with Kanye, who is an incredibly big person, right?
Yeah, no,
like,
that's a good point.
With lots of resources. So the Trump announced on October 15th. So it like he might have set up the dinner before he announced with Kanye. So Kanye tweets this on the 9th, and he's like, oh shit, well now I can't have dinner with him. Like he might have been planning to have dinner with Kanye before he announced to say, listen, I'd like your endorsement. I'm going to announce for president.
Right.
Like he's got a dinner plan with a bunch of celebrities who he wants to get on board. Kanye's invited to that. Kanye tweets this on the 9th, 6 days before, well, who knows how long before the dinner, but 6 days before he announces. And then Trump is forced to put him off because he's like, no, now I don't want him at this dinner. Jesus. Like,
wait, no, I thought Trump announced after the midterms.
He announced November 15th, right?
November 15th. No, yeah, not October.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you're right. November 15th. I got
the but I wouldn't be surprised if you're right that originally it was some kind of help me run for president thing.
Yes.
Which obviously went out the window because right after Kanye said his JQ tweets, he then announced he was running for president. So
look, let's not be uncharitable, okay? Maybe Trump just really liked the life of Pablo.
So is it a good idea for him to meet with Kanye before he announces he's running for president? I mean, because Kanye tweeted out all the shit on the 9th. I mean, it's
the best move would have been to cancel altogether.
It seems like the best move was before he decided to go DEFCON 3 on the Jews to meet with him, obviously, just because there's not really anything that could go wrong. It can only really work in Trump's favor. But then after that, it's just like he's nuclear. Like, don't touch him.
Yes. Right. Yeah.
Like, what do you stand to gain? It's so funny seeing Trump in a situation where he probably looks worse. Like, yeah.
Well, supposedly, and we're gonna watch. I think we're gonna watch the video of Tim, or some of the video of Tim talking about this. Supposedly, the Republicans are just going crazy over this meeting, this Fuentes meeting.
Sure.
That's something someone said that is like it makes very little sense because, I mean, why would you're just gonna piss off like Israel's a big deal for the Republicans, right? Like, why would you do this? Yes. You're just gonna fucking piss everyone off. Like,
well, and as you said, and this is why it's the weirdest question. Trump had nothing to gain from meeting Kanye, and so I mean, it's just Trump just like not thinking about things politically at all. He's just like, oh, I just want to talk to Kanye. Like, it's just such a bad move politically to not cancel this dinner.
Yeah. Major misstep.
That we bring in Nicholas as a enormous extra brain firepower that he is. Most extraordinarily brilliant political commentator of his generation, and he's been treated just about as badly as anybody. So I thought he deserved to be in the room too. And that's pretty.
So Milo hooks Kanye up with Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Milo trying to make Kanye's life worse?
Maybe.
Like what's happening here? This thing's so bizarre because you have three people. You have Kanye, Nick, and you have Milo. Kanye seems like he's completely out to lunch. So I could believe that he doesn't understand or know anything about Nick or anything that's going on here. He's just like an idiot, and he's used to being surrounded by yes men. And he says something interesting in this conversation about how Kanye still views himself as a child, which is interesting.
All other things aside, Kanye's been making incredibly questionable decisions for like a long time now.
Yes. And it's obviously that he's caught in the throes of bipolarism and being manic, though he's not as manic in this conversation as he was when he was talking to like Lex Friedman or on the other one. But I think he's still, in that mindset. So he's not in his right mind. So I can believe that Kanye's just totally out to lunch on all this stuff. And then Nick, obviously, he's going to look at Kanye as like, this is a cash cow for me to milk. He wants to milk the Kanye ship as it's sinking, until it hits the bottom of the ocean. He's going to milk that cow for as much money and fame as he can get out of it. So Nick was gonna keep his mouth shut. So that only leaves us with Milo, who has this reputation of being, a liar and a backstabber and very weaselly, but he presumably understands what Nick Fuentes' association is going to do to someone like Kanye and someone like Trump. So it's hard for me to imagine that Milo is not secretly trying to hurt both Trump and Kanye West.
Well,
Nick.
That's kind of what I was wondering is, I don't recall Milo being like a racist or anything. I wouldn't have expected him to like Nick Fuentes.
He used to date a black guy. He would always throw that out, or he was married to a black guy or something.
Yeah,
he'd always be like, "Oh, I'm gay and I'm married to a black guy. I can't be racist."
That's true. There could be some Game of Thrones shit going on here. It's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, it could just be that it could be the angle of like he's trying to destroy the Republican Party, and maybe he thinks that Kanye can take votes away from like Trump or something and like make them lose an election or something. I mean, that's one potential angle. It could also just be that, by organizing this, he gets the stink on Trump with the anti-Semitism stuff.
Right.
Especially if he thinks that Trump is the only one really capable of winning the next election, then that could be smart. I mean, there's a bunch of different angles, I guess, but
yeah, maybe. I mean, there's always a possibility. I'm not sure I believe it, but there's a possibility that it's all sincere, that Milo has just, he's like, I'm not going to be gay anymore. I'm straight. I've converted to being very, very, very religious. And he likes Nick's kind of Christian nationalism approach legitimately. But even if that's true, but that's the thing. Even if that's true, even if Milo actually likes Nick's Christian nationalism legitimately, he's smart enough to understand that associating Nick with Trump is not going to help Trump at all. He knows that.
This seems deliberate. It really does.
Yeah, beyond the nights agreeing with you in chat.
Ethan Ralph tweeted out that someone on the kill stream said that Kanye is running in the Republican primary.
Really?
Which, yeah, I was like, what? Like, okay.
Wait, what?
Oh my God.
Can anyone run in the Republican primary? I guess I don't like.
I think so.
Who runs the Republican? Who's in charge of that in the Republican Party?
Whoever's
pretty
trying
sure
to
you-
see.
So you just
run.
basically have to put a MAGA hat on, and then you can run in the Republican primary.
Yeah, I don't know what there's.
Well, you need to
probably
get a
have
certain
certain amount of
support.
signatures or something. I don't know what the exact rules would be.
Yeah, you need a certain amount of support to stay in the primary. I don't think that
Right.
they just like they probably have the ability to kick you out if they want to, but
Kanye couldn't even
let's
get on the ballot in all 50 states in the last election. So
look, let's be real. If I'm about to run like the Republican primaries, right? And Kanye's like, I want to be in the debates. I'm like, I'm going to get you in those debates. That's going to be fucking hilarious.
no, you don't.
That's going to
though.
get amazing.
Look.
Yes, it is. It would be so funny, dude. Like, he's not going to last that long.
Yeah,
He's
but the
not gonna be like
Republican Party wants to win the general election. They're usually more conscious of, actually winning the general than just blowing up on TV.
Yeah, but I mean, the later debates.
Yeah,
he's not gonna,
but it'll be
he's not gonna-
fun.
He's not going to last more than like 3 contests. Like, let's be real. He's not going to be a serious candidate.
He's going to make
around
the
screaming about
Republican
the Jews.
Party look like a clown show. They don't want
Okay,
that. Look,
maybe
threw,
you're right.
The CPAC threw Nick Fuentes out of CPAC because they were like, this guy makes us look like a clown show.
That is true. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I want it to happen. I personally want it to happen.
Doomer, we all want it to happen. The question is,
It would make me very happy.
the question
We all
is,
listen. We all want. It would be the dream to have 2024 Donald Trump and Kanye debating during a primary debate.
With
It would
nothing-
be so amazing. That'd be, oh my God, the
nothing
television.
is going to scare
the
Ron
ratings.
DeSantis off faster than Kanye versus Trump.
It'd be amazing.
If they can get us 3 debates of Trump versus Kanye, I'll vote Republican in 2024.
There you
I don't
go.
care.
There you go.
It would be so good. It would be
Right.
so fucking funny.
We would all listen. We're all trolls at heart here. Okay, we'd all be dying to
I'm
see
not
that.
a troll. I do not I don't want to see.
We all want to see that debate.
Well, I mean, I want
unfurl
to
on
see it,
stage.
but
We all want to see Kanye West in a national presidential debate start blaming the Jews.
no.
Okay. But
Be careful
you're
what you
prob-
wish
you're-
for.
But
Be careful
but
what you wish
You're
for.
right. You're right. But
Kanye wins this thing on a anti-Semite ticket.
No,
you're gonna have a completely different
then I'm
attitude.
moving. Then I'm actually leaving the country.
To be fair, we actually thought Trump was pretty funny in 2016, and look how that went.
I know,
True,
dude,
but I don't
that's
think Trump
exactly
is like
what I'm saying.
super duper, anti-Semitic racist or anything like Kanye. But
Yeah.
That being said,
no.
I think you are correct, Adam, that if he tries to run as a Republican candidate, I assume the RNC has the power to basically say no, and they're not going to let him. So
I don't
that
know.
probably
Yeah.
won't happen.
Maybe
He'll have
not.
to run as independent, and I guess the question would be, you could still have him on the debate stage, but he'd have to get whatever the prerequisite support is in order to show up on the debate stage, which
That's
I'm
probably what it
skeptical
is.
Oh my
that
God.
he would get enough.
I figured
That's
it
probably
out.
what it is. They need enough signatures. Go ahead, Dimon.
I figured out what we have to do. We need to get FIFA and let them run the RNC debates. That way Kanye can corrupt the judges and allow himself to get nominated as the candidate.
There
That's
you go.
what-
You
that's
just
what
pay
we
him
need.
off. Yeah,
exactly.
I like it. No, so in the previous elections, they were doing something where like you had to have certain number of polls had to have you at a certain percentage in order to get on the debate.
Okay, there we go. That's
So,
it. Yeah.
Right. So
So
we'll
but
see,
he
but
so
I
he
don't
could
think he's gonna make
run in the Republican primary, but like getting any sort of attention, he needs to poll at a
Well, no.
certain level.
I'm saying he would probably, if he wants to run as a Republican, I assume the RNC has the power to say no, and so then he'd run as independent. And so if he could get enough support, he could be in the actual presidential debates.
Mhm.
But I'm skeptical that
In the Republican debates, because
in the general election debate. So he'd be on stage with whoever
Ooh.
the Democrat would be.
Oh yeah,
too.
that's not. I mean, I guess that
Kanye
happened
is
with
no
Ross
Ross
Perot.
Perot.
right.
Yeah,
right.
that did happen with Ross Perot, didn't
Yeah,
it?
of course.
There was three
Yeah,
of them debating.
Ross Perot got like 16% or something.
Yeah,
Was it that high? I thought it was like
He didn't get any
3%.
electors, but he
I
got
remember
a fuck of a lot of votes.
he looked like a small child walking around the stage.
he
Hey,
did,
look,
he
let's
did.
not body shame Ross Perot.
I might be the only one who was alive for the Ross Perot, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush debate.
The only thing I remember about Ross Perot is that on the Nickelodeon show All That, they used to always have Amanda Bynes dressed up as Ross Perot, and she would enter into random skits and be like, "Here's a giant bag of money," and she just fix everyone's problem by paying them off.
Wow.
Really, that was on all of that?
That was on All That, yeah, and it's so funny because like as a kid, I was like, I don't understand this reference, but okay.
All right.
Pretty much how we got together.
So I have some questions about that, but we'll get through the dinner portion of how exactly this happened, what went down. So this is how you get in contact, the three of you. How is it that Nick ends up invited to this dinner, and what happened?
Well, he was rolling with me. I was impressed with Nick, and I was like, just come to the dinner. And we had Karen Giorno pick us up from the airport. And there was a lot of back and forth. There's another gentleman.
Okay, so it's not Kanye. Who the fuck is it that's like
It's that
Into the
politics
microphone.
t-shirt guy.
maybe Jesus, someone's like really like
Guys, it's okay. You'll survive, Sitch.
I just think it's weird. It's just like
the
someone's like masturbating under the table, like Kanye's in the room or something.
it's super unclear. Kanye's like he was rolling with us. Was he rolling with you for like since the campaign began? Was he just like doing cocaine with you in the afternoon? And you're like, oh, we got this dinner at the president's. Why don't you just come with us? Like,
Milo's
what's
like,
the
listen,
situation?
Kanye, I know a young guy who feels about the Jews exactly the same
I
way
know.
you do.
Look,
Okay.
this is the thing. Milo's like, we need to surround Ye with yes men. Who can I call that hates Jewish people, right? That's basically. I mean, does that not fit
Nick
the
Fuentes.
scenario here?
Like, wouldn't it be so great if Nick Fuentes drops from being his campaign manager and gets replaced by David Duke? Please let it happen, Kanye. It would be so funny.
Named Jamar that was with us. It's he's an engineer at Boeing, and
Right now, that guy is like, oh man, my job is on the line. Like, why the fuck? What just happened here? He's an engineer at Boeing. Boeing is having to put out a statement. Their stock price is plummeting.
I'm telling him just we should raise everyone's volume.
Okay, cool. And we sat there, and it was like when Trump came in, we were I said, do you want to sit alone? He's like, no, bring your friends in. So a big thing is like Trump had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. But this whole, I just got to go right to the heart of.
Okay, so we have confirmation from Kanye. Trump did not know who Nick Fuentes was, which I think we all assumed was the situation.
Right. I wish there was a shot of Milo when he said that, because if Milo made the, cringe face, like, oh, why would he say that? Then we'd know this was Milo's revenge, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can believe that Trump said he didn't know who he was.
You think he did?
I would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 3-1 he did know who he is.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't agree.
He's a political operative. Like,
yeah, but Trump's an old boomer.
Okay, Trump is an old boomer, but he's got beef at CPAC and stuff. At least the people who work for Trump absolutely know who he is.
Yes, someone in Trump's circle should have known. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But I could also conceive of I could also see a situation where, Kanye just shows up with Nick, and Trump is like, oh yeah, just bring your friends over, and someone from one of Trump's aides runs up to him and whispers like, you can't have dinner with that guy. He's a white nationalist, and the media is going to say bad things about you. And Trump's just like, whatever, I don't care about that fake news.
You think it's like Forrest Gump just ending up in the middle of the Black Panthers and not knowing what's going on? Just being like, well, hey guys, what do you do? Like, that's the situation.
Trump on a
sorry for ruining your little Black Panther party.
Exactly.
Trump on a couple of occasions has said things to the effect of, oh, I don't know who QAnon is, but I hear they like me.
Yeah, but that's probably bullshit.
Well, but and has done that with the Proud Boys too, right? I don't know about the Proud Boys, but I hear they support me. So
Trump 10,000% knows what QAnon is.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying
no way I would entertain anything else.
I'm saying that Trump is probably not telling the truth in these situations.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But he is aware of the fact that the person is either supporting him or not supporting him. Trump is running for president.
I could 100% believe Trump would not know who Nick Fuentes is.
Right.
And I think that's the more reasonable guess.
Right.
Because, if Trump knows who Nick Fuentes is, then he's literally too stupid to be president. Too stupid to breathe, to eat. Like, he's running for president, and it's like, oh, here's a person that is labeled the horrible white nationalist by everyone, who's thrown out of CPAC and all this other stuff. No Republican is going to defend you here. Why would he say
that's a good theory. That's a good.
Why would he say oh, well, I'm not going to have dinner with this guy. This is going to get me so much bad publicity. That doesn't make he would. Why would he ever have a dinner with him?
You had the same argument though before any of this ever happened though. You always thought Trump was not smart enough to be president.
No. But there's a difference between saying this is so stupid. This is a whole new level of stupid if he knows who Nick is. Why would he open himself up to this attack and for no benefit?
Well, and just having Kanye over is why?
Yeah, but having Kanye over is dumb.
Okay,
but to have Nick over is 10 times dumber.
Here's a question for you. Who is more nuclear for Trump to talk to right now, Kanye or Nick Fuentes?
Nick,
Kanye.
Easily. No, you're wrong. Nick, easily.
Well, Kanye's just...
I'm not sure.
He's on every single newspaper, magazine cover as anti-Semite of the century. So
yes, but
nobody knows who Nick Fuentes is.
Yeah, but that's exactly it.
They will know who Nick Fuentes is.
People still like Kanye or will defend Kanye just because they like his music.
Right.
Or
that's true. I have read a little bit of our Kanye. There's a lot of that going on.
Yes, and there's a lot of people who
that's a good point.
Who don't follow the news. And they'll see Kanye in the street and they run up, they go, oh my God, Kanye West, I love your music. They don't know anything about what's happening on Twitter or any of this crap because they don't follow the news.
And their first introduction to Nick is going to be as the white supremacist guy.
But that's all people know Nick as.
Look, that's all they're going to be introduced to him as. This is going to be hugely raise Nick's profile, but not in a good way.
Right.
If I met Kanye, I'd be like, dog, Gentleman in Paris was a banger. All that stuff about the Jews, that's pretty whack. That's a fucking good song, dog.
You'd be like, Graduation is the best album ever made. Yeah, okay. But with Nick, that's the thing too, and I think people can excuse to some extent. They'll say oh, well, Trump's gonna meet with Kanye. Kanye support him. Kanye's a big name. Like, you can kind of rationalize that away to some extent. You can't really rationalize away him talking to Nick. If he knew who Nick was, that is.
Of this anti-Semite claim that's happening. This is something, if you read the definition, it says you can't
Let's
claim.
Back it up just to get
Nick Fuentes. It's like when Trump came in, I said, do you want to sit alone? He's like, no, bring your friends in. So a big thing is like Trump had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. But this whole, I just gotta go.
Well, and also another thing too. I mean, here's the question. I know
we just backed it up to get the context.
I know, but Kanye specifically is saying he's helping Trump in this moment. He's specifically saying Trump didn't know who Nick was. So Kanye's actually going out on a limb to protect Trump to some degree.
I don't think he knows that. He's just saying.
He does. He's saying it specifically. There's no reason for him to say that unless he's doing it specifically to protect Trump.
That's true. He said it kind of unprompted and
Yes.
I think Such is right.
And so the question is, if Milo is the puppeteer to try to destroy Trump here, he would have tried to coach Kanye into not saying
you can't coach Kanye is uncoachable.
Well, maybe that's it. Yeah, maybe.
Kanye's like a house cat.
Yeah, exactly. You can't do shit.
He's just kind of like, Milo's just trying to like whisper in his ear, but he knows that like 90% of that's gonna not.
Yeah,
if you don't like what Kanye is doing, you just lock him in the bathroom. It says anti-Semitic shit. Just all right, well, you're not getting food for another hour.
The way to manage Kanye in Milo's mind. The way to manage Kanye in Milo's mind is to blow smoke up his ass, which I'm sure that's what he's doing.
Right.
No, bring your friends in. So a big thing is like Trump had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. But this whole, I just got to go right to the heart of this anti-Semite claim that's happening. This is something, if you read the definition, it says you can't claim that there's multiple people inside of banks or in media that are all Jewish or you're anti-Semitic. And that's the truth. Like, it's the truth. What are we talking about? And
elaborate. What do you mean? You mean?
I'm saying like I've been labeled anti-Semite, right? So there's different beliefs about our bloodlines, like the documentary that Kyrie posted. And in general, America has been left ignorant and history has been changed. So when we start questioning.
Jeez. That's not a good look, Kanye. Wow.
Oh, that's not a good look.
For the record, the documentary that Kyrie linked on Amazon is like apparently like incredibly like anti-Semitic and like really over the line.
I tried to. It's super
What's the
boring.
name
I
of
tried
it?
to watch it. It was the Hebrews to Negroes or Negroes to Hebrews or something.
Oh, so it's Hebrew Israelite stuff.
Sort of. It's like it's not. I don't know if it's not quite like Black Hebrew Israelite stuff. It's like it's kind of its own thing. It seems like there's like multiple categories of that kind of train of thought of the idea that Black people created advanced societies and then white people essentially stole it from them. But that video I tried to watch, I found it on like BitChute for free because I'm not gonna pay for this fucking garbage. It's so bad. It's so boring. It's so poorly made. I couldn't even watch it. I couldn't even hate watch it. I was just like, oh, this is so boring. It's like a guy making like movies with PowerPoint from like, 1999 or something.
Man.
It's so awful. And it's really weird too. The movie, he has like 3 trailers of his movie in his movie.
What?
The
like
beginning of the
advertisements
movie
for
is
himself?
the trailers for the
What?
movie. And you're like, what are you doing? Why would you do this?
That's trying to stretch it out to 90 minutes so we can call it a feature.
No,
right
it's
there.
like 3 hours. It's very long.
Oh
It's
my
like,
God, it's 3
it's
hours
so
and
long.
boring.
It's so
Listen,
boring.
Crime
yeah.
against
Adam.
humanity.
Adam, this actually makes sense because if they're 2 hours into this documentary, they're going to forget what they're watching. Okay, so you just got to remind them. You just got to
Yeah.
you got to
They're
get
like,
buy-in
oh,
back from
That's
your audience.
it. That's it. Here's the
Yes.
trailer. This is the movie you're watching, by the way. Wake
the
up
whole
already.
the whole part that I saw, it's just like it's the same formula. It's just like here's stock footage of people doing things, and then it cuts to like a visual of a quote that some guy somewhere said this one thing, and I guess you just believe that that's true because the guy
I
said it
hate
somewhere.
that. Oh, I hate that.
And you're like, oh, okay.
By
That's
the way,
the
everyone,
worst.
you were watching the Adam and Sid show.
Thank you.
Wow.
Everyone knows that though. They love this
Uh-huh.
show. Come on, Doomer.
True.
But there
But
could,
what?
but again, going back, so we're gonna Monday morning quarterback this. Nick should not. I mean, not Nick. Tim should not have brought up that article because having that article is probably what sent this Kanye immediately down the path of like the anti-Semitic, talking about the Jews like right off the bat.
He's already on defense. Yeah.
Yeah.
What Tim is doing this obviously because Tim doesn't want to get canceled, and a bunch of people were giving him shit. Like he wants to come out and strongly defend the position that Kanye is an anti-Semite.
Wait. Say that again.
Tim wants to basically defend this position that Kanye is an anti-Semite. He must.
Right. Okay, I understand what you're saying.
He must defend this position just to avoid, to maintain his own credibility and to avoid,
Right.
There was a bunch of people that didn't want him to platform any of these people. Look, can you imagine these people on Dave? Oh God, what's his name?
Rubin?
Dave Rubin's show. Yeah, exactly.
That would have been
like the yes man Dave Rubin, who's
Yeah.
like a gay Jew, like basically just falls into the yes man mode with Kanye. What
Dave
a
Rubin
fucking
Jewish?
disaster. Yeah.
I would pay to see that. That would be fucking hilarious.
That would be very funny.
Doomer, you just want to see the world burn.
Yeah, no shit.
But that would be yeah. So obviously Tim is like, okay, I can't Dave Rubin it. Like he's got a picture of Dave Rubin on the wall with one of the lines and the line through it, the red line. X'd out,
no Dave Rubining allowed. Yes.
Yeah. So he's like, okay, got to remember, no Dave Rubining here. We got to get this on board. I don't agree with Kanye. Tim Pool, am not an anti-Semite.
Right.
So that's why he's kind of forced to bring the article up immediately.
Tim is in a difficult position.
Yeah, of course.
Because of what you said. Yeah. Because he wants to have the conversation with Kanye, but he also needs to avoid being labeled, a racist anti-Semite.
Yes.
But like, again, so we're Monday morning quarterbacking this, so we can see how Kanye is going to run out like a little bitch baby. So like if we could talk to the three of them, because I've seen this, I don't necessarily blame Tim for not doing this. I think the strategy that I would use to have the conversation would be you have to go and enter into neutral interviewer mode where you just ask them questions and you don't actually respond to anything they're saying. You just keep asking them the questions to try to get at the information you want. And then once you've extracted everything you want, then maybe you start to push back or probe, or then you could do whatever you want because then you don't care if they leave. And the problem was, I don't think Tim ever interviews that way. Ever. Well, I think he has this show is kind of just like a roundtable conversation, and there's just someone there that's a guest who's part of the roundtable conversation. So he's not thinking in that mindset of like, oh, Kanye's going to bitch out, so I need to just be very like neutral interviewer mode.
You're taking a huge component off the table though. Why you could just do it not live, like you could just record it.
Sure, but why would that change anything?
Well, then
what he should have done
everyone would be more comfortable. You wouldn't have to you could just
maybe.
You wouldn't have to go get in like immediately into the incendiary
I guess
stuff. You wouldn't have to be on stage. Yeah.
Right. Maybe.
Like you just need to subtly set the scene and like make Kanye know that he's at home and he's among friends before he walks into the interview, right? So you just get some Goebbels posters, you put them up outside. People at home can't see, but Kanye feels Kanye feels welcome.
That's the worst.
You see that like off screen. You don't see this. There's a picture of like the Temple beanie with the Hitler mustache. It's like the new logo.
Just a little book on blood libel on the table. No one fancy that philosopher that academic agent likes.
Oh,
get academic agent's reading list, just sprinkle it around the room.
Oh my God, I'm totally
I'm not sure
blanking.
Kanye is reading any
True.
any books
hmm
by anti-Jewish philosophers. So,
I mean, reading is cringe anyway. So
I mean, Nick Fuentes might be reading those books and just giving him the cliff notes.
Right, right.
I wish we'd know more about. I mean, it's what everyone wants to know about, and maybe this is why he left, because I mean, everyone wants his story. There's no reason why they have to do it on anybody's platform. They could just do a video and put it out on Yee's Twitter timeline, and it would go viral immediately. Everyone wants to know the backstory on these people, right?
Yeah, but I think that was Tim's plan. Was
Yeah,
he
but Tim
wanted
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 to
to
get
just
the
get
scoop.
the backstory for the dinner and all that stuff first.
Right, but he missed it. The scoop is still out there. But
Yes.
guess who has the scoop right now? Milo, Nick Fuentes.
Right.
You said Kanye even did some intro for Nick Fuentes' show.
He did like a 5-second intro for America First.
Right.
and he looked
Yeah.
like he was on fucking Vicodin or something. He looked zonked out. My name is Kanye West, and you're watching America First. Like he just seemed dead.
It sounds like
Wow.
he's saying, "I'm gay. Welcome to America First."
Instead of I'm Kanye.
No, he says "yay," but just
Oh,
the way
yeah.
he says
Oh,
it, it's
yeah.
like mumbled.
Ouch.
How funny is it? Like you have the Groyper movement, Nick's white nationalist movement, and they're so thirsty. They're so thirsty for any drop of validity that they're willing to like stick their tongues out for Kanye West, a black guy who has mixed race children, something which Nick has said is like degenerate and I presume he believes will help, lead to the downfall of the white race and all that stuff.
Well, that's one of the interesting things about this is like Milo had apparently tweeted like a couple dozen times that Kanye West was gay or something. Like he's been shit talking him on like
Yes.
Truth Social or whatever these people use for like months.
I don't know if those are
like now they're BFFs. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a screenshot of Milo, and I don't know if these are a public post or a DM. And it's just Milo attacking Kanye, saying Kanye is gay, saying Kanye sucks. And this was all like in May of this year. So it's not even like a long time ago. So it's super weird that Kanye's hanging out with all these people that should probably and secretly don't like him, or secretly hate him. So
Yeah,
questioning things that question the indoctrination, then you immediately get, you said debanked or what did you say happened to you or
Demonetized, deplatformed.
demonized, demonetized. And what's so beautiful about this time is everyone got to see what's really been happening. And now we can really understand. We can see that Ron Emanuel was right next to Obama, and then Jared Kushner was right next to Trump.
Jesus Christ.
So
Look, he does a dunna. Look at that. Luke knows Luke knows who demonetized him, right? Like Kanye's like, you know who demonetized you, right?
yeah, all those secret Jews that control YouTube. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, hey, wait a second, Sitch. Who sent me the Zoom invite?
I did. The secret Jew that controls YouTube. So you caught me. You caught me.
Maybe Kanye has a point.
Right.
So we're getting right into it, I guess, right? I was hoping to go for the news first before we got into all of this stuff. I think the issue is one way to put it is you're expounding upon a localization issue that you've witnessed, right? Let me clarify. There are a handful of people that you see are Jewish in a certain place, and then you associate Judaism with the power, whereas I view that as not relevant to it. Like, yeah, you're substantially more powerful than I am, but I don't view what you're doing as an issue of black people.
Yeah, but have you ever heard the term the black vote? So it's okay to put us in one net, but it's not okay for me to put them in one net.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's the basis of the hypocrisy that people have been thinking about and knowing about and realizing for decades. We were all wondering how this dam was going to break. Everybody in the country was wondering, what is the root of this hypocrisy? Why can people talk about white people a certain way? Why can't they talk about that group a certain way? And the wretched and wicked and oppressive prevailing orthodoxy of cancel culture, well, it turned out that the one thing that was going to break the dam was the biggest star in the world, and it took the biggest star in the world to do it. And now the dam is broken.
So now I'm glad that Milo said all that, because now we can get a taste of all the smoke that Milo was blowing up Kanye's ass.
Totally. Yep.
You're the biggest celebrity in the world. You're gonna break the dam on cancel culture by being incredibly anti-Semitic in public.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the question: is Milo literally this delusional that he thinks that Kanye is gonna have some impact like what he thinks, or is this all just lies to feed Kanye's ego?
Yeah,
It's
I
very
think it's
difficult to know.
lies. I think the latter, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just trying to hang on. He's basically riding the dragon here. He's just trying to hang on.
That's what I would assume.
This is his last hurrah.
Yeah, you're right, and I would assume that this is. I would guess Milo's smart enough to know this is all bullshit, and he's just feeding Kanye what Kanye wants to hear.
I mean, how smart is Milo really, though?
Smart enough, right?
I
It doesn't.
Didn't he make a fuckload of money and blow all of it?
Yeah, but that could just be poor, control over yourself or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, it doesn't take a genius to understand this is all like nonsense.
I mean, that's true, but the issue at hand isn't like intelligence.
Mhm.
I mean, Kanye is not a stupid person, right?
I
He's
completely
just,
disagree with you.
delusional. You think Kanye is legitimately a stupid person?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
Kanye is stupid.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think right now, whatever handler got Kanye as far as he got, as successful as he became, right now is just sitting back laughing their asses off. Because he probably got fired because Kanye was like, I don't need you. It's like, okay, sure, you don't need me. Go ahead.
You can be a good artist at something specific, like painting or making music or something else,
Sure.
and be a complete idiot in every other field of life.
If you have good people around you who are going to make those decisions for you. Otherwise,
Right.
you're just a walking target. For
Right.
people like Milo right here.
Yeah, because the thing is, like I think Nick's a good comparison. Obviously, Nick, super racist, blah 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 blah. But I don't think Nick is stupid. Nick is intelligent in the way that he talks and phrases his arguments and formulates his thoughts and everything. Kanye just sounds like an idiot who's literally been surrounded by yes men for most of his adult life and thinks every possible fart he sharts out is really a gold nugget filled with the wisdom of the Dalai Lama.
Right. Yep.
When I was in college, I spent a lot of time like reading psych books with like firsthand accounts of like therapists working with like really fucking insane people, like serial killers and schizophrenics and shit like that.
Mhm.
And Kanye honestly reminds me of the kind of shit I would read in those books. Like he seems fundamentally disconnected from reality.
He is.
That's the whiff I get off of him, which that doesn't make him stupid. That makes him crazy.
Well,
like if he wasn't this like billionaire rapper guy, he might be a legitimate inpatient, right? Or he would be the guy wandering around a Walmart, begging for money and like mumbling about the Jews. Like, I mean, the only reason that he does, people don't see him that way because he's a billionaire and because he's like a very talented artist, right? But I don't know. I don't think he's an idiot.
It's possible that he's not an idiot. And it's just that because he's been surrounded by people that just say everything he does is genius for so long that makes your thoughts lazy, and it makes the way in which you communicate your ideas lazy. Because why would you need to actually formulate things in any interesting or complicated way if everyone around you is telling you everything that you say and do is amazing?
Everyone has tried to explain, the basics of racism to him in public for months now. And he's still incapable of understanding it. How can you say a person like that is intelligent?
Well, there's a direct parallel with Mr. Girl. Like they both give off these really strong narcissistic vibes, and like the entire world is telling them a particular thing, but they're convinced they're right.
Yeah,
like,
but Mr. Girl
Kanye is convinced there's a secret network of Jewish fucking, dark agents walking around fucking pulling the strings on everything in the world. So like he thinks he's speaking truth to power. And like everyone can tell him, that's racist, but then he thinks, okay, you're telling me it's racist, but I can see him. Jared Kushner's right there next to Trump. I mean, I think that's what's happening is he just fucking believes that it's true. It's like,
Right.
it's this like delusional belief about reality.
You can teach this to a 5th grader in like 5 minutes. Okay. The fact that everybody keeps saying it to Kanye and Kanye doesn't seem to understand the difference is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Well,
Like he's either incapable of understanding it or
yeah, I'm saying he's incapable of understanding it. He's like,
Well,
he's
that
like
makes you
delusional and narcissistic.
Yeah, but the difference is like with Mr. Girl, even if you think that he's a delusional narcissist, egomaniac, whatever, like if you say something to him, he'll process that information and then he'll spit back out to you some kind of argument that where he's trying to convince you otherwise.
right. But Kanye's
And
doing
with
none of
Kanye, you
that.
don't get that. It's like when you talk to him, it's like you're like shouting into an empty cave.
Yes,
And
that's
you're
a
not,
great
it does-
analogy.
You're not exactly sure, like you kind of get some echo back, but you're not exactly sure if anything's processing. And now it's possible that the only reason he's like that again is because he's just been surrounded by people who, suck him off all day. That's possible. Or he's just stupid. Or maybe it's just both of those things combined.
Yeah, but Sitch, he made My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy.
Of course.
There are people though that are really incapable of having a conversation and they're broadcasters. They go out there and they just broadcast their thoughts. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm just talking. Listen to me. I'm the important one, right?
Yeah, but
what do you have to say? Not important. Fuck off. I'm not listening to you. Kanye strikes me as that type of person. Like a lot of celebrities are that type of people where they don't really engage.
Like the Alex Jones type?
Why I feel like Alex Jones
isn't
can have a
stupid, though.
conversation.
Alex Jones he's obviously an intelligent guy, even if he's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I think Kanye did a Joe Rogan episode. I
Did he?
didn't watch the Joe Rogan episode. I don't know how it went. So
I don't know if that's true.
I watched the Lex Friedman episode.
for all I know, Kanye did the exact.
Oh, you're right.
same
He
thing.
did like in 2020. Holy
But
shit.
do you get that concept of? I mean, I'm sure you've met these people. They don't. You're trying to have a conversation with them. You're trying to say, they're saying something, and you're, responding to what they've said, but they're not responding to anything you're saying, even if you're responding to.
Right, but that's
Yeah.
ego, and obviously Kanye's
that's like
operating.
50% of YouTube comments.
Right.
I mean, like
that's
not a
true.
rare thing. That's like an average
Obviously,
conversation.
Kanye could be operating with that ego, and he is. But
Mhm.
someone could be operating in that space and still be intelligent. So I think the problem with Kanye is it's like this convergence of stupidity with narcissism.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
So
Let me tell you my issue. I don't like identitarianism. You guys are familiar with what that is?
Well, they
You're
started
familiar?
it, and they've been visiting
Sure,
on
I-
us.
The-
We're
when
trying
I
to break it.
When I was asking you about running for president, you immediately said, well, you'd be good for the black vote. And I said, is that because I'm black? No, not just because of that. So is that, are you doing the same thing?
I didn't say that was the only reason.
So a lot of people.
Why would
who
Tim say
are-
that? That's so bad.
I know that. First of all, that's a really stupid thing.
Wait,
to
did he say that like now, or did he say
No,
Oh,
that on a
before.
podcast? 3 years ago?
Before.
Yeah.
Before?
Oh, well, I'm running for president. Oh, great. You'll lock down the black vote. Like, okay.
Well, I'm curious as to what the even though I'm not a big Tim Pool fan, I assume there was some context that made that comment make more sense.
Well, like Kanye was
I
like,
don't-
what do you?
I don't know.
I don't think Tim Pool is like, a 50-year-old white, like, I'm not racist. My best friend's black. You're going to be great for the black vote, black guy. It just didn't
Like
seem
Kanye,
that's
like
Tim's
Kanye
thing.
asked,
Like,
Kanye
Yeah.
asked him, how do you think I'll do with the black vote? And he's like, oh, I think you'll do fine.
well, no, because when you're talking about,
Oh, you're really popular with the coloreds.
yeah, exactly. No, because when you're talking about like the election, a big part of that is, okay, the Democrats need to get some percent, like this certain percentage of the black vote to come out and support them in order to win the election.
Of course.
And everyone's
yeah.
talked about this, for the last 10, 20
Oh,
years.
yeah. That's important context.
Right. So
yeah.
it's not like this is such a weird thing to say. I'm
You're right.
assuming
You're
the
totally
context
right.
was something about that.
I mean, to
good
be fair,
faith,
it
good
is
faith Gary
factually
just
true,
logged
right?
on.
I mean, Tim's claim is factually true, right?
Yes, I would assume.
Well, a black candidate in the Republican Party is, I mean, that's a winning ticket right there.
Right.
Yeah, better
but
a
I've
rapper than
noticed-
a brain surgeon.
I've noticed now there's people that can exist outside this, but I've noticed there's three primary groups of people that are attacking Tim for this conversation.
Mhm.
It's people who are, obviously believe in the Jewish question / Nick Fuentes fans. There's the Kanye simps, and then there's people that just really hate Tim Pool.
Right.
And some, a lot of people in one of those three groups were attacking Tim for this exact exchange, saying that, oh, Kanye's right, Tim's a hypocrite because Tim says, I'm not in favor of identitarianism or identity politics. But then before the show starts, he tells Kanye it's going to be good for the black vote. And to me, that's a very shallow way of understanding what's happening here. Because Tim's saying, oh, you could be good for the black vote, whatever the context is. And as you said, Doomer, that's probably something that's just descriptively true. You can say something that's descriptively true about identity politics without being in favor of supporting it or having it continue forward into the future. And so just because Tim says this doesn't mean that he's in favor of promoting that idea going forward.
True.
To me, it's ridiculous to someone say like, oh, you're going to do well with the black vote is the same thing as saying Jews control the world.
Yeah, it's not the same, obviously.
It's like,
It's
what?
obviously not the same.
Yeah, it's like this is so such a pathetic comparison. But
Yeah, it's not fair. It's totally unfair. Yeah.
I
Bad
mean-
faith.
Well, I mean, Kanye does need to kind of grasp at straws to get any support for his position, though. So
right.
yeah, it kind of makes sense.
Though Tim does a not great job defending or explaining the difference to Kanye here. So
Reason I said it was because you're personable to the common person, and you probably would do well with the black vote. Absolutely.
Just because I'm black, there's a lot of black people that don't like me.
Of course, I think race plays a role in a lot of things. Absolutely, and I think that
I think the construct of race has really been forced upon us.
I mean, he kind of got it there when he's like, yeah, a lot of black people don't like me. Now just use that thinking. Continue that thinking. Yeah, the black people are not a monolith. That's why it's embarrassing to say, black people all vote one way. Now use that on. Now think about Jewish people now.
Right.
Just use your thinking. Right.
yeah, no, that would have been a good interjection there.
Use your brain. Right. And Milo, you do the same. Let's all use our brains together. White people are not a monolith, right? That's the argument you're making over there, Milo, right?
Right.
Why all of a sudden do you change your argument when you point to Jewish people?
An interesting counter argument that I always like to try is that the same people who are talking about JQ stuff are always the same people talking about like might makes right and being authoritarians. And it's like, well, if your beliefs are true, like then it's justified. What are you talking about?
And suck it.
Why would you be mad about it?
Suck it up, Jewish Buttercup. Overlord boot then, yeah.
Yeah, pick yourself up by your bootstraps and get a better job. I don't know what to tell you.
I think race plays a role in a lot of things. Absolutely, and I think that
I think the construct of race has really been forced upon us as just something for us to be woke about and just constantly talk about and use it as these like walls.
Couldn't you say the same thing about Judaism?
Well, let's look at
that. Was great.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing, Tim.
What the fuck?
Excellent job, Tim.
Yes.
Excellent job. A lot of people are giving you a lot of flack for this. Right. That was superb.
But this is why it kind of just doesn't seem intelligent. Like, how could he say those words and not imagine the exact response is going to be? Well, wait a minute.
Look, he did not process what Tim said. Like, he did not go, oh, yeah, you're right.
The facts of what I'm saying, though, if you say in this neighborhood where they gerrymander, there's this amount of time. So, hey, I wasn't doing that. I was just gerrymandering the lawyers and the Hollywood executives and the people at the bank that debanked me and then froze.
I'm going to be honest. I literally don't know what that sentence meant.
Well, he's basically trying to say that all these people that are out to get him are Jewish. Then that's
but he said they're
the
gerrymandering the lawyers. What?
No, it was very okay. It's actually it's perfectly coherent. Okay? So gerrymandering is manipulating a situation in politics to where the vote will go your way in an unfair way, where you're setting up the district such that what you want to happen is much more likely to happen than if it was
Yes,
fair.
of course.
And he's basically saying that the same thing is happening in different professions, where like if there's Jews at the top of the media industry, then they'll give jobs to other Jews. Therefore, it's unfairly pushing things in the direction of people who are Jews to consolidate more and more power. And basically, he's saying that the same thing is happening in like corporations. Yeah.
I mean,
This amount of
this is an interesting thing because is it really nepotism if you're doing it and the people are meritocratically competent?
No, it wouldn't be then by definition. Yeah,
because it seems like nepotism is when you forego the guy who has the experience and background and accolades to do the job, and you give it to your cousin who has no experience whatsoever. Right? Hunter Biden gets the job instead of the guy who really knows about the oil industry. That's nepotism.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Could say the same thing about Judaism?
well, let's look at the facts of what.
Well, just to respond to you really quick, Adam. I mean, like the thing that's fucked up with jobs is there's tons of people who are qualified to do a job, and like you can't even necessarily tell who's the most qualified, right? So like the reason nepotism is a problem is because you're basically saying, well, we have 1,000 people that applied for the job, but we know we'll get along with you, so we'll just hire you, right? It's like so like it isn't even necessarily that people are being hired who can't do the job. It's just that like, if you are in the pool of people who can do the job, you will be vastly outcompeted by people who like, in Kanye's mind, share a religion with the person who's
it's a
doing the
totally fair
hiring.
point.
What I'm saying though, if you say
Sorry about
in this neighborhood where they gerrymander, there's this amount of time. So hey, I wasn't doing that. I was just gerrymandering the lawyers and the Hollywood executives and the people at the bank that debanked me and then froze my accounts. It's like we want to jump into protecting the idea that we can't put a net around something, right? But that's been my job as a producer to take, a Roy Ayers sample and put a James Brown drum and put it within a 2 minute, 3 minute song. That's the way I actually think, and that's the way I talk. And now this morning I found out that they were trying to put me in prison because what they did was
So this is part of what's annoying when you're talking to someone like Kanye or someone who just rambles on and on and on, because you want to interject right there and say, well, hold on. Why can't you just say what you said about black people? Like, why are you saying that this only applies to Jewish people? For Nick Fuentes, who's sitting right over there, who says that black people are all predisposed to commit crime and blah, 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 blah. Why is that a bad way of thinking, but your way of thinking on the Jews is correct, Kanye? I mean, he's never really answered that question.
It's called racism.
Yeah, I know, but
look, it's when it's our race, we seem to understand that. Oh yeah, what a small number of people do, which is horrific, doesn't apply to all of us, obviously.
Right.
But when it's them, of course. Like, what are we
course.
talking about here? Obviously.
I mean, people are not capable of dealing with the complexity of the world, so we come up with simple explanations of things that are like.
People are not capable of dealing with the complexity of the world.
All
There are
people,
plenty
all
of
people
us.
are stupid.
There are plenty of us that have no problem dealing with this complexity. We understand it. We understand how the mind works. We fight against it on a regular basis. Like, we don't want to fall into our biases as well. Okay. Some people just love diving into their biases and swimming around and just, oh God, I'm so at home here.
Right.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat is screaming in caps. He's only talking about bankers and lawyers. He's not. He literally. If you heard that, you have to go back.
About bankers and lawyers.
Yeah, if you heard that, you have to go back.
Media.
If you heard that, you have to go back and re-listen because you completely misunderstood what he's saying. He's saying that Jews as a group are doing this. He's specifically saying that. He's not just saying that the bankers and lawyers. So,
the entire conversation is about anti-Semitism.
Yes, I don't.
Kanye's
I don't
clearly
know
arguing in favor of it.
I don't know how you could miss that.
There's no other read of the conversation.
Right, and it's funny because, I'll get into this when he gets into it. He actually explains why the bank froze his account, and it literally has nothing to do with his comments about Jews or anything.
Right.
It's so weird, and this is why I think Kanye's stupid. Like, he's not even smart enough to lie properly. So
they froze his account. They froze his account for tax evasion, right?
No, you'll see. He explains it.
I moved $140 million into J.P. Morgan, and I said, I want to talk to Jamie Dimon. Like, look at me, I'm just going in naive, multi-billionaire. Like, maybe Jamie Dimon will let me in on some deal flow. Wrong. And I'm just like banging my hands like, I want to meet with Jamie, and I start complaining.
So this is also interesting. This really shows how egotistically narcissistic he is. He puts a bunch of money in a JP Morgan account and thinks because of that, he's entitled to have a meeting with the guy who's the CEO of the entire bank. And then when that guy doesn't have a meeting with him, he assumes, well, it must be because the guy who runs the bank is Jewish and will only meet Jewish people.
140 million?
He just has better things to do with his time. I mean, Kanye can't imagine that.
Yeah, I know. It's like,
you can't even throw $500 million in that passbook savings account you opened.
Yeah. That's, well, first of all, yeah, I don't think 140 million for fucking one of the largest banks in the world is even that much money,
right?
In the first place. But that Kanye West thinks he's so important. That's the thing. He just can't conceptualize that he's not anywhere near as important as in his own mind that he is.
It's really sad.
And he said, like, it was to get into the money flow. Like, what does he think he's going to make some sort of, like, he's going to be put on the board of Chase Morgan or something? Like, what does he think's going to happen?
I mean, he has a long history of having these fucking delusional ass ideas. Like,
of course,
like the Zuckerberg tweets. He tweeted Zuckerberg asking for $1 billion or something. Like,
right? Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
He definitely does feel entitled. Yeah. To invest in Kanye West ideas was, I think, the quote.
Well, he's a Jew, so he didn't want to give it to him.
Yeah, true. Man, this conspiracy runs deep.
Yes.
And then they debank me for complaining. And so I'm about to get debanked. They're like, you need to go to Trump's, the bank, AXO, whatever. You got to go. And I'm like, I've been trying to buy my own bank for the long.
Okay, well, he skipped over the first debanking thing. He's going to talk about the second one more. But so the whole thing about Morgan Chase shutting down his bank account because of what he said.
Right.
There's actually been zero evidence for that.
Yeah.
And it actually seems to be like this is a complete and total lie, because I went back and you could find months ago, like 2 months before he made any of the comments about Jews or whatever. No, it was earlier than that. It was in July. He said that because he tried to get a meeting with whatever that guy's name was. Yeah, Diamond. And then Diamond went and meet with him. That pissed Kanye off so much that he pulled all his money out of his Morgan Chase account.
Right.
Okay. And I don't know if kids have never had a bank account before, but if you pull all your money out of a bank account, the bank will close the account.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do.
And so in July, he's like, oh, I pulled all my money out of the account. And now he's like, oh, they closed my account because of the Jews. It's like, well, you said you took all your money out of the account, you imbecile.
I almost don't believe you, Sitch, because that is so stupid if that's actually what happened.
You can go back. It's literally that fucking stupid. And I even tweeted this out because Candace Owens was the person who leaked the the quote unquote the claim that that they canceled his account because of what he said about the Jews. And she leaked some email that said, they're closing his account, though in the email they give no explanation for it. But if you notice, she very intelligently cuts off the date of the email.
She screen capped it.
Yes. And you're like, well, wait a minute. Why is there no date on this email? When did this email occur? Was this email from fucking July? Was it from August? Was it before he made any comments? I can almost guarantee that it was, because there'd be no other reason to cut off the date.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, she's covering for him.
Longest, and then we figured out how to get my own bank. It's like 50 million, 75 million. So I'm about to buy my own bank, but then as they're about to take the money out, here comes Adidas with a $275 million bill for marketing funds that they agreed upon. Because I said to them, hey, I'm the marketing, give me the marketing fund, which proves by the response they got when they, stole the designs and said, we're going to not call them Yeezys anymore. So this is what I was already fighting.
They did not steal the designs, right? He signed a contract that fucked him over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Adidas for. So I'm fighting Gap, get out of Gap, fighting Adidas.
But wait a minute. did you process what he said? He said
Adidas wanted $275 million.
right, and the reason they wanted that money was because they were going to use that money. They budgeted that money aside for the marketing budget.
Right.
And then Kanye said, "You give me that money, and I'll do all the marketing."
Right.
And they said, "Okay." And so they
Right.
gave him this money, and then he makes all his Jew comments, and then they
like,
say, "Oh,
this wasn't the marketing we talked about."
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's the exact imagine it's the exact opposite of good marketing. It's like every single thing. If you went to be a social media intern,
I know,
and they were like, it was like day one explaining what not to do. They would basically just be going through Kanye West's Twitter, being like, don't associate with the anti-Semites. Don't tweet out you're going to DEFCON 3 on the Jews. Don't say all this crazy shit. Don't talk about fucking killing your ex-wife's fucking new boyfriend.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't do any of this shit, dude.
I just imagine Kanye's like, "Listen, Adidas, give me the $200 million for marketing. I got you." And he takes the money, and then he immediately turns around and says, "Now let me tell you about the Jews." And they're like, "No, what the fuck?"
No wonder they've invoiced your ass. Jeez.
Right. So then Adidas cancels the deal, and obviously they say, "Give us back the marketing money," which you're not going to be doing anymore because you just canceled the deal.
Yeah.
I'm changing my mind on this. It's Adidas' own fucking fault. You gave $275 million to the guy who went up on stage on the Grammys to fucking snatch an award out of Taylor Swift's hand, that fucking said George Bush doesn't care about black people on live TV. Dude who's been fucking crazy in public for over a decade.
Right.
Dude, Adidas brought this on themselves, dude. It's their own fucking fault. I mean, Kanye probably signed a bad contract that got him fucked over. So, like, legally they're in the right. But, bro, like,
I think
Adidas
this deal
fucked
was
up.
gangbusters.
Give me
for
$200
Adidas,
million.
though. I think Adidas and this, I think abandoning this deal cut Adidas's profitability in half. Though they were making a shitload of money with Ye, and with the Yeezys. I think the Yeezys had some weird marketing thing where they only made a certain number of pairs, and you had to get like on a waiting list. So it was like a limited edition product, which brings the margins like through the roof. Yeah,
They
were
basically
doing
always sell out.
a punch of business. Yeah. So nobody wants the Yeezys that are not the endorsed by Kanye Yeezys.
Right.
So the designs are like kind of superfluous without the artist's signature on the, on the product.
That's just kind of open information about how media works. I mean,
Of course.
like, the vast majority of boutique products, it's not about the design.
Of course.
There's nothing about Supreme that's just like, oh my God, it's so well designed. It's a brick that has Supreme and fucking caps. Like,
You're buying status. You're like, I
know,
own
man.
one of these that nobody else owns. Yeah.
I've
I'm the
seen
shit.
Goku wears that drip pretty tight, bro.
I looked up Jamie Dimon's worth. It's $1.6 billion. I mean, Jamie Dimon, has been, I think there's articles, calling him one of the masters of the universe, supposedly saved the economy during the 2008 housing crash. So,
Yeah, but Kanye wanted to talk to him.
what the fuck are they going to talk about, really? To be honest with you, I'm like,
He wants him to invest in his ideas listen, Kanye can make houses that are completely energy efficient. Don't you know this?
yeah, I don't know.
You don't think so?
Kanye.
I mean, how many
perpetual
spelling
motion.
errors were there on the email that he sent to Jamie Dimon?
How dare you, sir?
Well, he
How dare
did
you.
the spelling error in the DEFCON. Like, he can't
That's
even get
true.
his anti-Semitic tweet right. I just you grow up and you're like, okay, look, I don't give a I make typos in my tweets.
The pot calling the kettle black.
Well, look,
Yeah, that's true.
I am a terrible speller, but I understand how that affects people in the business realm. Like, you don't want a bunch of fucking spelling errors in your business proposal.
Yeah, if you can't read, then have Sitch read the fucking super.
Sitch is worse. Sitch is worse than me. Well, he's a great reader, but I mean, spelling. Sitch is, I think, might be.
No, I
worse
just
than
type
me.
very quickly and then it gets all
okay.
bad. So
Yeah, I'm a terrible typist as well, but
well, and the thing is with this why this the whole debank shit is so bullshit. So the first one, it's like he takes all the money out of the account, and so they close the account, obviously. And the second one, so what happens is, Adidas is asking for all this money back, and supposedly he had the money that Adidas gave him. It was in some specific account somewhere.
Yeah,
And
they probably had
Adidas-
it in an escrow account.
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah. But also supposedly Kanye had set up, just maybe illegal. He set up his Apple Pay account to that account.
To the escrow account? Like escrow
Well, I don't know if it
account-
was. I don't know if it was an escrow account.
Okay.
But I'm saying he attached his Apple account to whatever account was that's supposed to have the Adidas marketing money into it.
Explain an
And-
escrow account to all the people who are always saying we don't know jack shit about fucking economics.
I don't know anything about anything.
Well, an escrow account is an account that you set up that has multiple signers on. You can't take any money out unless it's approved by both parties. So
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't know if this was specifically. I haven't seen anything. That
well,
says
we
what
don't
kind
know
of
if it was
specific
an
account this
escrow
was.
account, but
Right.
you would think if you're giving somebody $275 million to do marketing for your company, you'd want to get multiple signers on whatever the money was being
would
spent on.
hope so.
Well, that
yes.
is what business professionals normally do. They
Right.
don't just say, "Oh, here, do you need the money in cash, Kanye?"
Right. Exactly.
Come
Exactly.
on.
And so yeah, so Adidas went to whatever bank that had this account is, and they asked the bank to freeze the money, presumably until they could work out whoever is supposed to get this money.
Right.
And so then that freezes Kanye's Apple Pay. And then he says, "Oh, the banks are shutting me out because of the Jewish comment." And I'm like, well, I guess roundabout way, because
Holy
he dropped
shit.
you because you said the Jewish comment. But
Holy
that's
shit!
not
So
specifically why.
that's how he got his Apple Pay thing shut down.
Yes.
Hilarious.
Yes. Because
So-
he attached it to some account that's supposed to have fucking Adidas money in it.
That's hilarious. So all he had to do was hook it up to a different account.
To his personal account. Why the fuck is it like, what the hell's happening
He
here?
probably didn't even know what
Oh my-
account it was.
it's so
hooked up
it's so
to.
stupid. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. But
Yeah, he's like, it's all my money. It's just hooking up to any
No, The whole
account,
thing is like ridiculous.
any old account, right?
Yes. But it's weird because he says this. I think he says, I don't know if that's all he says, or he says it in other places. He says, Adidas put a hold on the bank accounts because they're fighting over who has the marketing money. But how does that in his mind translate to, well, it's the Jews controlling the banks? It's like, well, no, idiot.
This is like such comedy.
It's so dumb.
This is your future president, guys.
I
right
know.
here.
I know.
Can you imagine? Like he doesn't even understand how. Please make it stop.
That's so bad.
The fact that he asked Tim Pool how he becomes president, I think is just the most. I mean, that's the real news to come out of this whole interaction.
You don't think Tim Pool knows the pathway to being the president, Adam?
He told him ballot harvesting. I mean,
There's
there's
an
some
implement
truth
video
to
that
that,
explains
but-
this.
I mean, there's having a good ground game is important, but I mean,
There you go.
if Kanye asked us that, I'd like to think we'd go, well, there's this thing called messaging, probably
You want to stop
not.
talking about the Jews, okay?
Yeah.
That's the number one. It's the
Yes.
first thing you want to.
You want a coherent message that you put out all the time, preferably something that's not the Jews did it, right?
Yes,
Like something
yes.
as far from that as possible. Yeah. He probably doesn't even know how Obama got elected.
No.
The first black president, and he has no idea. Yeah. This is comedy gold.
I mean, he probably just made friends with the Jews and they just hooked it all up.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what he did.
Obviously,
Ron
he's had a lot
Emanuel
of-
just came in and he waved his Jew wand and made all the votes just appear.
obviously he's had a lot of Jewish people in his life, a lot of Jewish business partners and whatnot, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess.
Kind of wonder what that original handler was, the one they told to fuck off and die. I made it here on my own. It was me.
Uh-huh.
I picked the clips to put together in the song.
Yep.
And then I deal with this little bit of noise from, Zionism from the fashion world, where they use this plant named Gabby, who's obviously like some kind of CIA agent, knows nothing about fashion. This is a certain thing. When someone can't dress, you know that they're not like a fashion person. They're just there as like the society, like the control that they try to use with celebrities, which has now been broken, right? Because where it broke. Okay. I want to get on like LeBron in a second, but I'm going to come back to this and just talk about this morning where, I'm not going to mention her name because she's a nice lady, but someone at Cohen Resnick tells me, and I tell my.
So he's talking about this lady named Gabrielle Carifa Johnson,
Okay.
who is a New York-based stylist and contributor to Vogue.
Mm-hmm.
and he thinks she's a CIA.
Right.
It's just so like preposterous. She's a Zionist operative because she works for Vogue magazine.
When he said I'll get back to LeBron in a moment, I heard like the fucking like the tape scratch and the narrator go, he doesn't.
He did in fact not get back to LeBron.
What's Gabby's name? Oh, Kanye West met with Vogue editor
Gabrielle Carefa Johnson.
What is this? Kanye West met with Vogue editor, his sister after White Lives Matter t-shirt backlash.
Yeah, I'm assuming she spoke out against the White Lives Matter shirt from Kanye.
Wasn't his business partner on that a Jewish guy?
Yes.
On the White Lives Matter t-shirt? Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because I saw you going back and forth with what is it, LP?
I Hypocrite.
I Hypocrite?
Yeah. Who I guess literally is just anti-Semitic now. Or maybe he always was. I don't know. But
well, he said
he seems pretty off the deep end.
He tweeted out something about how this all began with the White Lives Matter t-shirt. And I was like, is he implying that was a setup? Because I thought the other guy was, his partner on that was Jewish. Like
his partner was Jewish. And then because that was a big thing, you know, once Kanye came out with all the anti-Jewish comments, the guy who was making the shirts is like, what the fuck? I'm not going to work with you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Which, how does that process with the whole, you know, conspiracy theory Milo's laying out that like the Jews are behind cancel culture? Like literally the guy who's working with Kanye to do the White Lives Matter shirt's fucking Jewish.
Is Gabrielle like she's black?
Yeah, she's black. Yeah.
Okay.
She's a Zionist CIA agent.
Is she Jewish? Is she a black Jewish Zionist CIA?
I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't know, but I don't think so.
I mean, I'm just looking at Google Images, and I mean, it seems
she could be a true Jew, you know, like the way.
Well, she's like she's wearing stuff that screams, "Look, I'm a New York fashionista."
Yes, exactly. She looks like a hoity-toity, New York fashionista.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear a bunch of fancy, ridiculous-looking clothing. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, look, here's the outfit that obviously you wear to the grocery store.
It's with the pink one.
It's pretty funny.
She's wearing like this like pink kimono.
Look, and they even have her wearing it in the grocery store, which
I
think is like, okay.
CIA agents always go to the grocery store dressing very lavishly.
Of course.
Yes, of course.
As you do.
As you do.
Okay.
And just to respond to chat really quick, someone was saying like, we need to watch I Hypocrite's video or whatever the fuck. Like, Sitch was just referencing a Twitter exchange where it seemed like he was just being anti-Semitic.
We've been on his show. We've done his show before, so
I know, and I didn't know
maybe
he was
didn't
like crazy asshole about this.
I mean, I thought he knew that you were Jewish. Maybe he didn't know. So
I don't know, but if he did, he was hiding his power level. Because in the tweet exchange, first of all, in the tweet exchange, he was, and I would be curious to see his video on this, but in the tweet exchange, first of all, he's blaming Tim for this, like, oh, Tim should just shut up and not try to Lex Friedman Kanye, and I'm like, oh. Fuck, you're like so brain dead. Like, you can't honestly be that fucking stupid to think that.
What does that even mean? Because I don't think Lex Friedman did a bad job.
No. Well, okay, Adam, there's this like narrative, which I think Kanye partially sets here in this interview.
He does.
But there's this narrative that like Lex Friedman was like mean or overly harsh with Kanye, when Lex Friedman was like it was like walking like a Down syndrome child through a grocery store trying to buy him a candy bar. That's how he was treating him in the interview. He was being as gentle and as fucking polite as he possibly could be.
Yeah. He gave him good advice.
Oh my God,
too.
He was so mean.
He gave him good advice. He's like, listen, you need to surround yourself with better advisors. He's like, you got a bunch of people who are telling you a bunch of crazy shit, man. You need to sort that shit out. But that's good advice, is it not?
But then after that on Twitter, then, LP starts going this whole like, oh, they expect us to close our eyes to like groups in power. I forget what exactly he says, but he basically, says, oh, we're supposed to close our eyes to the fact that, Jews control, the media or whatever the fuck. So it's very obvious that he just agrees with Kanye, and that's why he's ragging at Tim.
Yeah. Okay.
Sad.
Different groups can be dominant in different industries, right?
Sure. Of course. Descriptively,
for cultural reasons, right? Obviously, I think the Jews got into banking because that was where they were relegated by a little thing called racism, right? I think because Gentiles didn't believe in usury, right? So
well, way back in the day,
yeah, of course. But obviously these patterns play out over time. Weren't they in Hollywood because of that as well? Because they, Jews were basically relegated to Hollywood. So yeah,
well, that's why why Hollywood is in California, is because the Jews were running away from a lot of anti-Semitism in the East coastal cities, which were more established back in those days, to sort of the more not so many people were in the West Coast, areas of the country. And that's also why a lot of music producers end up becoming Jewish, was because a lot of Jews were some of the only people that would produce black music.
Right. Where you jump the shark is when you start claiming the inverse, that every Jew you meet is a banker. Because that doesn't make any sense. That's like saying because, blacks predominantly control the NBA, that every black person you meet is a basketball player. Okay? That makes absolutely no fucking sense.
You don't think Kanye has like a great jump shot? What are you talking about?
Well, he'd probably brag about it on the show if they asked him, but you understand. Like, this is super simple. Like a 5-year-old can understand this.
I know.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to create a stereotype that every single Jewish person you meet is a fucking banker. Like, it's just very simple. God, it's so simple. This is why you don't want to.
Some of them like Sitch aren't smart enough to be bankers.
This is our problem with CRT. True. This is why you don't want to create a stereotype that every single white person you meet is a racist colonialist, right? I mean, it goes both ways.
Yes. It's funny to me how mask off, or how stupid some people are, where they're all like, CRT is bad because it makes all these racial stereotypes about white people all being evil and racist.
Yeah.
But the Jews.
Exactly.
They're like, okay, buddy.
And they will tell you, they'll say, listen, but one stereotype is accurate, Adam, and one stereotype is inaccurate. And I'm like, okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
People never use the term a lot, but they said, okay, you're going to have to pay a lot of taxes. And that made me feel like they're just like waiting, like we finally got him. We finally can put him in jail. And I was like, can I still run for president in jail? I found out I could. So I was like, okay, that's fine then. It'll be okay.
So now
everybody's laughing at the stupidest joke ever. Like that joke is not funny. Okay. They're just laughing because it's Kanye. Okay. Let's laugh.
It's an awkward situation. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
But so apparently, supposedly, Kanye owes money to the IRS or something.
Yeah. He spent 6 hours on the phone figuring out how much he owes.
Right. So that's the Jews' fault?
Sitch, are you not following along? Of course.
Oh.
Well, Sitch, hold on. Kanye's tax advisor is Wesley Snipes, so...
oh, no.
He's got some problems.
That's bad.
Someone call up Robert Barnes and see if he'll defend Kanye.
Maybe this is why
I don't think he will, though. I don't think he's on board with all the anti-Semitism.
Maybe this is why he was so insistent on the meeting with Trump. He's like, listen, Trump knew how to get out of his taxes too.
Oh, there you go.
I don't want Trump to go. I don't want Kanye to go to jail for tax evasion. That's like pretty weak sauce. Just pay your taxes.
Yeah, just pay your taxes. It's pretty difficult to go to jail for tax evasion, because usually, as long as you eventually pay it, then, unless it's something very egregious.
And you negotiate it down or whatever. A lot of people do that.
The IRS sends him an email telling him what he owes, and Kanye replies back and tags CC's Adidas and says, "You need to talk to the people at Adidas. They have your money."
In this picture that they have for this article about his taxes, he's wearing what was the name of that fashion brand that had the weird pedo stuff? Balenciaga.
Mm-hmm.
He's wearing a Balenciaga
jumpsuit?
No, he has a mouth guard with the name of that brand in it. Like, why is he wearing that in his mouth?
Wait, Kanye was doing that?
Really?
Yes. I don't know when this picture was taken, if this was before or after the whole stuff with the controversy, but
oh man, can't wait to see his shoe tweeting about Kanye.
It's just weird. I don't know. I don't get the fashion industry.
Yeah, the
What
fashion
do you
industry
mean?
makes no
It's about
sense.
money laundering.
Is it?
So, I mean, rumor has it, yeah, obviously. A
Doesn't
lot
make
of money
a certain
laundering
degree of
goes
sense.
on in the art world and in the fashion world, obviously.
Yeah.
Oh, the art
because it's like-
world, 100%. That's just
Yeah.
straight up money laundering. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the same kind of thing. If you're buying a dress, I spent $400,000 for this dress.
Maybe.
Look, it's an original dress by some wacko designer, right?
It's
Look,
an
it's a
original
trash
West.
bag. Look, it's a trash bag with some tape. Of course, it's worth $400,000.
This is an original first edition West. Okay.
But if you were Jeffrey Epstein, they wouldn't touch your bank account. They would allow you to break the rules, regulations, just like J.P. Morgan and Chase did, just like Deutsche Bank did.
Excellent commentary here on the Timcast show.
It's a terrible commentary.
I know, that's why I
Wait,
wanna-
didn't he get
Look,
all of his
obvi-
shit frozen? What are
Look,
you talking
obviously,
about?
I'm being sarcastic.
I
here.
know, I know.
Like, let's drag it back to Epstein so I can sell some T-shirts here.
Yeah.
What's going on?
You're
I mean,
right.
Luke.
You're
I don't
so
want
right.
to throw Luke under the bus here. I mean, maybe he really has an Epstein thing. So
So there is an issue.
once you know the double camera thing about the Epstein stuff, though, it's kind of hard to like.
Does anyone know the backstory on like the Timcast? Like, why are these random people on? Is this guy like a co-host or something?
I
don't
assume he
know.
is. Yeah.
Hopefully,
I
it's
don't watch it
not
regularly.
Jack Murphy used to be on the Timcast show. You know that, right?
I don't even know who that is.
The cuck guy.
Yeah.
The cut guy.
Yeah, you know the cuck guy?
I remember that.
Okay.
Tim has had a bunch of different people on, so
Right.
I think Ian is the only regular who. Well, Luke might be a regular. I don't know.
Who knows?
Look, we're giving our shit away. We don't watch Timcast all
That's
the
true.
time, so. But if there's something eventful, obviously, and Sitch has Tim derangement syndrome. I'm
literally defending Tim in this situation from
Right.
the people that actually do have Tim pool derangement syndrome.
Yeah.
There's been so many people, and it's so funny. Someone tweeted, they said, I didn't predict how crazy it would be. Someone was like, "Oh, how do you think Young Turks and Serfs and all these people are going to react to Tim?" And I'm like, "Well, what they'll probably do is they'll say, oh, Tim finally pushed back against Kanye." And,
Yeah.
like they're not going to want to give Tim any props, but they're going to have to acknowledge some of it. And then Chank over here, I got to pull up the tweet. His tweet about Tim was like batshit insane.
I know, ridiculous.
I've
He
seen
was
a bunch of people
basically
call Tim
like,
a
"Oh,
Nazi.
Tim is a Nazi," just like
I
just
was
like Kanye.
I was pleasantly surprised, to be honest with you. I did not expect Tim to push back. And I guess it's really just because I didn't think about it. Like after I thought about the situation, I was like, well, he kind of has to push back.
He has to, yeah.
Yeah, so but yeah, he did I thought he did pretty good. So, but a lot of people obviously are not in that same camp. So, and you're entitled to your opinion. So
Chank said, "I don't want Tim getting any credit for Kanye walking out on him. Tim was in the middle of kissing Kanye's ass when Kanye thought it wasn't being kissed enough. Poole didn't say one word to challenge him before he left."
that is bonkers.
That's just, it's like, what? This is straight up. I can't believe that's even delusion at any level. It's just he's just fucking lying. Straight up.
Kanye
It's like
basically said,
insane.
listen, you have to sign off on the JQ before I can move forward with this interview.
Essentially.
And Tim was like, not really going to do that. So,
Right.
all right, I'm out of here then.
Well, Tim has a history of saying some questionable things, but he's not like a
Yes.
racist, right?
I don't. Think
I haven't
so.
heard anything about him.
What do you
being
mean,
racist.
right? Of course not.
No, we
Why
see.
do you
I've
know?
never,
I don't
I've
watch his
never
shit.
heard Tim Pool say anything racist. So,
No,
Well, that's what
no.
I'm
I
saying.
said, whoa, hold on. I said he said questionable things. I don't think Tim has ever said questionable or racist things. He
Mhm.
had the comment where he's basically conflated all of anything drag related is like grooming children for pedophilia, not ideological grooming. He made that conflation.
right.
Not
so
very
he's-
long
He
before
said a
this.
bunch of things I would consider to be pretty fucking stupid, but
Yeah,
I wasn't
so he
under the
said
impression
that.
he's a racist.
Right. He said that. He says he believes a lot of conspiratorial stuff that I think is stupid. But I've never heard him say anything that I thought has been racist before.
Isn't he like half Korean?
I don't fucking.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I
think
mean,
Tim is racist.
Nick
at all.
Fuentes is half Mexican. Let's not pretend that really matters.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's the white half Mexican, so
Yeah.
it's fine.
to bring up with that. But when it comes to the race stuff, I think this is an important discussion to have because I think
I have to complete this thought. You guys got to.
Okay, go ahead.
Stop trying to sell your T-shirts, okay?
I know. God. Okay. He's like, hey, guy, I know you're trying to sell some T-shirts over here, but I'm talking.
All right, because I'm talking about literally finding out that they were trying to put me in prison this morning. Watch this. So
This morning.
yes. So not come to my house this morning, but I found out, okay, so they put a $75 million hold on 4 of my accounts. And then they said, you owe a lot of taxes. Took me like 6 hours to find out how much a lot was. They said, well, around $50 million. Now I'm going to different CFOs like, okay, so would this be tax evasion? Because I'm obviously not the most financially literate person on the planet. I was just a child.
Hire an accountant. What do you?
Well, why would you say that if you're running for president? That's the thing that sticks out for me.
It's just such a dumb. Oh my god!
Look, I want to run the U.S. economy for everyone, but I'm not really financially literate.
Dude, there are people.
What a
there
fucking stellar campaign move.
The average person who makes $40K a year has an accountant, much less somebody that's worth billions of dollars. You shouldn't need to do anything with this, dude.
No, listen,
well, the thing is,
you should have a team of people.
Accountants often steal from celebrities, Doomer. You realize, like, finding a
but
trustworthy
you still have to
accountant
have one.
No, I
have
agree.
to have one.
I agree. Yeah. Look, he's got
Especially-
multiple. He's got multiple CFOs. He said.
Look, if I fuck up my taxes and I call the IRS and it's like, look, I'm a moron. I'm sorry. Like, they'll probably accept that as long as I pay them back because I'm just some random person. If I owe them $50 million, like if you call them up, look, I'm just not very good with money. Like, that is not going to cut it, dog. That is not going to cut it.
Yeah. Look, I'm a billionaire, but I'm super terrible with money. How much do I owe?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, it is a little weird.
Well, he said he had CFOs. I'm assuming that's for like his Yeezy brand. That doesn't mean that he has a personal accountant.
No, I'm sure Yee is a corporation. Most celebrities incorporate themselves.
Right. I guess that's true.
So he's probably got a chief financial officer.
Yeah, but why would it's
Kanye
it's
Inc.
so weird? Like, again, we're going to go to the government and you're like, listen, it's not my fault he didn't pay taxes. I'm an idiot. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, he's obviously worried. Like, if you're going to spend 6 hours of your day looking into something, you're obviously nervous about perhaps ending up incarcerated.
Yeah, but again, as I said, they don't usually incarcerate. It's very rare you get incarcerated for tax evasion.
Yeah,
unless
totally.
You're like really fucking up.
Trump is not going to spend 6 hours of his day like trying to figure out if he's going to jail for tax evasion.
No, yeah, just like
he's going to laugh it off.
But here's the problem: if he just found this out, I can almost guarantee you that Milo and Nick are like, oh, they're going to try to put you in jail.
Oh, I know.
The Jews are coming for you. Like, they're just hyping up his anxiety.
That's true. I hadn't thought about that. That's probably true.
They're not just going to be like, oh, it's not a big deal. You just pay back whatever you just pay the money and the fine and whatever, you'll be fine.
This is such a like Danny McBride movie. I can just picture them like in the corner, like laughing, like, oh yeah, they're going to throw you in jail, and then being like, oh, look, he's going crazy. That would be so funny, man. You think?
Okay.
You think Danny McBride could play Milo?
Could play Kanye?
No, he can't do that. Obviously.
Listen. He's got Robert Downey Jr. He's very familiar with blackface. You know.
Who would play Kanye in a
Danny McBride
movie?
would play Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Is it Craig Ferguson? He's always in their movies.
Craig Ferguson. He's in their movies?
The talk show host?
Oh, is that?
I don't think he's been in any of those movies. Are you thinking of Seth Rogen?
No, who's the guy in here? I'll look it up. Continue with the.
Okay.
So would this be tax evasion? Because I'm obviously not the most financially literate person on the planet. I was just a child, basically. Like, when you become famous, you stop growing at that point. I became famous at age 24, and I had handlers around. I had my mom around, different things. And it was always like you go from one handler to the next handler to the next handler. So now I'm having.
So Kanye just told the world that he has the mind of a child because
I know.
he became famous and he stopped developing his personality and his intellect at the age of 24.
This is the best presidential speech I've ever heard.
You still don't think he's stupid?
Look, I'm coming around, okay?
Okay,
It's not my fault. I have the mind of a 24-year-old. I stopped growing.
I can't believe Kevin Hart is in This Is the End. I totally don't remember him being in it. It's Craig
Yeah,
Robinson.
he's in the party section.
It's Craig Robinson. So Craig Robinson as Kanye, Danny McBride as who would play Nick Fuentes?
Danny McBride.
Right.
No,
Definitely Danny McBride.
Danny McBride would play Milo. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
okay.
That would be
I think
hilarious.
he's way better as a fit of Nick Fuentes.
No. You're right. He would be Milo. I can hear him doing Milo. I can't really hear him doing Nick's voice.
Yeah.
I guess
You got to get James
I don't know that he
Franco
can do
as
the
Nick,
voice.
right?
Oh wait, isn't James Franco a good Milo?
He could be Milo too. Yeah, he kind of has a body type.
Oh,
too.
what's that skinny guy?
Jonah
The guy who was
Hill?
in Arrested Development. No, yeah,
Jay-
he's that skinny guy, Jonah Hill.
Oh, the guy.
Jonah Hill is skinny now, though.
That's true.
Yeah.
Is Jonah Hill fat as a website?
Jay-
Talking about
Jay-
Michael Cera.
Michael Cera, yeah.
Michael
yeah.
Cera to be Nick Fuentes.
Michael Cera as Nick Fuentes would be fucking
Oh
hilarious.
my god,
That'd
that
be
would
so
be
fucking
hilarious.
funny.
Okay,
Here, can we make this happen?
this would be an amazing
Adam,
movie.
Adam, you have connections. I'll write the screenplay. Let's get
Let's
this going.
do it. Let's do it. Come on, we'll have a
Oh.
draft on my agent's desk by Monday.
This is amazing.
Look, the original Kanye West story. Who's gonna play Tim Pool?
No, they'll have to call it like something like they have to call it like East instead of West. So it's like it's not exactly Kanye West, but it's very obvious what the movie's about.
Oh,
Like
Why
everyone's name is
not?
just slightly changed.
no, let's not do
Who play-
that.
who
Let's
plays
make it like
Kanye?
the
Kevin Hart?
Kanye West. No, it's
Okay.
Craig Robinson.
Craig Robinson.
Yes.
Oh, the guy. Okay, I thought you were talking about the talk show host.
No. The guy from like Hot Tub Time Machine, The Office.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
like, that
he's
guy's
a-
British.
He's in all these movies.
Yeah.
Craig Robinson is not British. He's American.
Well,
but-
I misunderstood who you were talking
Yeah.
about. I thought you were talking about Craig Ferguson.
Yeah. Not Craig Ferguson.
all right, let's continue.
I get to actually learn how to run a company. I get to learn how to, to count. Really, I was like Pablo in a
Did he just say he learned how to count?
Yeah, I know. It's going to be great on election night. Well, how are we doing? What do these electors mean? What is this about?
This is embarrassing.
It is embarrassing.
Move.
Hey, he's got
It
his
was like, I didn't
campaign
even know-
manager sitting right there next to him too. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah.
a company. I
campaign
get to learn how to, to count. Really, I was like Pablo in a movie. It was like I didn't even know where to put the money. Like literally making $300 million cash, but you're just like a high priced. We're not going to use the S word just because it's just like too passe to use it. But it's like next year
Wait, what's the S word?
Slave.
I was supposed to make $500 million in royalties, and like no one needs this amount of money. But when I would work on homeless shelters and ideas, I'd have a contractor, we won't say what race, and they'd be tearing.
Wait a second. How is it possible to have a contractor who's Jewish? I thought they were all bankers. What's going on here?
I'm assuming he means like Mexican or something.
Oh, I thought he.
I mean,
meant-
that's a stereotype, isn't it?
Well, but he said he won't say what race. Obviously, he means Jewish. Whenever Kanye says, "I won't say what race," you know what he means.
Is that? Oh, I don't know. Is there
There
a
was-
stereotype
there
of
was that-
Jewish contractors?
There was the bomb ass clip where he's like talking about his doctor, and he's like, and I can't say, I won't say his race.
Right.
It was a Jewish doctor.
Yeah.
It was
Of
so well
course.
timed.
Yeah. There are obviously Jewish contractors in the world. Jeez.
Yeah,
it's
of
like-
course. But
come
he's
on.
saying it like it's some big stereotype.
Yeah, I
All
know.
those Jewish contractors running around.
He's basically just signaling that they're surrounding. He's like they're gang stalking.
Yes, exactly.
Someone in,
Turn down
chat
the con-
says, someone in chat says Christina Ricci can play Tim Pool.
Christina Ricci. That's an interesting choice.
Jesus.
Contracts is all
who's
about.
who's the transgender actress? Elliot Page. That's it.
Oh,
No.
there you go.
Elliot Page plays Temple. What do you think? Look,
Great
I think
idea.
I'm going to play the video.
look. I gotta tell you, it's going to be tough for us to get this movie green light, guys. So I
No,
think
we're
gonna,
there.
I
We're,
think
like,
we're
right
going to
there.
need to include some diversity in our cast. We're going to have to get Elliot Page to play Tim Pool. If we can get Elliot Page to play Tim Pool, we are like green light immediately. Like
I
that's
agree.
that's a green lit movie. We take it to Disney. They're like Iger's all over this shit.
Okay, who played Mark Zuckerberg in The Social Network? Jesse Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg.
Yes.
We need Jesse Eisenberg to play Nick Fuentes, because that would just piss him the fuck off.
That
The most openly Jewish guy in Hollywood.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah.
Michael Cera's, they're both pretty Jewy, so I don't know.
I think Michael Cera's Jewish too, isn't
I
he?
imagine he looks very Jewish.
I don't know.
I think Michael Cera would be hilarious.
Michael Cera is great.
We should go back before we're done here to that intro. Well, no, when Nick Fuentes comes up, guys, I just want you to imagine Michael Cera making these comments. Okay.
Position. It's not about the amount of money that you have. And, to come in here, I feel like it's a setup to be like defending. I'm not going to go through another, like I'm literally going to walk the F off the show if I'm sitting up here having a, talk about, you can't say that it was Jewish people that did it when.
Wait, let me go back. Let me see
He just
this.
said he
How
was
does-
going to walk off. Interesting.
Yeah, how does this? Oh, you haven't seen this before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
Doomer.
Yeah, he says it twice. Yeah.
I would tell you to
About-
get a life, but you probably haven't seen it because you have a life. So.
Yeah, right. Hit it.
Here we go.
Position. It's not about the amount of money that you have. And, to come in here, I feel like
Apparently, apparently as a Jew, I'm horribly anti-Semitic. Michael Cera is not Jewish at all.
Oh, he's not?
No.
it's a setup to be like defending. I'm not going to go through another, like I'm literally going to walk the F off the show if I'm sitting up here having a, talk about, you can't say that it was Jewish people that did it when every sensible person knows that. I mean, Jon Stewart knows what happened to me and they took it too far. It was.
I'm not going to sit up here. You can't tell me it's not the Jews because every sensible person knows it's the Jews.
I know. It's so bad. It's so bad.
And
He
he's
and he
referencing-
just doesn't get it.
Wait, he's referencing Jon Stewart. Is he referencing Jon Stewart going on like the Tonight Show?
I
Did
don't
talk
know.
about
say
this?
so. I didn't even know what John Stewart said about Kanye.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. I think
Did
we were on
Jon
the Tonight
Stewart
Show to
come
talk
out as-
about this.
Did Jon Stewart? I'm pretty sure Jon Stewart is Jewish. Did he come
Of
out as a
course.
big Kanye defender? Like, oh yeah,
But-
he's right. It is the Jews.
He
I somehow
basically
don't
said,
think that happened.
well, he basically said like, we're not going to change Kanye's mind by just screaming him down and canceling him. You need to like calmly explain to him why what he's saying is wrong. And then like he went into some of like the background of like, it's also not fair to just tell him that these things aren't true because obviously, Jewish people can be overrepresented in certain things. But then he went into the reasons why, like what we just talked about, basically talking about like
Oh,
a lot of the
okay.
reasons Jewish people are concentrated in certain areas is the result of them being discriminated against like 100 years ago.
Right.
I mean, he was talking for like 15 minutes, so he said a bunch, but
right.
I mean, he was not taking Kanye's side.
But Kanye's takeaway from all that is Jon Stewart totally agrees with me, and
Yeah.
it is
Yeah.
a conspiracy.
Kanye just heard the part that he could use for
Right.
his to confirm his narcissism and his own beliefs.
Yeah.
Well, we're no fans of Jon Stewart on this show, so it
No.
pains me to think Jon Stewart is even right about anything.
I know.
I mean,
It was like
at the end of
American-
it, at the end of it, he's like, "No, obviously it's white people. That's the people you got to look at, Kanye." It seems like that's the direction he's going these days. No, it's white men.
in History X. Like my head was on the side of the curve, and
no.
the exact people that I called out kicked my head. We found out that my trainer was a
Oh my
MK
God.
Ultra Canadian intelligence.
He worked in the defense research and development in the Canadian military, essentially working on psyops
Who's
in
this
the
guy?
Canadian military. This is Harley Pasternak.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, look, they tried to medicate me. I was exhausted. They wrongly diagnosed me, and they
Okay,
when I asked.
wait.
Are you looking up
So,
Harley
really-
Pasternak?
Really,
This
really
guy,
quick.
yeah.
For the people in chat, because we were talking about this earlier, a bunch of people apparently watched this.
Mhm.
Are these side characters like liked by the audience? Like, is this guy who's shilling his shirts, like, do the people who watch the show like him? because he doesn't come across good to me. But I'm curious whether or not people actually like him. Like, why would Tim have this guy on his show?
Mhm.
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure they do like him. So
I don't know. Apparently, Flamenco knew what was up, so I'll see what he has to say about it.
So Harley Pasternak's the guy. He sent that weird message to Kanye
right.
about like, oh, we can either have a nice conversation or I can get you hospitalized again. And then
Oh,
you'll
yeah,
be,
his personal
you know,
trainer.
yeah, zonked out like a zombie. And people were like, oh, that's super weird. Why the fuck would his personal trainer said that? And I thought the same thing too. And then I looked into it, and I'm assuming the context for this, the reason why he did this is because when Kanye was hospitalized the first time, it was when he was at this guy's house. And this is the guy that called the hospital or the police or 911 the first time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that's what he was referencing.
This is like the bald guy.
Yes.
Okay.
But I haven't heard any of this, like he used to work as psyops for the Canadian government. That's what I'm curious if any of that's been confirmed, because that sounds very strange and a little too on the nose to be true.
He's got a tweet here from April 6th. A man says psychedelic mushrooms cured his cluster migraines. Wow. I might have to give that a shot.
Okay. Apparently the chat is lukewarm on Luke.
Mm-hmm. There's
They-
no
they-
puns
a lot of them
allowed
like
on this
him.
show. Don't make me kick you, Doomer, for punning.
Look, first of all, Adam, I don't negotiate with terrorists, okay? If I want to say something cringe,
He's gonna do
I'll say
it.
whatever the fuck I want. You can kick me
Okay.
if you want, but I whatever comes in my head's coming out my mouth, okay?
Every time you leave unceremoniously, I always tell people I kicked you anyway. So
Yeah, it's funny.
sooner or
I-
later, you're getting kicked.
I'm not sure chat even knows this. I never say goodbye. I just leave.
No.
They do know it. We call every time you just disappear, we call it out. We're like, oh, Doomer just snuck out without saying anything.
Yeah. He just fully Jimmy Doored us.
True.
Asked them, how much lithium did you want to put me on exactly? It took them 4 days to answer because they were embarrassed about the amount, right? And I refused to take this, right? You understand that if I had taken the medication, I would not be here, and it would have been, he was deeply troubled. We miss him. We love his music, though.
Well, they would have Britney Spears too. I mean, look at
They would have Michael Jackson.
or worse, yeah.
So
Look at what they did. Look at what they did to Britney. When she went in, she was tired, she was exhausted, she was in a bad way. But
Perfect opportunity to sell an Epstein T-shirt, and he fucked
There
it
you
up.
go.
What the fuck?
But what does this even mean? Like, why are they out to get Britney Spears and Michael Jackson, two very non-politically active figures whatsoever?
Yeah, totally.
Well,
Like,
it's also, these are just complete. Like Britney Spears got taken over by her parents.
Right.
Like I think by her father specifically, because she did a bunch of completely insane shit and convinced the judge that she needed to give up her guardianship, which, to be fair, might have been reasonable at the time. It just lasted way too long.
Right.
Like she
Yeah.
was fine for like years and she couldn't get her guardianship back. I think is what happened with Britney Spears.
Well, but I mean, that's why I hate this like conspiratorial nonsense. Like, let's just throw out like 20 things that are completely unrelated. But if we say them all together, it sounds like it means
Yeah, it's
something.
The conspiracy gish gallop. You just say a bunch of shit.
Exactly. Yeah, as you said, Britney Spears' parents or her father, I think specifically, did that because she was like on drugs and all fucked up. And then obviously then they started taking advantage of her, as often happens with child celebrities. And the same thing with Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson had a very abusive childhood, again, because of his own father. And obviously became incredibly fucked up psychologically. Why would there be some government conspiracy to kill Michael Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, with Michael,
Jews
with
are
Michael
out to get
Jackson-
Michael Jackson for some reason.
I mean, with Michael Jackson, you could at least form an argument because he did get investigated a bunch of times for pedophilia. And if you take there actually is a stronger argument that Michael
Yeah,
Jackson
but they're all
isn't a
supposed to be
pedo than
into
most
that,
people
though.
know.
I thought.
Well, I mean, that's like, I'm just saying that
Maybe
they could
he
at least
knew
make an
too
argument
much.
about this. The
Oh,
Britney
of
Spears
course.
thing just makes no fucking sense.
Of
Like,
course. Neither
it has nothing to do with a
no,
deep
that
state
makes
shadow cabal.
Right.
It's like literally her fucking dad.
Isn't Britney Spears giving free pics on her Instagram now?
I don't know.
Free pics of what?
Her naked. Like she needs to start an OnlyFans.
Oh no!
Wait,
Is
really?
that
Hold on,
true?
let me
I hope
check.
not.
Yeah,
you
Googling
check
it
real
now.
quick. Let us
Doomer's
know, Doomer.
immediately there. He's like,
Yes.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, everyone's freaking out because she keeps posting nudes. And I'm like, I mean,
Really? Wow, that's crazy.
Holy shit,
who
she
knew?
did.
Who knew?
Base, dude. Wait,
Who knew
Britney
a giant
Spears has been kept
celebrity
down by the
wants
man for too long.
attention?
Dude, what is she doing? Britney.
She's doing
Britney,
Pilates
Britney.
in the bathtub.
She's gonna start a
Uh,
Britney OnlyFans.
Yeah,
Look,
for sure.
everyone's leaving
All right,
the
I'm
stream
gonna-
right now. They're all
They're all
on
looking.
Britney
They're all checking.
Spears.
All right. Adam, I'll be back in 5 minutes, okay? I'm gonna mute my mic.
Sure. Oh my God, he really did. Doomer, change your name to Coomer.
Coomer politics.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, it writes itself.
10 years of that medication wrecked her brain. You can see it now.
Yeah.
You can see there's not much of her left.
You mentioned and Pasternak was the name.
Yes, Harley Pasternak. That's the text message that
What's up with a guy named Harley? It just doesn't.
Weird name, yeah.
Strikes me as wrong, but
he
Yes.
posted that we were talking about before.
That's the lobotomy
let me-
threat. You know?
Yeah.
Before the show, obviously, I'm getting a bunch of messages from people. People are hitting me up, and they're like, "You shouldn't host them. They're anti-Semitic. They're white supremacists. They're racist." I do find it funny or weird, or whatever, that Nick, they call you a white supremacist. You're here working with or for one of the most powerful black men, one of the wealthiest and most famous. But a lot of people were saying on the right specifically, don't platform them. And I said, well, I want to understand what they're thinking and why they're thinking it. They're they're involved in what may be the biggest news story of the past week, and we have an opportunity to sit down and talk.
Because
with
the
them.
red media controls both sides. It just said it as simple as possible. Jared Kushner was next to Trump. Ron Emanuel was next to Obama.
It's so funny because I felt like Tim is trying to like move past the Jew stuff. That's what it sounded like. He's like he wants to go back to the dinner thing, and then kind of like, no, it's the Jews, Tim.
It's kind of funny. It seems like Tim is trying to be amicable and like lead the conversation in a way that would go better. But Kanye has just passed the fucking black hole events horizon of like Jews, and he's like, no, we're talking about the Jews. I will use your platform to talk about Jews.
well,
We will not-
he just should have asked him a question. He just should have said, "Listen,
Right.
what was the impetus for Trump inviting you to the dinner in the first place?" Boom.
You're correct.
There you go.
The problem is, and again, we're kind of Monday morning quarterback in this. I don't think Tim, he doesn't do his shows like that. He does them like just these roundtable conversations,
No,
which
you
is
gotta
not going
have-
to work for this kind of situation.
No, you need a
And
list
then
of
also-
like 10 questions that you want answered. You need to say in the very
No,
beginning,
you're
go,
right. Yeah, I
listen,
agree.
I have 10 questions here that I really would like to get answers
Yes.
to. So let's just, make this an interview style thing. Let's avoid
Right.
the Epstein t-shirts. Let's,
I agree, but he didn't
Yeah.
do that, and that was his mistake. And then also because as as we said earlier, he's got, in the back of his mind, he's like, I need to make sure that everyone doesn't say that I am, horrible anti-Semitic white supremacist after this conversation.
Right, but that could be one of the questions. And listen,
Right.
if you even do it this way, if you do it my way, and you don't get to that question, you can still say, listen, I said I had 10 questions in the beginning of this. Look here, number 8, why are you a big fat anti-Semite?
Right.
Like, right?
No, he should have set it up differently, but
But it sounds like this all came together because we were talking about the drama with him and Adam Krigler, and he got on his live stream got a text about something that he was super excited about, which sounded like it was this thing coming together.
this all came together last minute probably.
So maybe he didn't have time to put together
Yeah.
the questions, but I would have just 10 questions.
Yep.
Like I want, and I'd be like, the
Even if you
honey
only have an hour,
badger
he has
getting
time.
answers to these questions.
I mean, even if you only have an hour, you have time to do. Like, I would do something. You're talking to fucking Kanye West. Like,
Well, and it's a
he's-
president. Like, listen, it's like a presidential interview. Like he's running for president.
he's also like the center of like discourse right now. Like, this might be the highest profile fucking thing Tim Pool's ever done on this show.
Of course.
I would assume, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
But see,
Since 1940, go ahead.
I was gonna say, isn't that an issue of these individuals? Like you're extrapolating.
I'm not having. I'm going to order with the last of my money that's available in a different account. I'm going to order a PJ before I sit and have another Lex.
What's a PJ?
I don't know. Like,
So it means like an
pajamas?
Uber or something,
A PJ. I don't know what that is.
a private Jeep.
like
private
a
jet.
background check on somebody.
Oh,
I don't
private
know.
jet. Private
A
jet. to
peanut
leave.
butter and jelly sandwich.
I think it's a private jet to leave.
He's gonna have them Uber Eats a peanut butter and jelly sandwich too.
Okay.
I'm going to order with the last of my money that's available in a different account. I'm going to order a PJ before I sit and have another Lex Friedman setup conversation when I'm literally they're trying to put me in jail for my opinion.
But I
I'm
get
not,
that.
I'm not going to have that opinion. I don't care about people. Those are bots that are trying to tell you. We realize, look at Pence. He sold Trump out. You get what I'm saying? It's like, I would have never wanted to do anything that hurt.
What a hilarious idea that Trump sold Pence out.
The Pence sold Trump out, you mean?
Oh yeah, the Pence sold Trump out. Yeah,
Well,
that's
now
fucking
he is a
nuts.
Trump loyalist here, which is interesting. That goes against the idea that it doesn't go against the idea that Milo is trying to destroy Trump, but it does go against Kanye being involved in that plan.
Yeah, definitely. But this is such a pathetic baby talk. Oh, if you don't accept what I'm saying, I'm going to walk out of here because I'm a big deal and I don't have to take this. Oh, it's like, oh, shut the fuck up. Grow some stones. First of all, A, fuck you. B, you're running for president. Okay.
Yeah, big
And C,
B.
you're the one that keeps bringing this fucking shit up in the first place.
Yeah, big B. Yeah, you could have put this stuff to bed a month ago.
Yes, but he's bringing it up. Tim was trying to talk about something different, and then Kanye's like, "But that's because the Jews control everything, Tim." It's like, well, stop saying this if you don't want to talk about it.
Well, look, Sitch, you don't understand that the Jews even control Kanye's own mind. Okay.
Oh, of course.
They're pulling the strings.
All the lithium he used to take, they started to put little microchips inside of it. So
all of this stems back to, Kanye being told he was wrong and him not being able to accept that he actually was wrong.
Yeah, of course.
All of this comes back to that. Like, he's on a mission to prove to the world that he was right about the Jews.
I was right about the Jews.
It's so.
They're gonna arrest me for not paying taxes, which I didn't pay because I'm financially illiterate. But that's somehow the Jews' fault.
It's so bad.
Trump. I'm on Trump's side. Trump said things that hurt me. He lied about me, but I mean, he's known for lying. And when people used to tell me that, he's a liar, it's like, I went into the trenches for Trump. That's another conversation. There was no one in my position that wore that hat. And all of my surroundings exhausted me. It was like death by 1,000 questions. I know I'm jumping to another thing, but what I'm saying is, I know you got a rep for your people online, but it's you got a person in real life that I'm not with it, bro. I lost the money for the freedom of speech, and that's what makes me the only American that we know that really deserves to run the country, because everyone else, your boy DeSantis, Trump, whoever they raise in a petri dish over on the Democrat side is
Brett Weinstein for president. I mean, he got canceled for speech.
Did you
I guess that means he should be president.
Did you get that big head nod out of Fuentes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Going to play the game.
Look,
and,
here's what I was trying to get to. You went right into the anti-Semite thing. I think it's something that should be talked about. But if you start bringing this up, you're going to ask my opinion on it. I'm going to disagree with you.
I didn't ask your opinion on it. You jumped into it.
But
I don't care about your opinion. I like your opinion on how we win an election, but I don't care about anybody's opinion, bro. I lost. They tried to put me in jail. They blocked $2 billion I had. Like what I told Farrakhan, I said, look, is it anti-Semitic for me to say his name out loud? Like I told
minister.
Yeah, the minister. Like I told
Obama met with him too.
Oh, he was. Yeah, I mean the Jewish people allowed Obama to meet with the minister. So
Jesus.
Farrakhan said, "Well, did he have the money?" The contract for the next 4 years, if I hadn't done anything, would have been $500 million a year for 4 years. What I was fighting for was the IP, so my children could, I'm sorry, just sometimes I think about 7 thoughts at one time, because anything I see, I come up with like 7 answers to it and then just choose what it is. But the thing is, when I said my children, the reason why my brain kind of blocked, because it's like God is saying, your children are going to be okay. Baby mama's got money, right? God is using me. He's breaking me down, removing all of the, richest person, all of this, so I can serve him. And the more and more those things are taken.
Remember when Jesus was speaking to the Pharisees and they asked him a hard question, and so he ran out of the room crying and called the cab?
No.
You don't
I don't
remember that
remember
part in the
that.
Bible?
Does Kanye West think that he's an instrument of God, seek to exact vengeance for the death of Jesus?
Yes.
Is that what's going on?
Oh man. I
Kanye
hope
said
not.
that if the Bible was written today, he would be the central character. So he
He
literally
did.
believes.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, he said that. He said that like years ago.
I mean, I'm not even going to fact check that because it does sound like something he would say.
He said that like 10, 15 years ago. He literally is so egomaniacal that he thinks, all this stuff. He said in the when we were watching the conversation where he was on the was it the Drinker show, the Drinker podcast, where he first said all this crazy shit. One of the guys actually kept asking him a tough question where he said, if you're president, what would you do about the situation in Ukraine. and Russia? And Kanye kept like not wanting to answer the question. And he kept dodging. And the guy kept asking it. And then finally Kanye said, well, this is like asking Moses what he's going to do when he's trying to run away with the Jews. When he approached the Red Sea, God provided the answer. If I'm president, God will provide me the answer what to do with Ukraine.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I'm sure all the secular voters are really going to like to hear that.
Yeah, exactly.
So is academic agent on the Kanye train?
Huge Kanye fan.
I don't know. It's a good question.
He wants a Christian theocracy?
Maybe. He
Hates
might be.
the Jews?
I don't know. It's a good question.
For me, the more I can be empty and be a vessel and be able to be used. And right now it's like,
It's not his fault he's stupid. He's trying to be empty. He's going to be an empty vessel for God. Okay.
like you're not going to take if we can't, you're not going to take my pain away, right? The Jewish people say it's the Holocaust, this happened, and you can't say anything about it. We can't take their pain away. No one's going to denounce the fact that they tried to lock me up. That's what, because every time I'm just holding stride, and it's like.
So I wonder, is this like a narcissist thing where you have a really strong feeling and then like you just won't fucking let it go, even though like, because that seems to be the same thing that Max is doing right now. Like he got pissed off literally about getting banned from his subreddit, and now he's on this fucking crusade, and like everyone, including his own fans, are like, bruh, and he's like, I'm an abuse victim. Like,
Geez, Doomer really coming out as
like
the secret Mr. Girl fan here.
Yeah,
it seems like the same thing. Well, I'm just saying it's like it's a connection that I hadn't thought about. Like, is this just like a narcissistic thing?
Definitely.
Like to think this way, like my emotion, like you can't discount my emotions. Like, like there's nothing you can
Kanye's
say.
lived experience. I mean, come on.
Well, Kanye's a complete narcissist, egomaniac who's been surrounded for decades of people telling him everything he does is genius.
Right.
And so now he's said something publicly that's probably got him the most backlash he's ever gotten his entire life.
Yeah.
And,
definitely.
Maybe he just can't emotionally deal with that.
Yeah. You can't come to the realization that, there are a lot of people in the world that don't like him.
Yeah, he just can't take an L. Has Kanye ever admitted fault for something?
That's a good question. I don't know.
That is a good question.
Did he ever apologize to Taylor Swift?
I don't think so. Let me Google that.
You can hit it up.
Thought I was more Malcolm X, but I find out I'm more MLK because as I'm getting hosed down every day by the press and financially, I'm just standing there. And when I found out that they tried to put me in jail.
To answer the question, Taylor Swift says that Kanye did call her and did apologize. So
yeah,
there you go.
Sure.
That's nice.
It was like a dog was biting my arm, and I almost shed a tear, almost, but I still walked in stride through it. Yeah,
I think they've been extremely unfair to you. Who
was they though? We can't say who they is,
corporate
can we?
press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them though, isn't it? I mean, because because when you think about it,
Michael Cera steps up.
I was like Nick is. I bet Nick's so mad. He's like, he finally gets to talk in the conversation. He finally gets to add his 2 cents about how really they is the Jews, and then Kanye immediately walks out. So this is why. But then again, this is why I think the whole Kanye leaving looks doubly shitty. Is because it's not like Tim isn't grilling him, and then Kanye's like, I don't have to stand for this, and leaves. Tim's trying to like change the subject. And then Kanye is like, you need to confirm my worldview. And if you don't, I'm leaving.
Yeah, Tim's just not towing the line.
Yes.
He's not even pressing him. He's been trying to. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so funny.
This is like an initiation.
It's really pathetic. It's so pathetic.
Yeah.
My arm, and I almost shed a tear, almost, but I still walked in stride through it. Yeah.
I think they've been extremely unfair to you. I think.
Who was they though? We can't say who they is,
corporate
can we?
press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking
It is
about
them, though, isn't it? I mean, because because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Are you referring to the press?
Jesus
He's gone.
walks.
I'll say it right now. You guys want to bring that stuff up, and then
Have
think
the
we're not going to
discussion.
have a conversation.
So if you're only listening, Kanye just left the room because Tim would not affirm that it's the they them controlling the media is the Jews.
Yep.
Have the discussion.
Like you think Ye's going to come in here and say, "Here's my pain, here's my suffering." I'm going to say, "I hear you," and then he's going to say, "And it was Jewish people," and I'm going to be like, "Okay, but don't you consider?" It's like, I'm not going to do this. I
gotta
refuse.
Go, make sure he's cool.
All right, go for it. Luke and I will have a conversation.
And now Milo is walking out to see what's going on. And Nick Fuentes is sitting there going, well, can I talk more about what I was saying?
Can I talk more about the Jews, please? Damn it, I have to leave too. No.
So I can't say I'm surprised. What do I even do? Other than ask him, please elaborate on this. Are you referring to individuals, or are you quite literally blaming an entire group of people for the fact that powerful individuals are causing you harm?
I really wanted to ask Nick about his thoughts about MLK, because I know they contradict his comments about that. But again, these are mass
Ask him. He's still there. Look, what are you doing?
No, he left probably.
generalizations.
Oh, did he? I don't know. I didn't. I
I'm
guess I didn't
assuming.
see him walk out.
He would have asked him if he was there. He wouldn't refer to him in third person.
He didn't just walk
That don't
past.
really help anyone in my perspective. They just kind of sound like their opposition. They sound what they're kind of going against, the woke mob that's always saying white men are responsible for everything. When I see people just use generalizations, it kind of cheapens the conversations. It cheapens a dialogue that we could have here that I was planning to talk to Ye about, specifically bringing up like, hey, let's actually talk about this in a real concise way. Let's not get emotional. Let's not walk out.
So do you want to move on to the...
Well,
The
do you want to
response,
see a
or-
little bit more of the aftermath? Or
I
not?
mean, we can.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Here,
let
let's
me
actually
tell
control
all you
ourselves.
guys outright. I said, this is going to be a big issue. Before the show, obviously, people are going to bring up the questions of anti-Semitism. Why don't we talk about the news? I want to hear what happened with this meeting. I want to understand what Ye 24 is. And then we can do a longer conversation about any of that stuff. And Ye literally in the first 5 minutes says, no, I want to talk about a group of people and point to them. Whatever, man. This, you want to know why? Look, you're not going to sit here.
He is struggling right here. He's like, oh, man.
Well, he's pissed off.
Why?
He's pissed off.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Tim did push him in that direction with starting with the news article, but at the same time, after he brought up the article, Kanye just wouldn't drop it. He just stuck on the topic basically repeatedly. So
Yeah, live and learn. Live and learn.
Mm-hmm. Well, and actually, if this had gone the way Tim wanted to, it actually would have been awful for Tim, because if he would have just had the public interview with Kanye be an hour, and they don't address any of the anti-Semitic stuff,
Oh, it'd be terrible for Tim. Yeah.
and then that was only talked about in the the paid site version, everyone would have just shit all over Tim as just, I can't believe you softballed Kanye. So
Played
Tim's
patty
actually
cake
lucky
with
that
the
Kanye
racist.
acted this way.
And you're going to walk out of the room, you're free to do so, man. But literally, I said a couple sentences about, I don't think that's fair. Did I insult the man? He seriously can't handle? He can't handle it?
He also left during the Pierce Morgan interview he did, but he came back. So we should.
So don't talk bad. Maybe we can maybe we could put some candy out, some warm cocoa. We could put a little blankie on the chair. Maybe he can come back. He can wrap himself up. He can take a little sip. Maybe
Right.
he'll be okay. You listen, Kanye.
What do you-
Listen? Come back into this room, okay? Come back. We put some little treats on the chair.
Yeah, what's a
We
treat
won't
for
talk
an
about.
anti-Semite,
listen,
though? I mean,
Ka-
what do you
Kanye,
put out?
We put some
Crackers?
we put some communion wafers on the chair for you. Okay. Don't worry, we're gonna kick all the Jews out of the room if there were any in here. I'm gonna do some blood tests, make sure everyone's clean,
But
and
Milo,
we won't
what
talk about
Milo?
the Jews anymore. Okay, we won't I promise we won't talk about the Jews. If you come back in the room, Kanye, okay? Come back, Kanye.
I'm surprised there's some Kanye stands in chat. It's pretty
I'm
funny.
not, of course. There's always gonna be Kanye stands everywhere.
Leave the Kanye
True.
stands alone.
But,
Come on. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
It's
Except for you, Doomer.
Yeah, except for me.
Mr. Guesser one for $20 says, "Can I take back what I said about Ye seeming smart? There's some deep delusion here. I think maybe he has some smart things he has plucked from other people, but there doesn't really seem to be much substance." Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. He's not even intelligent in the way that he talks about his anti-Semitism. Okay. He can't even like form a coherent thought in a way that makes sense.
Well, and he doesn't really. It is a problem of people who are surrounded by yes men because you
Yes.
don't get feedback. As in, you say something outlandish and somebody says, this is how that made me feel when you said that. So you don't understand and modify your behavior. So he says
Right.
all these completely crazy things that are obviously going to be bad for him in a presidential race, which he honestly seems focused on. Like he does want to run for president. But he really doesn't have the tool set you need to engage in that goal.
How do you feel about voting for Kanye now, Adam?
Me? Oh, it's awful, obviously. It's the worst mistake it's one of the worst mistakes I've ever made politically in my
There
life.
you go.
Yeah.
You used to use that as your excuse, and now
Yeah, Kanye's. I mean,
No,
I basically voted for Black Hitler. I mean,
Mhm.
that's
Well,
like,
I mean, Kanye was only a meme vote. I mean, you voted for him because you knew he wasn't going to get
yeah,
elected.
Doomer, how
so.
dare you? I don't see anyone in chat that's on Kanye's side. How dare you slander chat?
well, yeah.
Isn't that like my thing?
Ugh.
But I
Liar.
still, when I voted for Kanye, I thought this guy will never get me in any trouble. Like this, this is a safe vote, right?
Mm.
And it was totally wrong, but
He's a very stable and rational person. Yeah.
Right.
yeah, no, it's weird that he is running for president, and he does seem to really want to know how you do it. But I think if like Karl Rove, if he had a 2-hour meeting with Karl Rove, somehow I think he'd be arguing against everything Karl Rove was saying.
Oh yeah, of course.
Instead of just going, oh, it's time for me to sit down and learn from the fucking master, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the problem of Kanye West. He's like, I'd rather hear from this guy who's never, won a political campaign or even run a political campaign in his entire life, as long as he's going to tell me I'm right and, always saying intelligent things and blowing smoke up my ass all day long. I'd rather have him be my campaign manager than someone who can actually get me elected because I don't want to hurt my fifis.
Well, he's had like a narcissistic supply for, going on 2 decades now. So he probably has a very hard time even conceiving of the idea that he could be wrong. So it's like, why, if that's true, why would he listen to anybody else, right?
Yeah.
To be able to have this conversation. What's up, Chris?
He wants his phone.
Oh, yeah.
Look, man,
Don't give it to
I
him.
wanted to talk to these guys about why they're meeting with
Here,
Trump.
Chris.
I want to know what happened with the dinner because we hear
Yeah.
a lot of rumors about it.
I want to hear about their
And that's
2024 platform, which they were promising, which they were talking about, like they're going to be officially.
Let me explain to
running.
everybody that unfortunate they walked out.
Oh my God. What if the ticket is Kanye Nick Fuentes? Can you
That would be
imagine?
pretty amazing.
Oh my God. That would be incredible.
What's funny is I used to say that like Oprah Kanye would be like an unbeatable ticket
Mhm.
for the Democrats.
Oh,
but,
you were
I mean,
wrong too then. You completely missed. That's as bad as it's worse than voting for him. Come on.
Yeah.
I still think I had a point. People are fucking dumb.
Well, no, I never thought he had a chance of winning or even coming close to winning. You actually thought he would win.
No, I thought
with
that he would
Oprah
win if he ran
Winfrey.
with Oprah.
Don't try to
yeah.
walk this back. Your
I didn't
take
walk-
is
I
like
didn't walk
way
back. Why do you
more dumb
always
than
say
my take.
You always act like I walk back my opinions. I fucking double down on everything I say, dog.
Your take that take is like a million times dumber than me voting for
Dude, fucking Trump got elected.
Kanye.
I think Oprah could win if she ran for president. Back when she was like the height of her popularity.
See, this is the thing you don't know until.
Of course.
I mean, maybe you don't know until they step out into the spotlight and start taking some slings and arrows. Maybe she's a complete narcissist and can't handle even remote criticism against her.
I think everyone who's very famous is probably becomes a complete narcissist. It's very difficult probably not to be at that level of fame.
I would like to think.
Sitch is just justifying himself.
True. Wait. Yes.
Sitch and I both have. I mean, we can take criticism for people, and I like to think we would not surround ourselves with yes men just for the sheer utility of having good information.
But we don't do it now, so
yeah. Look, you can't call yourself smart if you aren't even smart enough to realize, people are going to blow smoke up your ass, and you need to. If you want to succeed in business or life or anything, you need to have some kind of realistic picture of the world around you. And Kanye doesn't have that at all, and admits he doesn't have it at all, which is just a bad look if you're running for president. Yeah.
True.
Absolutely.
Not good.
Fine. Maybe they'll come back, whatever. This is the biggest challenge with dealing with identitarianism. I do not believe that the predeterminate factor in someone's worth, value, or agenda is based on immutable characteristics. Kanye is a black man. He does not represent all black people. There are Jewish individuals who work in banks. Dave Chappelle made the joke about Jewish people in Hollywood. And he said, but it doesn't mean anything. You got a lot of black people in Ferguson, doesn't mean they run the place. The point is, I'm all about individualism, meritocracy, personal responsibility. That means an individual of any background can be capable of anything. More importantly, we have employees here who are Jewish, who spend time in Israel, and would probably agree with a lot of issues that they would talk about, especially as it pertains to America first, bringing jobs back here and securing our borders. But then it's just like every step.
Sitch, are you really listening to this? I mean, I'm completely tuned out. Like as soon as, like what?
Okay.
Is that funny?
Not very interesting. It's funny that he's like, we have Jews here. Like,
you shouldn't. Yeah, good thing you didn't tell Kanye that before he came over. You just scared him off.
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't upset. Maybe he got a text like, "There's Jews in the building right now."
I mean, I don't.
Kanye, do you see the Jews in the room with us right now?
That would have been hilarious.
JCS psychology.
That would have been hilarious.
Okay, we don't have to watch the rest. The rest of it is just, I didn't watch the whole part of it. I watched about like 30 minutes after this, continuing. It's just Tim being very angry, which is understandable. It's like, I was very angry when Jimmy Dore ran out like a bitch too. So
you were, oh God, Sitch just, he exploded. It was so good.
Of course. But so I understand exactly how Tim's feeling.
Oh God.
I can sympathize with Jimmy Dore. I can understand the feeling of just want to leave a conversation with Sitch.
Well,
because you do, bitch. You just cowered out. You just leave without saying anything because you a wimp.
I just slink out. I'm a weasel.
Slink out like a little stoat.
Sitch is going to prove you wrong. A lot of people sense that coming. A lot of people sense that coming from a mile away. And why would you want to stick around when Sitch is like, as soon as Sitch said, yeah, let's bring up the transcript, I was like, it's fucking over. It's over. It's over. Look, when you talk about bringing up the transcript and someone's like, yeah, that's a great idea. You're like, this is over. You're like, I'm done. I'm done. I was bluffing on the transcript. Let's not bring up the transcript.
Of course.
Okay. Adam, you sabotaged it. It's your own fault.
I didn't.
There you go.
Fuck you, Doomer. I was a perfect angel.
I should have bowed down and been like, oh, yes, everything you're saying about America being bad is so correct. Oh, you're so wise. America is bad. I should listen to a bunch of communists as they tell me a bunch of bullshit about my own country and simp for China. Yeah. Oh, yes, sir.
You could have pulled a Columbo. You could have been like, I think maybe I did get that wrong. Let's bring the transcripts.
You're right. I should have said. You're right. I should have been you could be correct.
Let's double check. Let's double check my work here. I think I might. So I can admit
that I was wrong.
Yeah,
yes. You're right. Well, listen, I didn't. I've seen Jimmy Dore's show. I didn't think that he would be such a fragile snowflake. I didn't know what I was dealing with. Obviously, now if I could go back in time, I would.
Oh, look at you.
I would. I'd be like, oh, he's gonna wilt the second. The second that he's moved in front of a window with too strong a light, he's going to wilt. If I had known that, I would have acted a little bit differently, obviously. And just as I assume Tim in this conversation would have acted differently if he knew Kanye would just flake out so pathetically.
Of course, yeah.
So, we don't know. We don't know.
I think Jimmy Dore's great and very funny, and I would like to get him back on the show sometime. So Sitch is just talking a lot of shit here, but Jimmy, I want you to know I don't look. You're welcome. Sitch is
so lame. This is so lame, Adam. Oh my
Sitch
God.
is such a he's a ball buster. Okay, you got to learn to live with it. Okay.
Oh my God. Don't be lame. Christian Baller, thanks so much for being a Discipline Equals Freedom for 8 months, says Tim Pool has 7 letters. You know what else has 7 letters in it? Judaism. Open your eyes, you fools. P.S. Sitch, try jiu-jitsu already. Oh, see, you're trying to get me involved with the Jewish martial arts, obviously.
So Tim is basically simping for the Jews now. Is that what's going on?
Because it has the same number of letters. Yep. But Tim has the exact same feeling I do, because he's like, I'm not going to talk back. I'm not going to have Kanye back on. He kind of vacillates back and forth. Because, I don't know. Why would you? When someone acts like a little bitch in a conversation to this degree, it's so lame. So lame.
Look, right now he is going over in his head all of the different things he could have done to make this more productive. So
sure, and there definitely were things he could have done differently. As we talked about.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, he does feel some responsibility, and as he should. So if he got a second chance, if there was a part 2 in the future, I'm sure he'd take it.
I don't know, but again, I think he lucked out. If it gone the way he planned for it to gone, I think Tim would have gotten so much flack for just punting on the Kanye interview.
Yeah, he couldn't
Just
Dave
throwing out
Rubin it,
softballs.
obviously.
Yeah,
He should have called Dave Rubin and said, Dave, I got an assignment for you.
Yeah. No, you should, again, the way to handle it would be just go in neutral interviewer mode, not do this round table thing that he normally does, and just keep asking Kanye questions. You don't actually respond to his answers. You just ask him different questions.
Yeah.
Let him say all the crazy shit he wants to say. And then when you're done with that, then you start to say, well, should we really be saying this, Kanye?
It is weird because we do live in this environment now where that's not necessarily considered an acceptable form of journalism. Like if the journalist doesn't step up and push back, people feel like you've shared your platform with a racist and now everyone's going to buy what this racist says. It used to be that the journalist was just, I'm here to expose this, let this person expose themselves, basically. Right. And I'm just going to ask questions and you're going to see what a crazy, insane person this is.
I think it depends on who's doing the interviewer, because those interviews still exist if they're being interviewed by like a journalist who's not a celebrity, like a TV celebrity pundit type.
They're asking hard-hitting questions.
Right. The thing is that a lot of journalists, quote unquote journalists, nowadays are like TV pundits too, who don't just ask questions, but they give, they go on long rants. They have their show where they're the personality of the show. They give their opinion all the time. So it's weird to like switch that hat and confusing to people. So like if Tim did that, it would be at first confusing to people. So they'd be like, what is he doing? He's not acting like Tim Pool. He's just sitting there asking, questions and not really like, because we see Tucker does do that. And I think Tucker does it in a bad way though, and he did this in the Kanye interview. He just sat there and just kept asking Kanye questions. And he didn't really engage with anything Kanye was saying. But then the thing that Tucker did that I thought was dishonest was he was, as we showed in our show, he cut out incendiary things Kanye said, which is a little suspicious, but I don't know why you do that. But
I mean, obviously.
Tucker, you're right. I forgot about that. Tucker did cut out crazy shit
that Kanye said, yeah. And so, but that's how Tucker handled the interview. He just sat there and asked questions. And I'm trying to remember who else. He's done it with other people that say crazy shit. He'll just sit there and ask questions, and he won't really engage. And so, maybe that would have been better for Tim to do.
Well, if I was Tim, I would try to set up some just interview type things with people that like nothing about, so you don't have to get the blame for not giving them some sort of hard hitting interview, and maybe just do a few interviews like that. Because you're right. People would be like, what's happening? This is strange. I've never seen this before. So the time to do it is not when you've got like the biggest celebrity
Well,
you've ever gotten.
I think if he obviously, again, if he had future sight, he could have planned it that way.
Sure, of course.
And it would have worked out okay as long as he got to talking about the Jewish stuff at some point in the conversation.
Sure, yeah.
Which would hopefully, if you're the interviewer, you'd be like, okay, you're gonna say that for the end because
of
Kanye
course.
might walk off.
Yeah.
And be a little baby about it. But it's funny to me because all the people who are very obviously the Kanye simps or the people who just believe in the Jewish conspiracy stuff, who they whine and they cry that Tim should just let Kanye speak and go on and on and on and on, and how dare Tim be so egotistical and all this like literal nonsense that they talk about. We all know that those people are 100% lying, because if Tim was talking to some super woke leftist type who was just talking about how white people are all racist, and white people are all suck, and blah, 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 blah. And if Tim just sat there and let them just go on and on and on and on, didn't push back, they'd all be losing their minds. They'd be saying, why isn't Tim pushing back? Why is Tim just rolling over for this fucking person? Tim's been sold out and bought by the deep state, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you're exactly
and so it's like,
right.
Everyone, you can't win everyone, because everyone's just going to complain when, their side isn't, getting the treatment they want.
Yeah, that's a weird situation to be in, because the people that his audience would want him to interview would only want softball questions.
Sure, exactly.
And the people that they would want him to do hardball questions on, like an Anna Kasparian or a Cenk Uygur,
right?
Neither one of them are ever going to go on his show because they know they're going to get hardball questions.
Right.
And they're just not interested. Yeah.
Well, I don't think, I would hope, I don't think the majority of Tim's audience is like anti-Semitic. So I don't think Tim's normal fans were all pro Kanye in this conversation. So
no,
I know a lot of people, a lot of the serfs and a lot of leftists were like, oh, a lot of people Tim's chat were saying L Timcast, which is true. I did see that because I was watching it live. But it's like, okay, doesn't mean that they're Tim fans. If Nick's going to be on anything, the Groypers are all going to follow and flip the chat. So
yeah, that's fun for anyone to do. So.
Right. Solodoge for $2 says the real Solodoge, whose name is the real JQ is the friends we made, says, I learned that the JQ is CRT for white supremacists. True. That's incredibly true. Bishop Cruz for $5 says, Milo is a snake. If you have time to look at the Tim Pool episode a couple weeks ago, he was on the Trump train just before he announced. Yeah, we might watch the first... We'll watch 10 or 20 minutes of the Milo conversation. There's an interesting part of it. It doesn't really pertain to anything that happens with this Kanye stuff, but it's kind of interesting. It's Milo's take on the lack of the red wave. And though Milo does drop an anti-Semitic hint where he says that, the Daily Wire has their allegiances to Israel before America or something to that effect. So.
Tim did publish a video this morning saying that he thinks maybe this is Milo's revenge and that Kanye walking out was planned. And
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can plan something together with Kanye. I don't think that's a thing. I could be wrong. Obviously, they had a date and a time to be at Mar-a-Lago, right?
Well, I could buy that the Milo revenge part, that he's trying to sabotage Trump, that he's trying to sabotage the Republican Party. I could buy that, but I don't buy that he and Kanye plan to walk out. Because how does that? Because as you said, one, how would you? I don't know if you can plan anything with Kanye on that.
Yeah.
regard. And two, if this was planned, then Kanye is literally dumber than dirt. Because him walking out doesn't make him look good. Why would Kanye agree to this before? Why would he pre-plan? Oh, I'm going to walk out like a bitch. Why would anyone agree to that?
Yeah.
It doesn't how would he convince Kanye to it's going to look really strong when you run away from Tim Pool, not agreeing with your worldview.
Well, I mean, that's obviously not how he would frame it.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know how else you're gonna.
He
like,
would
it's just
look. This is a complete Chad move. He's gonna look like a beta bitch when you show him who's boss. That's how he's gonna pitch it.
well that yeah. But if Kanye fell for that, then that means Kanye is literally even dumber than I thought, and I thought he was already really dumb.
Rewind the video like an hour back, and you'll hear exactly how dumb we all think Kanye is. I really do think Kanye is just, people have been working him like a marionette for years.
Yeah.
It's just, maybe he is a musical genius and whatever, but I don't know.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, thank you so much, for $50. Says, I really wish the artist formerly known as Kanye was asked about his gay fish phase. Such a missed opportunity.
He has some gay fish.
See, that would have been the Chad move, is as Kanye's walking out, someone from Tim Pool's staff walks up with like a tray full of fish sticks. And they say, Kanye, would you like some fish sticks on your way out?
What is this fish stick joke? I don't know. People were talking about fish sticks.
You don't know about that?
It was a
South
South
Park
Park episode.
Okay.
Where it's a whole thing about Cartman being a narcissist and writing his joke with Jimmy about fish sticks, and like a pun about how fish sticks sounds like fish dicks. And then there's this whole thing where I forget exactly how it happens, but Kanye somehow gets involved with this. And then so people keep calling Kanye a gay fish. And he's like, I'm not a gay fish. But then at the end of it, he says he is a gay fish, and he like swims underwater and makes out with a fish. And
in the South Park episode.
In the South Park episode, not in real life.
Kanye hasn't actually swum underwater and sucked a fish stick.
Not
Allegedly.
that I'm aware of.
Okay,
Allegedly.
good.
But
We'll see what happens. That's
I sent you
pretty
a-
hilarious.
it is. So there you go. I sent you a DM too, by the way.
Okay.
Bishop Cruz for $5 says, on a recent Roosh V interview, Milo said his mom lied to him about being Jewish. Really? What? That's so weird. So Milo's saying that his mom, who claimed she was Jewish but was lying. That sounds like a lie. Does that not sound like a lie? Would anyone believe that?
If Milo is not remotely Jewish and was lying, I would not. Of course, it just makes sense. I don't believe anything Milo says. Yeah,
that was exactly what I was about to say. I just don't believe anything that he says. So
and never have.
he can say whatever he wants. I don't really
the story that he got canceled over, I don't even believe that story, to be honest with you. Which is, how ironic is that? He got fucking canceled over a lie. What a dumbass.
Well, no, wait. Milo didn't get canceled over a lie. What are you talking about?
Well, he supposedly got molested by some priest, right?
He got canceled, because he sort of implied that
that it was consensual and that he was
consensual,
into it.
and he wouldn't name names or whatever.
Right, exactly. The gay priest is still out there raping boys to this day, and he won't even name the guy. But he can't put together that people are gonna think that and be upset. And then he tried to say, "Oh no, the priest is dead," and then everyone's like, "Well, okay, well then what's the problem? Name him. Fucking who is it?" Like, if he's dead, I don't want to, embarrass his family. Yeah, because you're a lying fucking piece of shit. That's why. Like, come on. Who buys this story? This is a ridiculous story. Obviously, he's fucking lying.
Why do you think he's lying about being molested?
Because if he had the opportunity to, point the finger and be the victim, and like this was backed up with some sort of evidence, you don't think Milo would throw somebody under the bus so he could be like a big hero? Look, I'm the pedophile slayer now. It makes
maybe not.
no
I don't
sense.
know.
It makes no sense.
I don't think he's lying. That's a weird thing to lie about. Because he wasn't saying like, I was molested, woe is me. He was kind of like, oh, it was a good thing. I was totally on board with it. Like, why would you
name the dude?
Why the fuck? Why would he? But why would you lie about
Name
that? That
the
only hurts
dude.
you, especially if you're trying to appeal to people on the right.
You
that
know
makes
what?
no sense.
You know what hurts you? Appealing to people on the right, protecting a fucking pedophile.
Yeah, but why would he? But you have to come up with a motivation of that story that makes sense if he's lying about it.
Yeah, it's a lie. He can't name the person because it never happened.
Okay, whatever. I don't
Look,
know.
that is the simplest solution. Is it
maybe
not?
Maybe he won't name the person because he likes the guy.
Maybe
the guy's still alive.
Maybe he won't name the person because There is no person.
No, I completely disagree with you.
Okay, well,
Hello, Aiden.
we will disagree.
So I'm a little bit behind because I was playing Dungeons and Dragons right until like 10 minutes ago.
Oh,
That's
so
okay.
What?
I assume
Dungeons
you
and
saw this
Dragons.
whole
yeah.
controversy last night.
I saw the entire thing.
Yes.
Oh my God. It was yeah, watched it live. Because I'm behind, I don't know what your guys' position is on it. Do you think that
Position.
Kanye? No,
Oh man,
You're probably
no. I'm wondering, like,
we're
because
supposed to have
my
positions?
position, I guess, is that
Yes.
if there is one, is that now you fucked me up, dude. Okay, I don't think Kanye West is. I think he's being led by a bunch of charlatans.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But
Who
would
are-
they
who are-
lie about being molested as children?
Do you? I don't even want to talk about that. That's okay. Well, forget Milo being molested. Let's
Right.
talk about the kind.
Well,
Yes,
she said
yes,
charlatan,
okay.
so she technically brought it up. But
Okay.
go ahead. Would Milo tell the truth about anything?
No.
Okay. Yeah, we're on the same page.
Would Milo tell the truth about anything? No. And he's not the worst part. It's Nick Fuentes who is truly the worst part. Nick, So I believe that Candace Owens is the one who got Kanye hooked up with Yiannopoulos, and Yiannopoulos then hooks Kanye up with Fuentes. I believe that is the chain of connections that we have here. Yes?
Sitch, what happened? Where'd you go? Sitch ran away.
No. So okay, I forgot. Adam wasn't paying attention. No.
No, I'm
Kanye
paying
said-
attention.
No. Kanye said that in this, he said that some Alex Jones producer hooked him up with Milo.
Oh, okay.
And then he
I
says
thought
Milo.
it was-
Yeah, but then he says Milo hooked him up with Nick.
Yes,
for that person.
definitely we know that Milo hooks him up with Nick.
Right.
But I thought that maybe it was Candace who hooked him up with Yiannopoulos. So I was wrong about that. But because I can tell that Candace is very upset about this on Twitter from the things I've seen her say, because talking about how much you hate the Jews constantly is kind of a like, what are you doing? Bruh. The thing with I don't know. I was in Tim's house last week. So what do you want me to say about Tim's house? I guess like.
Well, tell us what it's like. Is it nice? Did he try to have sex with you on his bed, or? Come on, there's some major drama
Did
going on.
anything untoward happen? Yes.
Yeah.
Not in the least. I walked
That's
in.
good.
I had a bag with me because I wasn't sure at first if I was supposed to stay the night there. So I brought an overnight bag with me. I brought an overnight bag because really, like, I talked to Cassandra Fairbanks to get the stuff worked out. I did sign an NDA, but I think I'm allowed to talk about all of this.
Mhm.
This part's like normal. So I brought like,
What's
my,
an NDA? You didn't read it?
I did read it.
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
Wait, you had to
No,
sign
no,
an
no, no,
NDA
no.
to
It's like
be on Tim's
if
show?
you happen to give Tim Pool a foot massage, you are
I did
not
not. No.
permitted to
It's not
talk
stuff like
about
that.
this.
It's not that kind of stuff. I read the NDA. But like I'm saying, like it was not. This kind of stuff was not involved in it.
Right.
So I brought an overnight bag just in case
Okay.
I was supposed to stay there for the night. I didn't know because they got a bunch of extra bedrooms and stuff. So it's like I didn't know. And his one of his employees, a driver of his, who was a really cool guy, drove me back that night to Baltimore, which is where I was staying with my mom. It was very cool. I brought the overnight bag. Also, I had like some local whiskeys and wine that I had gotten from West Virginia for my dad in the area my dad lives in. So I brought that stuff. And Tim was down there playing pool and listening to my favorite band, or one of my favorite bands, Metric, which I was like, later I was like, oh, Tim, do you like Metric? He's like, they're my favorite band. I'm like, oh shit, Tim, they were
Wow.
my favorite. They were my favorite band. But whatever.
Mhm.
It's a totally normal fucking situation. It's what it is. You just go upstairs, like up to where they have the room that you can see. And there's a couple of things that people keep asking about the room, right? Like Kanye walking behind Tim. He would have had to have walked behind Tim to get out of the room. Like
That's
just the way
only
that
out. Yeah.
it's the only way out. Like I saw people like theorizing and doing weird shit on the internet, but like, why was Kanye walking behind him? Because you would have to walk behind him from where he sits.
Is there
To get
another
out
way
of the
out
room.
for like? Because
No.
we didn't see Nick walk out.
Yeah, but they had the camera on Luke. He
There's-
could have
okay,
walked
well,
out behind
okay.
Tim.
It's a table,
Right.
and if you walk around on the left-hand side, if you walk around on the left-hand side, you can walk out of room without walking behind Tim. But if you're walking from the
Okay.
right hand side, you'd have to walk
Gotcha.
behind Tim.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Why
makes
has
sense.
Tim designed the room this way, though? That's what people.
Well,
really
he doesn't
wanna
expect
know.
people to walk out in the middle of interviews.
Yeah,
It's not
exactly.
With
Like,
only
kick it
one
together.
exit.
And actually, when I saw that happen, I thought because right behind it, it's difficult to explain, I guess, because you have to try to explicate the way the room works. But on the left hand side, there is a bar also with a bunch of liquor and stuff. And so when Kanye first got up, I thought maybe he was just going to the bar to go get a drink or something. And then, of course, no, he walked behind Tim, and that's how you know he was leaving the room. So,
I looked up Candace's Twitter. This is kind of interesting. So on November 25th, she put out a very long tweet thread where she said that, she only talked to Milo twice in her life, that she did not contact Milo and Ye or Nick, that was all not related to her. And then she says, the idea that I have somehow connected Ye with Milo and Nick to take down Trump is part and parcel of a drug-induced paranoid narrative.
I don't know
drugs
about
are not
that.
to blame, then it is utter psychopathy. I have not ever taken any money from Ye. It's despicable to me on so many levels that people would ever suggest this. Ye is my friend. I will continue to be his friend. I do believe he is a genius.
Yeah.
So that's what she says on the 25th. But then what she said on the 28th, and what she retweeted today, was she said, I publicly asked Kim Kardashian to condemn Balenciaga for their pedophilic.
Balenciaga, yeah. Have you seen their
Balenciaga.
stuff, Sitch?
Yes.
It's
It's really
really
creepy.
weird. Let's put it that way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought she was throwing Kanye under the bus too. She's only attacking Kim here. Okay, never mind. So she's just attacking Kim for not condemning it. So I guess she's still friends with Kanye. So there you go.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I haven't heard her condemn Kanye. Some of the things that I think are really weird. Well, I mean, I don't know where to even start. Like, everything about this is weird and fucking creepy. I have no idea how to even
Do you
break
think
into
that
this
Milo
concept.
is intentionally trying to
Yes.
sabotage Trump? With
Yeah. Before you ask the question, yes.
Yes.
Milo said so himself. He said so by his
years
own words.
ago, right? Yeah.
Yes. He said that the Republican Party and Donald Trump destroyed his life, and that his new goal was to destroy them.
Right.
So what am I supposed to think?
I mean, people can change. That was 4 years ago, right?
That is true, but I haven't seen any indicators of that. And when now he's doing this weird stuff with Nick Fuentes,
Yeah.
who is, I mean, like, you could maybe debate if he's a white nationalist. He is by his own definition a white nationalist. So,
Yep.
and he's hooking up with Kanye, and all I can understand from this is that both Milo Yiannopoulos, from his own verbiage, and Fuentes want to destroy America. They literally want to destroy it so that they can have their accelerationist nightmare state, where then they get to put themselves in charge in a fascistic, totalitarian, catho-fascistic new world order, right? I don't think that's gonna work out, homie.
No.
And also, if you got your Catholic your catho-fascistic new world order that you want, wouldn't you and Milo being homosexuals and Nick Fuentes is a homosexual be like the first on the chopping block? Just saying.
Well, that's why Milo's straight now. What are you talking about?
Nick Fuentes, the cum detective, is also straight, allegedly. But okay.
He was hanging out with a catboy, because they agreed on ideas. Right?
Obviously. Yeah, there's no homosexual activity going on there at all. That's why he was searching around for cum.
Exactly. I mean, you're not untrue. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's gonna go that way, and I think I do agree. It does seem to me that I do think Milo is attempting to do. I think he is trying to hurt Trump.
Yes.
That's obviously what's going on.
Yes.
I would assume he's obviously trying to hurt Kanye by hooking him up with Nick, or he thinks he can use Kanye as a conduit to hurt the Republican Party as a whole, and so he's going to attach Nick to him, I guess. But so yeah, I don't think Milo is acting in good faith whatsoever here. Do you think Tim should have handled this differently?
I'm not sure how better he could have handled it. I think he did the best he possibly could with the situation that he was handed.
Right.
What's he supposed to do in that situation?
Supposed to say, yes, Kanye, you're so right. The Jews
The
control everything.
Jews. Well, that's the thing that's so crazy about it, right? Is that like Kanye started the anti-Semitic conversation. He began it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tim brought up the article, which I agree was a mistake, but Kanye was like a dog with a bone. He wouldn't let it go.
Yeah.
Tim, it seemed to me that Tim was trying to move the conversation in a different direction. And Kanye literally kept bringing it back to the Jews.
Yes, he did, which he's been doing for months now.
Yes.
Anytime that anyone brings Kanye onto any kind of conversation, he wants to talk about the Jews.
Yeah. So.
And it's really fucking weird at this point. It's really fucking weird that he constantly wants to talk about the Jews. And so, yeah, I think that there was nothing that Tim could have done to probably, I don't know what he could have done better. I really don't know what he could have done better.
I think it's what Adam said earlier. He said that's like, since Kanye's so narcissistic, he can't deal with the fact that he said something and people are all telling him is wrong. And maybe that's why he just like obsessively fixates on it. He has to keep bringing up the Jew stuff. He just can't move past it. And I mean, I wish this conversation had gone along because I'm actually very curious. Like if Tim could have asked, like,
I would love to. Yeah. Same.
Did Trump ask you about like the Jew stuff? Did you talk about?
I know. That's why was he yelling at him? He probably was yelling at him because like, you got to give up this Jew stuff, especially if you're running for president, you moron.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like, again, we don't know what happened. But it sounded like maybe Trump was kind of doing that stuff of Trump being like, hey, Kanye, what are you doing with this Jewish stuff? And not just because a lot of Trump's family is Jewish, but also because what the fuck?
I know. That's what I thought. I'm
it's
like,
so weird.
Jared Kushner walks in and stands behind Trump, and he's like, he's here.
Oh, the Jew.
The Jew has appeared.
The Jew has appeared.
Well, the conversation with Trump is super weird too, because like supposedly now again, who knows? Because it's really like a weird situation. Apparently, they were in a room eating together, but there was a bunch of other people at other tables nearby that I'm assuming they weren't just random fucking people, and this meeting didn't happen in the middle of like the fucking Mar-a-Lago dining room. I'm assuming these were like Trump people,
sure.
And because of that, there's like all these people leaking to the press about the contents of this dinner, including I think Milo himself is probably leaking directly to the press about this. And they said that at first Trump was, pretty nice and cordial, but then he gets a phone call and he kind of walks away, and then he comes back and suddenly he's all angry. And so it's kind of like, well, what the hell was that phone call
Someone
about?
told him who he's dining with. That's the problem. That's what
but
happened. They're like,
that
you're
would make
destroying your
sense.
presidential aspirations right now. You're a fucking
the thing
moron.
That would make sense if like he got a phone call and they're like, oh, that guy's, Nick's toxic. But supposedly when he came back to the table, he wasn't mad at Nick. That's when he starts yelling at Kanye and telling him that he's never going to be president and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, because, Trump didn't know those other guys. He knew Milo Yiannopoulos. Of course he knows Milo Yiannopoulos. Milo Yiannopoulos, who is, decrying his entire downfall personally as being on Trump's shoulders. Right. So Trump knows about that. But
why would
Nick
he let
Fuentes,
that guy in, though?
But Nick Fuentes, it's Kanye. Kanye is walking in with his entourage, right? And probably Trump doesn't understand that one of the people in there, like, he might have. And Milo Yiannopoulos used to bleach his hair white, much as I do, by the way.
Oh, you're
now
right.
But now he's got it black again, or brown, and he might have immediately recognized Yiannopoulos. And then you have Fuentes, who I really think Trump did not know who the hell that guy was.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But if he had the call and they said, "Oh, Nick's white nationalist, you should get out of that conversation," like Trump handled it so poorly. Should have just been like, "Oh, he just doesn't go back to the table, just leaves."
He's sitting at the table
or
with
something. Like,
the murderer is in the house. Trump, what are you doing?
I don't know. He just played it wrong. So, or he would confront Nick and be like, "Oh, I don't want your anti-Semitism in my Mar-a-Lago. Get out of here. I'm a friend of Israel. I support Jerusalem being the capital. Get out of my house."
Why didn't he do that? He should have had come in with a film crew and just slapped him.
That would have been like
that would have been fucking cool, you know?
Yeah, that would have been the 10D
Damn you,
chess
Nazis.
Move. That would have been like the 10D chess move for Trump, because that would have really quelled like the room, Trump is racist.
He should have just done that. Yeah.
Right.
He should have made the story. Yeah. Trump throws white supremacists out of his house.
Right. That would have totally saved that.
Get out of here. I don't want your ass in here. It's get out. And like,
I'm going full Indiana Jones on your ass. Don't make me get my whip.
Yeah. So I don't think that's what the phone call was about. That's the part of what's weird about it is it's impossible. I 100% believe Trump didn't know who Nick Fuentes was, but it's impossible to believe that someone
Nick Fuentes confirmed that Trump didn't know who he was.
Yeah, and Kanye says the same thing. But it's like impossible to believe that there was nobody in that room who worked for Trump who didn't know who Nick was or recognize him and try to warn Trump. Like that just seems inconceivable to me.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Trump has just pushed so many people away that he is literally alone in there. He doesn't have anyone. He doesn't have a team,
that's no way that's real.
I wouldn't think that would be true, but I just don't imagine. I can't understand how this came to pass.
I think Trump, and I've heard him say this, and I made a documentary video about it like 4 years ago about the Trump Kanye thing, is that they have a shared, quote, dragon energy, which was, I think, Kanye's verbiage. But I think Trump loves Kanye. I think he really does love the guy and wanted to have him come over and hang out. He's like, oh, I love this guy. He's super cool. I like him. I like his music. I like what he represents. And then all of a sudden, you end up with these fucking weirdos on your doorstep in his entourage who are crazy people.
Right.
That he was not expecting. I think that was the problem.
Maybe.
So you say he loves Kanye's music. So if Trump is listening along to Kanye saying the N-word, you think Trump would say it?
Have you listened to, I'm sure you have, Doomer, listened to like old school rap music. It's like, that's all super positive towards Donald Trump, that actually idolizes him as a godlike figure from the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, Ice Cube's all about him.
That's interesting.
I know. Great. Well, Ice Cube's also another anti-Semite, but
there's a lot of there's a lot of overlap, because like a lot of like black culture with hip hop and stuff is about like getting out and like getting your own and like getting
your
ahead
bag.
of the system and stuff. Yeah, getting your bag. And like Donald Trump is like the biggest, like a bombacious symbol of getting your bag and stuff. So
that's why he was so popular with people like Kanye West. And I think that's why Kanye saw him as his dragon energy brother or whatever that he was seeing back in the day.
It's hilariously stupid, but
it is hilariously stupid, but it's interesting. I guess,
but it's not like Trump grew up in like some poor neighborhood and crawled his way up to becoming some like massive.
Well, okay, to be fair, it's not like Kanye did either. By the way,
did he not? I don't know what his background is actually.
Kanye West was born to parents who did divorce, but his mother, Dr. Donda Williams West, was a professor of philosophy.
Oh, nice. Okay, so she's not stupid. So how did Kanye get all the stupid genes? Was his dad stupid? Like what happened?
I've written I made that video again like 4 years ago about why I don't think Kanye is stupid, but he keeps I think
You're starting to regret that.
I think the video holds up because I just go through his entire life history and stuff like that, and I really love his music. But god damn, Kanye, you make me regret making that video. It is to this day my favorite video I've ever made. It's horribly done at this point because it's like 5 years old, but like it was and so I was worried about copyright, so I put horrible filters all over everything. But hey, but my point was I didn't think everyone would say Kanye's insane. And I said I didn't think he was insane. I think he does have bipolar disorder, which is what he was diagnosed with. And I think he's having a manic episode, and and manic episodes can last between about 1 and up to 3 months. And we keep seeing this stuff with Kanye. He refuses to take medicine for his bipolar. And that's, I think, why we're seeing what we see with Kanye. People take him for a ride when his mind isn't working normally,
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, he definitely, if you've ever interacted with someone who has manic tendencies, he has all the telltale signs right away.
Yeah.
Delusions of grandeur, the way he's talking, the speed and the way in which his ideas are being formulated when he's talking are very manic. Though that's actually, it's very dangerous because, I mean, there's multiple forms of bipolar. Not all bipolar has the depression.
There's 2 types. There's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Both types do have depression. And bipolar 1, which is the type that it is low, very difficult to often determine. That is the one where sometimes there's elements of what we call hypomania, which means it's not fully mania. And then you have depression. It's bipolar 1 is just depression, but with very small instances of manic episodes. Bipolar 2, which is the one that everyone talks about, and what, you know, we people say bipolar, what they mean is depression and mania. And mania, by the way, does not just mean that like you freak the fuck out all of a sudden and then the next second. This is the problem with the colloquial use of the term. The colloquial, nice sock, Adam. The colloquial use of the term
what?
bipolar.
That wasn't aimed at you. I was just showing off my socks.
I know.
These cool socks. CT got me. I haven't worn them yet, but it's
Oh, nice.
Are you sure it wasn't aimed at me?
Well, yeah,
It was on the sock.
Well, the sock actually says "shut the duck up," but I showed the duck and then I was like, flipped it down.
Right.
That was not aimed at you, Aiden. I
know. Just to be clear, though, the bipolar 2, though, is a period of mania, which is usually lasts up to 4 weeks, usually not longer than that, but then it cycles through with periods of depression that last between 3 and 6 months. That are extreme levels of depression. Then you also have something that is non-clinical bipolar called cyclothymia, which is
I was
where you
including
have
that in my categorization of bipolar. Yeah.
So cyclothymia is where you have like a week maybe where you're a little bit manic, and then you have like a couple of weeks where you're a little bit depressed, but none of it reaches a clinical significance.
Right. And then there's like I forget what it's called. There's a version that's just you just have manic episodes. You don't necessarily have depressive episodes. But I forget what it's called.
When you only have that, it starts to fall into other things like schizophrenia. If you only have manic and you don't have the depressive start,
right?
It's
But you
not
can
bipolar.
be manic without having schizophrenic hallucinations or something. Like that.
Yes, but it's rare to have only mania. Bipolar is by definition, and cyclothymia defined by the fluctuations between the two extremes. Yes.
So and so what the danger is that if I don't know, we don't obviously know what exactly Kanye's what exactly he has, but the danger is that if he comes out of this manic state and he's basically destroyed his entire career, and then the depression hits, like
horrible.
Like he has a super high chance of self-harm or suicide or something. And he's not going to really have help or protection or safety from that, because especially if he's surrounded by idiots like Milo and Nick. So this might end in tragedy, unfortunately. But
hopefully not, though.
We'll see.
It's absolutely ridiculous. They're sitting there and encouraging his fucking delusions.
Yep. Well, I said that there's, before he came on, Kanye was talking about how they're coming to get him. They're going to arrest him. Because he found out supposedly he owes back taxes or something related to that.
Oh, it's the Jews. You're
Yeah,
responsible for this,
exactly.
Sitch. You're responsible.
I know.
It's you.
I sent in
You
the
did
phone
it.
call. But no, so I was like, it's so bad because that when he gets this phone call that he owes money to the IRS or whatever, that Nick and Milo are just hyping it up like, oh, they're coming for you. They're coming for you're speaking truth to power about the Jews, so they're coming for you.
Precisely.
And they're just feeding into this delusion that he has.
I guess I have to ask the question is, so in my opinion, why I think that Milo and Nick are doing it. Well, let me ask you guys first. Why do you think that Milo and Nick are doing this shit? Because I have a hypothesis, but
they're attention whores, obviously.
Yeah, Nick is pretty straightforward. He just wants to milk as much money and fame and publicity out of Kanye before he crashes. And Milo, the same thing, but Milo's a little more complicated. If Milo is on his revenge scheme against the Republican Party, then I assume he thinks he can somehow hurt the Republican Party and Trump via, latching himself on the Kanye.
Attaching Kanye onto all of it.
Yeah.
I think that it's actually a little bit deeper. Now, this won't work, but I think this is what they're going for. Yes, Milo has made it overtly clear that his goal in all of this is to destroy the Republican Party. He said it openly. He said it explicitly. That he feels slighted, so he wants to destroy everything. Nick Fuentes is an accelerationist. which means that he wants to destroy the entirety of the West and then build up his trad cath gay cat boy
Hey,
Utopia.
that's not
Come detective
on the
empire,
ashes.
good faith
Yes.
Gary here. That's not fair. He's not gay.
Of course, right? Okay, of course he's not gay. Of course,
Of course.
we all know that Nick Fuentes isn't a homosexual. Of course he's not.
Not
There
gay.
was that one video that someone had that seemed to make it seem as if he was into trans porn. Did you see that?
Oh
I
yeah,
certainly
he,
have,
He,
yeah.
he he put out a screenshot from
Of
his
the
phone.
numbers, of the numbers on Cozy. And
Yeah,
someone
and someone
noticed
looked
that
at a
there
tab,
was,
and he had like a porn tab open,
right, that was trans
and someone
porn.
checked it out, and it was like a trans porn video or something. Everyone's like, "What the fuck, Nick?"
Nick Fuentes is gay, but like, there's also a thing like, neither of you were raised in the Catholic Church, were you?
Well,
No.
I'm Jewish, so no. But
Not you, but I didn't know if Adam, if you were at all.
No,
Or do-
I wasn't.
Okay,
I was
so
raised
there's
in
a
Scientology.
or all three of you, because I don't know. Of course, I don't know if Doomer was, but
Doomer
there's
was
a
raised in
weird
a trash can by.
there's there's a weird thing within Catholicism
Trash can.
where oh, you're so rude. where like
It's
young
true,
girls.
though.
Bro,
We're young.
I'm just sitting here trying to eat some ice cream. Why I gotta be catching strays? Like,
He's eating his ice cream, and you're saying he was raised in a
let me eat
trash
my
can.
dinner. Fucking-
Ice cream is your dinner. You eat some
Yeah,
actual
but
That's
like
the
nutrients.
that's the most based dinner possible.
Oh
what are you
my
talking
God.
about?
Okay, first of all, Sitch,
Yes.
this is healthy. This is part of my diet. Okay,
Ice cream is part of your diet.
ice cream. Yeah,
He's
How's that
he's a
healthy?
ferret. Wait, no, I'm
It's-
sorry. What do you identify as?
Stoat.
A stoat.
It's I mean, real talk. It's low carb ice cream, and the reason I eat it is because it's hard to
Oh.
get enough calories on low carb.
It's probably
Of
full
course.
of soy. It's
To
probably
be honest, I
soy
didn't eat
milk.
today, so I can't talk shit. But
Why did you eat
Um,
today? Go
I'm
get
all
some-
about soy. I love.
there's
soy.
like some aspect of Catholic girls, I would say, having grown up in the Catholic tradition, even though my family was not Catholic, where
Mhm.
they would say that if you have anal sex with a man, you don't lose your virginity.
Right,
So you
right.
can have as much butt sex as you want all throughout high school. And they would go and do that to be like, oh, I'm a virgin till marriage. And I think that the same thing kind of applies to the weird trad cath shit that's going on in the Fuentes household,
That's an
I
interesting
suppose.
workaround. I don't know if
Oh no, I know.
I don't know if guys are
I don't
really
think it
going to be
works.
like, "Oh, okay, honey, you're a virgin."
It's not gay if you have butt sex. Is that-
Well, no, because Fuentes is very explicit that he's a virgin, and that's why he's like better than other people.
Oh, I
because
see what you're saying. He's a
maintained his
quote
virginity.
finger quote virgin. I
But
gotcha. I
But
gotcha.
if he puts his pee in someone's bum
right.
or vice versa, that wouldn't be considered under the Catholic tradition.
right.
Not being a virgin because
I
it's
don't-
only losing
Nick's
your virginity
hymen is still
if you have
intact.
sex.
Yes.
if you only have sex with a woman in her VV. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm using like YouTube friendly words. Sorry.
Right. That's fine.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Nick's only taken it himself, so he's never, he's super virgin.
Well, you've
He's never
heard you.
taken it.
I'm sure you've heard his rant about how all sex is gay.
Yes, everyone's tweeting. Fucking Jimmy Kimmel
Yeah, I know.
played
Jimmy
that
Kimmel put it on his show.
on
yeah.
national television. Played Nick Fuentes talking about how straight sex is actually gay. Yes.
Jimmy Kimmel played that for
Yeah,
real?
Jimmy Kimmel
Yes.
did. Yes,
Yes.
just
Isn't that
last
insane?
night. Yeah, I know. It's what kind of a world do we live in?
What is this
They're
timeline?
playing.
I
They're
know.
playing that to get at Trump, right? I mean,
Well, that's the thing is that
they're like, this
guess.
is the guy that
I-
Trump had dinner with right here.
Yeah, you're right. That is
Yes,
how they're doing it.
that's why it's that Trump had dinner with this guy, even though Trump didn't know who he was and wanted him to get the fuck out of his house, from what I could tell.
I mean,
And-
they haven't been fair with Trump ever like that.
Well, no shit.
obviously. Yeah,
Right.
that's not going to happen now.
Mhm.
But there's a weird Catholic cope, I'm going to call it, as myself having returned to the church and having become a
Right.
Catholic again. And I was not a Catholic. I was not raised a Catholic. In fact, I was horribly bullied by the people who were Catholics. But I chose to go back to. I chose to become a Catholic.
Oh, look, Stockholm
From my own-
syndrome.
It's not if it's Stockholm syndrome, it's 15 years late. You know. But there's a weird like cope within the Catholic religion community of
Mhm.
anal sex is kind of okay because
Right, right.
it doesn't really count as sex.
So it's still, like
sex.
supposed to be sex between a guy and a girl, not like two guys.
Yes, but then look, there are Catholic priests who molested boys and did
Obviously,
that
right.
and thought
Yeah.
obviously that was okay, and they
Well,
justified
I
it
don't know
to
if they thought it was
them.
okay.
I think they justified it to themselves because they said, "Oh well, I'm not having sex with a woman, so I'm still a virgin."
I
It's
wonder.
like, it's like that Mormon soaking thing. Like it's funny all the cope people come up with, like the degeneracy that comes out to get around.
Right.
Like, what is the idea that like you could outsmart God's laws? It's like, well, God didn't. Tell me I
Yeah, of
could do
course,
this.
right, right. That's the whole thing. Like, I'm friends with a Mormon, by the way. Now I've met a Mormon guy who's I think is actually very cool. And I when I first met him, I was like, I had ideas about the Mormon Church that are clearly incorrect. So I had incorrect beliefs about Mormonism, but it is this kind of I can outsmart God by skirting the rules. No, that's not how it fucking works. Okay. Like it really doesn't like, and I don't think you believe in God in a serious way if you're thinking you can like skirt the rules to outsmart him.
Right. The cope I've heard for this is that they say like this is for both Christians and Jews who are like very strict biblical literalist. They'll say, oh, we're not outsmarting God, but God put the loopholes in there intentionally for us to use.
I put the loopholes in there intentionally for
Yes,
you. No, I
exactly.
don't think so. I don't
Right.
fucking think so. That's such a fucking cope. It's bizarre.
Yeah, imagine
So
thinking
that's-
you could outsmart Kanye.
For real though. Oh.
I brought up I sent you a link, Aiden, to the watch together, and I brought up the Milo. Where's the juicy part, Sitch?
You watch like 10, like starting at 10-minute mark.
Oh, it's 10 minutes.
Okay,
in.
thank you, Adam.
Already, only 10 minutes in, and they already are going crazy. Nice.
I don't know if there's anything like real crazy. It's just kind of an interesting part. It's about the red wave stuff. It's like 10.
Well, I watched it
Wait, what's going
live
on?
with my chat last night, and there's some weird looks in this. I think you have to really actually pay attention to what Fuentes does, because Tim brought this up in his videos where he responded to it today, where I think that this is why I asked you guys to have me on. I think they planned this all out. I think they planned the walkout. I think they planned all of it. I really think they did. I truly believe that.
My problem with the idea that Kanye planned the walkout is that it would mean that Kanye has a single digit IQ.
Oh, no, I'm not saying Kanye planned it. I'm saying the people, they. Oh, no, I used the word.
Who's the they then? I guess I didn't understand.
I know. Kanye could, well.
The Jews planned the walkout?
The Jews planned it. Well, I guess it was one of them, which is that I think Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick Fuentes planned the walkout, because according to other people who were involved. Okay, so the room here, right, that they're all talking in is on the second floor. And I don't think this is, I don't think I'm fucking up any kind of NDA by describing this. No, I'm just saying like this is, but there's another room that is the green room. No, there's a green room that everyone hangs out in, right? And there's like a big TV, it's playing music, it's like cool, there's a bar. Yeah, and I didn't see any weed, but so the bar is and stuff like that.
Why do they call it the green room then?
Good question. But like, from what I had heard, and now it's been posted all over Twitter from other people who were in the green room, not in the room during the podcast, is that when Fuentes, Yiannopoulos, and Ye walked downstairs to leave, they were all laughing, even though Kanye acted so upset and offended, but they were all laughing when they left. That's according to other people who were in the green room. So
that's interesting.
I don't know. And also I think Hannah Claire, who came in, she chased after them. She ran after them to go like, oh, don't leave. Like, it's cool. Like, we can be cool about this. She also, I think, reported the same thing. There's like multiple different reports from left, right, and center sources who were in the green room who are saying that they were all down there laughing after this happened.
Yeah, but that could just all be cope though. I mean, I could 100%.
Every single one?
Yeah, no, I'm saying I could believe that Milo and Nick are trying to cope and trying to keep Kanye's spirits up. Like, oh yeah, you did the right thing to leave, because again, like if Milo and Nick had a plan to leave, I don't think they could coax Kanye into leaving. And Kanye was the first person to leave. And I don't think Kanye would have a plan to leave the room because it makes Kanye look pathetic and weak. Like Kanye doesn't look strong in the way that he left.
And
so I don't know why he would agree with it.
And even if Milo knows, you know, realistically that this makes Kanye look terrible, Milo is going to tell Kanye he looked awesome and that he totally did the right thing and that was amazing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, he's not going to tell him the truth.
Right.
The last thing Kanye wants to hear is the truth. Okay, that's what he calls Lex Friedmaning him. Like, don't tell me the truth, for heaven's sakes. Why would you do that? So the video is not the Fuentes. This is.
He spoke, I believe, that in the show that he felt that he had been essentially mistreated in the Lex Friedman podcast.
Of course he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but we're just saying.
I just don't
Kanye's
know
idea of mistreatment is someone told him the honest truth.
Exactly.
Yeah. I agree.
I don't know what Kanye's motivation would be to leave. To plan to leave. I don't know what his motivation would be.
He felt disrespected.
No. That's what happened in the moment. I'm saying to plan to leave before.
But I think if you have to look at the moment where Kanye left, which is I think the most operative point of interest, is that it was right after Fuentes said something about how do you define them and they and don't they though? Aren't they in control of everything though? And it was right after that Kanye left. So I do find that to be a little bit bizarre.
Well, do you think he was leaving because of what Nick said?
I don't know.
The way that
my husband thinks that essentially that Kanye was angry about what Nick said. That Nick saying
that's what it seemed like.
No, let's go back because I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah, watch the whole thing. Sorry, and see what you guys think about it.
Danimal makes an interesting point in DMs. I don't know if you read it, Sitch, but he says
I haven't read it yet.
He says Tim often uses they in his videos to just basically people can.
Tim is very specific in this. He's very specific in this. When Kanye starts talking about they, them.
Oh, he knows who Kanye's talking about.
Tim asks him, "Do you mean the?" He asks him, "Do you mean the corporate press?" And then it starts to get right into the JQ conversation, right?
Yeah, but this is, I mean, Danimal's point is pretty smart. We should start doing this, Sitch. We should just use they as it's just everything. Then people can superimpose their own boogeyman on whoever we're talking about.
Like the catch-all, yeah.
We'll just be like, them, the ones that are doing all this.
Daniel says his theory is that Tim says they, intentionally, so that anyone in the audience can project whatever boogeyman they want into the they.
This is good advice for growing a YouTube audience.
It's clear what Kanye meant by it because Kanye has been very consistent about what he means by they
we
and
all
them.
know who Kanye means.
Right. But that's why Tim had to clarify because he's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, because Tim is like, well, wait, I'm thinking of a different they than you.
Right.
I'm thinking of the corporate press.
So I went back to the moment before he leaves. So let's watch this.
Hitting my arm, and I almost shed a tear, almost, but I still walked in stride through it. Yeah,
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who was they though? We can't say who they is.
Corporate press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking.
It is
about
them though, isn't it? I mean, because because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
Okay, so this is why I don't think it was Nick because Nick says it is them, and then Tim says it's not them.
Yes.
And then Kanye says, "What do you mean it's not?" So he's on board with what Nick's saying up to this point.
What happened in 2018? They never let Nick finish.
I can tell you. 2018 is when Kanye got canceled the first time.
Oh, really?
What did he say in 2018?
That's when he started. That's why I made my video 4 years ago. But it was even before that.
Slavery was a choice thing.
Slavery was a choice thing was actually before that, I think.
So Nick is like laying out the timeline for me. He's like, in 2018, the first evidence of the Jews popping up in Kanye's life. He's like setting the scene for it.
Yeah.
Or was 2018 when he came out to support Trump?
No, 2018 that 2018 was when he came out in support of Trump. The slavery was a choice thing was around the same time.
Yeah, no, it was.
Let me find my video because I I have all the fucking data over here, and by data I mean like, what does that even mean?
April 2018, Kanye said that, as you talked about, Kanye said that Trump was his brother and they both had dragon energy.
Dragon energy. Yeah.
Right. That doesn't conform with the Jewish conspiracy whatsoever, because there's lots of Jews that supported Trump, including, as kind of to point out,
of course
Jared.
there were.
So why would the quote unquote Jews attack Kanye for supporting Trump? How does that even make sense?
That's not it. The fuck?
What do I mean? Okay, so how?
So yeah, so I think I don't think he left because of Nick. I think he left because of Tim.
It is them, though, isn't it? I mean, because because when you think about it, consider it. In 2018,
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Yeah, because he leaves when he says, "What do you mean it's not?" And then Tim doesn't even get to answer, and then that's when he leaves. So I'm pretty confident it was what Tim said that got Kanye all triggered.
I agree. My husband did not agree with that. He thought it was what Fuentes said.
Right.
And
seems pretty obvious. Yeah, he's like, agree with me that the Jews are out to get me. Otherwise, I'm leaving your show.
So yeah, I made my video in October 19th of 2018, which was after he did so it would have been 2018 that he started doing a bunch of this crazy ass shit. It must have been early 2018. And my whole point at the time was that I didn't think he was insane. And I still don't think he's insane. I think that now he's just being handled by people who are evil, in my opinion. I'm moving away from not using the word evil. I'm sorry. I think that Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos at this point for what they're advocating for is evil.
Ace, call people evil. Fuck them.
So some account on Twitter called Sock Done Left.
STL.
He subtweeted me without notifying me, saying that I am continuing Nazi propaganda by talking about cultural Marxism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should stop doing that. Jeez, why are you doing that?
Okay,
just clean up your act. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's two different concepts of cultural Marxism. The one that Jordan Peterson uses is different than the other one.
Now Doomer's going to get in on it.
Give it on what?
I thought you were going to come out and
that's stupid.
Give him a hard time for this.
Nah. No, I've argued about this publicly a bunch of times. I had to argue with fucking Dylan Burns right after my video came out.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I should DM Dylan because Dylan wants to come on again.
Do you think Dylan is evil?
Rob Noor.
No, me and Dylan are friends.
I was gonna say because I think Dylan is at least willing to have conversations with people, which makes him.
Dylan's been on the show, I think, 2 or 3 times. So
he has. Yeah. Oof. No offense, guys, but I had to respond to that video that you did, that stream you did last week with
Well, Dave,
2 weeks ago now.
Dave's coming on Sunday. Dave's coming back on Sunday, so
it was just kind of it wasn't anybody's fault. It was just kind of a mess.
No,
with the Ukraine thing.
It was definitely someone's fault.
Whoever organized it and brought on all 3 of those people at the same time.
There you go.
See who did that.
That's probably
it was not Adam's fault, no.
I think
it was an amazing disaster. I like that you retitled it as a disaster, but it was an amazing disaster.
I told someone in the comments said this is like the reverse of clickbait because it's titled like a complete disaster, and that's exactly what it is.
Wait, I don't know which one of you changed the title to it because I think it was originally called A Debate With. Yeah, but it did become a total disaster with. And I was right when I got off the plane and landed in Baltimore. And I was listening to it on my phone, and I was like, "Holy shit, this is going off the fucking rails!" And I kind of wanted to call him, and no, there's no way.
We're gonna fix it. It's gonna be fine.
Intervene in this nightmare. It was, however, a fantastically interesting stream.
We'll get your response video pen warmed up because Dave Smith is coming back next Sunday. So.
Oh, I love Dave Smith. I love him. Someone tweeted this at either me or not at me. They added me on it. But Dave Smith, Michael Malice, and myself should be on a thing. But just Dave Smith and Michael Malice should be on a stream together in general.
Yeah, I wonder.
Do you think it's weird that there are these libertarians that are basically just uncritically sucking up tanky Journalist propaganda.
Weird, isn't it? Weird, isn't it? Huh.
Very strange.
Are we gonna? Okay, so we've settled this. Are we gonna go back to the other video, or do you want to
We
go?
can go
just
back to the
art?
video. If you bring
Let's
it back up.
Watch a few minutes. Can I just hit the back button?
Just get the link again. FB69 for $10 says, I can say one good thing about Ye. I'm not a fan of his music. I don't listen to hip hop, but he sure is causing a bunch of anti-Semites to tell on themselves whether he is one of them, whether he's one himself or not. True. That's a good point. Ricardo Aguirre Jr. for $5 says, this whole situation is a cacophony of stupid. True.
Yeah, agree.
Andrew Clark for $2
Great
says,
word.
Milo is cleaning his profile at the other's expense.
Yeah, I
mean,
believe that.
I don't think he's cleaning his profile. I think this is his last hurrah. Like, I got one last job and then I'm done, sort of thing.
It does kind of feel that way, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, he can't. How is Milo going to go anywhere after this?
Well,
This
he
is like a
he
dead end,
said
isn't it?
overtly that his only fucking point in life anymore is to destroy the Republican Party.
Wouldn't he be a Democrat hero after this, though?
You'd think so, but no, I guess not. I guess not. Uh-oh.
Dude, it's like fucking Kill Bill. You see his eyes.
He
He's
literally
getting
said his
intense
entire
and filled with
point.
anger.
I know,
gonna
but
kill Trump.
yes, exactly. His entire point is he wants to destroy Trump and the Republican Party. He said this overtly, and what I find really disturbing about these people is that I think that they want to, as I said, destroy all of Western civilization and then build their fascistic, or in Fuentes' case, a catho-fascistic
Right.
government out of the ashes. Either way,
I don't
this
think
is
that's
not.
Milo's like motivation.
No, I do think Milo wants to, at this point, out of vengeance, destroy the Republican Party.
Right,
That's his stated position.
Based.
So, oh, it's okay, Dimmer. It's only based if we also destroy the Democrat Party because they're as bad, if not worse.
I love Biden. I want.
Did you hit the
I'm sure
back
you
button?
I need
know
more
Biden
Biden.
the actual correct video.
I need Kamala in my life, dude.
I know you do. Oh, she is a QD. To be fair,
She is. Yeah.
I think of
There
it.
used to be a place for us, you know?
California.
Hold on a second.
Why?
Let me read some more super chats. CT for 8 months. Freewheel Seeker says, "Happy anniversary. What did you get me? We got you this free chat for you to type in. That's what we got you."
Sweet.
oh, there you go.
FPS 69 for $10 says, "Got a serious question for you guys. On those long nights on the Yay campaign trail, who wears the cat ears, Nick or Milo?"
I have actually so I actually asked this question to a friend of mine just earlier tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick Fuentes is the bottom. Milo
Obviously.
Yiannopoulos is the bottom.
Oh,
Who tops?
Kanye.
There you go. That was the answer I also received.
Kanye obviously is topping both of them. There you go. They're part of his harem. They're part of his. I'm sorry, harem. They're part of his stable now. Yes. Stud for $2 says Dianne Feinstein Kanye West ticket 2024. Though that would be pretty amazing. Samuel 527 for $10 says, pointing out the problem of identitarianism in parts of the Jewish community isn't anti-Semitic. You telling me there isn't a racist problem in the Jewish community? Judaism is inherently racist. Well, that is true. That Judaism is
to a
inherently
degree,
racist.
yeah.
And there probably not so much today. I know among like people my grandparents' age, you know, who were like alive during World War II and shit, there definitely was this idea of like, you have to help Jews because, you know, we're going to get run out by society, you know, blah, 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 blah. So obviously I'm not going to deny, and I think it'd be silly to deny that there aren't Jews that exist that are either A, racist, or what's the word, nepotistic towards other Jews.
Oh, obviously.
But
And
the
by
question,
the way,
well, hold on. But the
cool.
question is
Yeah.
whether there's an entire industry that's totally nepotistically controlled by the Jews, and they're doing everything to promote quote unquote Jewish
gatekeeping.
interest, and they're gonna put it, anyone who dares to even point that out, they're gonna attack blah 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 blah. Because that's not even what Kanye is saying. He's not saying like, oh, I believe, Kanye. It's not like Kanye said like, oh well, let me sit down with you, Tim. Let me tell you, I think that unfortunately there are some Jews in certain businesses that are unfairly helping other Jews at the expense of non-Jews. He doesn't say that. He says the Jews are controlling Obama and Trump and the media and the music industry and just screwing us all over.
Yep.
Okay,
here's
that's
something
that's what he's saying.
that's so ridiculous about this is that Jewish people were historically prevented from having any other capacity to do any other job other than money lending, essentially.
Right.
And then they got persecuted for money lending.
Yeah.
And it's why now we have the Jewish people who live in the United States, who are largely descendants of the European Jews, the diaspora, have a fear and understanding that, we got to stick together and have a little bit of I don't know what's the right correct term for it.
Group selection.
Nepotism. Yes, group selection, nepotistic ideology in that of being like, oh no, I'm gonna help my cousin Moshe or whatever because we weren't allowed to. No, but for real though,
good old cousin Moshe.
It's like Jews before hoes.
Come on. But I'm
I mean, I know a Moshe. You don't know a Moshe?
I
know a Moshe.
Isn't that the blue Yoshi on Yoshi's Island with the sunglasses?
But I'm gonna help out cousin Moshe because I'm gonna help him out because he has a social identity that is closer to me, and we are part of the same tribe of people. And that actually does matter in terms of how social identity theory works. And when particularly you're talking about a group of people who were fucking systematically genocided, I can understand why they would have a little bit of a in-group preference, right, to help out each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think other people look at that and they think that, this means that it's a big fucking conspiracy theory, when in reality it's just pure natural social identity theory.
Well, the problem though is if you're hiring Moshe because, but Moshe is completely incompetent. That's where the problem comes in.
Well, not just that. I mean, there is a problem if you're selecting for someone based on their religion or race or whatever.
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be doing that anyway.
Oh, true.
I'm sorry. But thank you. I've important fact correction. The blue Yoshi that you race against in Super Mario Kart is actually named Boshi, not
Moshe.
Yeah, thank you.
But my point is though, is that like obviously Jewish people who were put into a unfair position when they came to this country would want to be nepotistic. So I don't see any problem with that. And the fact that people have a problem with Jewish nepotism, I think kind of sounds like envy to me, at least just personally.
What are those little ice cream balls with the dough on the outside? Those are really delicious.
What?
Is that mochi? What's that?
Oh, mochi, is a different thing. That's a sweet cream inside of a rice paper.
Those are
those are Japanese candies, aren't they?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Anyway. Yeah, obviously I think the meritocracy component is important, but what's the next super chat?
Diogenes for $20 says, I hold out hope that maybe someday Kanye doesn't hate an entire group based on his negative interactions with a few, but I don't know how you talk someone down from blacks to real Jews. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It's easy to just define an out group and say, I hate them and I am going to put all my evil onto them.
Right, exactly. Diogenes, thanks so much for being a field seeker for 2 months. Says, I have a question for you too. Does this secure the Republican vote for DeSantis' 2024 run, or would people really support Trump after this? I mean, it doesn't. Here's the thing.
Well,
a lot of people are talking about that. This obviously doesn't help Trump, but I'm not confident that this is like the nail in the coffin of Trump. I think people have a very short memory. Anything can happen in 2 years. So I do not think this.
Yes, people do have a very short memory. You're completely correct, Sitch. Completely correct. But I do think maybe this was designed to do that.
Except
I think from Milo's perspective, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't think it will succeed. But it doesn't help. Well, this will definitely Trump meeting with Nick is once again another signal to the Republican Party and the Republican politicians and all those people behind the scenes to try to do everything they can to get Trump out of the party. I don't know if they'll be successful, but it definitely reinforces that idea.
It didn't work last time. That, everyone is, holding their breath because if Trump performs well, they're all going to vote for him. They're going to be making ads about how this, was no big deal.
Goro Sarah for $2 says, smart or dumb, Ye has clearly lost some free will. I mean,
what? He never had it.
Yeah, I don't think Ye ever had free will, honestly. But
Yay, super chat us. You can start your free will. We have a free will bank account right here for you that we will never close.
Oh, this is
I'd
funny.
love for him to. But
we have the inception backwards. This is Mystery Guest's first super chat, which I didn't read. Was Mystery Guest for $20 says, Ye seems like a smart dude, but is terrible at organizing and expressing his thoughts, as well as separating the wheat from the chaff. And then later, mystery guest said, never mind. Can I take back what I said about Ye seeming smart? There's some deep delusion here. I think maybe he has some smart things he has plucked from others, but there doesn't seem to be much substance here. I listened to the entirety of his thing with Lex Friedman. I listened to the entirety of his thing on the Drinker podcast, and he just sounds stupid.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I actually think that I do still agree with what he's saying. And sorry, what was the super chatter's name? I'm sorry.
Mystery guest.
Yeah.
Our surrogate uncle.
Mr. Guest. Okay. I do agree with you. I do think actually that Kanye is also, he's not a stupid person. That's something that people need to like, I think I
disagree with you, but okay.
You think he's not stupid?
We've been saying that.
I think he's
over
really
and over
stupid.
and over again. Yeah.
Yes.
I know.
I think he's very good at music and stupid at everything else.
Okay. I would agree with you then. Never mind. Okay. I think he's a genius at music, but he's kind of fucking stupid at everything else.
Okay.
And that's the only thing that I want to point out, because when I made my video about him, I was like, he's a musical fucking genius. Like, his music is so goddamn good. But he seems to not really be capable of having logical thoughts in other.
I think a big problem he has is humility. Kanye could have access to the best advisors in the world if he just had some humility. If he reached out to people and said, listen, I don't know a lot about this, but can you help me understand it? Like, a lot of people would take to that. Jamie Dimon is not going to take to that, but I mean, there are people in the world that are smart people that could help him out, but he's surrounding himself. He just wants people that are going to tell him, you're right. Blow smoke up my ass. Make me feel good about my stupid fucking ideas. That's what he wants to surround himself with. So you're just incapable of growing.
Hotep, on this stuff.
Yes.
And I don't understand, like, he's not even friends with Ice Cube anymore, who's the other like rapper who's gone full fucking Hotep. So it's weird.
I mean, I feel like Ice Cube is actually, I feel like he is smart and just in like some weird cult.
Yeah, no, he seems like he's actually smart. He's just anti-Semitic. So
yeah.
CT sent you a picture. Zero Fox made a picture of cousin Moshe. If you want to bring it up.
No.
Pretty funny. It's pretty funny.
I will bring it up. It'll take me a second.
Lord of the Brains for $5 says, how is anyone who's been tracking identity-based grievance collectivism surprised here? The board hasn't moved except more of the same. I mean, I'm not surprised at all. This is always what I said from the beginning was that the more the left pushes on the identity politics collectivist shit, the more people are going to become racist. I didn't say anti-Semitic, but I always said the more they're going to become more racist and white nationalist minded. So
there's evidence for your hypothesis, Sitch.
Yeah, of course.
It's happening. So
it's happening before our eyes.
Unfortunate.
I know. Become the Night for $20 says, having hung out with a lot of hip hop guys, they're not precise in their speech. It's more about vibe, emotional, carnal response. Most artists don't flex their public speaking muscles very much. Pair that with egomania and you get yay.
100%.
I'm not sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not actually sure about that. Like, rap is a very unique kind of art form that maybe people who are not super into it don't understand. And I don't mean this in a kind of like, you don't get it, suck my dick kind of thing, but like, I do think that I've often tried to show like rap songs to my co-host, and he can't even understand them. Like, even when I show him like, this is a really important rap song, he can't get it. So I do think that some people can't understand rap, and that's okay. But I think that
I'm not a big
also
rap fan, so I don't get it.
I am, but yeah,
that's okay.
It is okay.
So there you go. We have two cousin Moshis. It's great.
I think this might be vaguely anti-Semitic here.
It might be a little bit. There's your cousin Moshi.
Very sus.
How dare you, Aiden? How dare you?
How am I responsible for this?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
what
how
did
are
she
you
do?
not, really? Become the Night for $20 says, when you're presented with info contradictory to the model your brain has, it creates a cognitive dissonance. True. Obstinate people like you will reject the new info to resolve it. That's why he appears not smart.
True. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, you could be right. Maybe Kanye just sucks at expressing himself through not song. I mean, that's very possible. I can only judge it based on how I see him.
30 years of being able to get better at it.
Right. Yeah, but so there is the issue that, again, since he's such a superstar, if he surrounds himself with a bunch of yes men, he doesn't actually have to work on any skills, people skills or human skills. Because
but that's not been the case through so I followed Kanye's entire musical and famous history. And at one point he wasn't a superstar, right?
Right.
And I've seen him in his most earliest interviews, and he talks back then just as he talks now.
Yeah, he hasn't
in
changed.
My opinion. Yeah. No, he has not changed.
Yeah. Well, he said he said, once you become famous, you stop growing. And so he's perpetually stuck at 24-year-old Kanye, essentially.
It was
kind of fucked.
It's impossible to stop growing, or he said it's too irresistible for him to delude himself into.
Well, the latter.
Okay, so Kanye's first album was Between the Wire, right? Which was because he was involved in an accident and he actually had to have his jaw wired shut. Really? And so that's why, yes. And so his first rap album was recorded with his jaw wired shut, his first rap album. And Kanye came out of a little bit of adversity in that way. But of course, Kanye's mother also was comparatively, like, Kanye was not coming out of the hood, right? Like, Kanye came out of a wealthy family, a relatively wealthy Black family in Chicago.
Right.
When he claims to be like out of the hood and stuff, that is objectively incorrect. He is lying about that kind of stuff. But he was coming out of his jaw being wired shut. And it's why when you listen to the evolution of his research, of his music, I mean, from college dropout to graduation, we find that these albums that are between him lamenting the fact that he dropped out of college into the fact that he has graduated, even though he didn't actually graduate from college, it's really good music. It's really fucking philosophically interesting. But
someone else
Kanye, I don't think someone else wrote it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter whether or not someone else read it.
Kanye's mom tell him he was Jewish too.
Yeah, I'm sure his mom did. Yeah, Dr. Donna Williams West. But the reality is
that says that only that song Through the Wire was with his jaw shut, not the entire album.
Yes, only that one song. Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Fate of Morality for $5 says, I feel the same way about Kanye as I did about R. Kelly. They have the voice of an angel. It's too bad they use it for sin. There you go.
Great point.
Kern, thank you so much for joining the Free Will Seekers and for the $20. Says, the amount of people guzzling buckets of gay fish semen in Tim's comment section is wild. P.S. Are you going to head into the Beanie compound at some point? Tim expressed interest in having you on. Probably not. Probably not. I don't care enough to go do a face reveal just to show up on Tim's show. But
I mean, we might do it.
Yeah, maybe some point in the future, but like not anytime fucking soon. I am curious to see the comment section of Tim's talking to Michael Malice right now. And apparently Michael Malice, the forever Joker, he showed up to Tim's place wearing he's got like a brown shirt on and he has like the little Jewish armband on. Like the one that signifies that you're Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to make sure Tim doesn't get any more trouble.
Crazy. That's actually a pretty good troll.
It is.
He is Jewish, right?
Michael Malice, I have no clue.
I think Michael Malice is Jewish, actually.
It is, if I was Tim, and here's why it's difficult to tell. Whenever Nick is on something, all of his gripers are going to go and flood your comment section. So it's hard to tell what exactly is like
the truth
real
is, yeah.
And what is just bullshit. Because if I am Tim and I look at my comment section and like there's massively upvoted comments that are all like Tim is wrong here.
Yeah.
To me, that's a huge signal that I'm doing something wrong because my audience is totally like fucking insane.
But it's not your audience, though.
But you don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's difficult because you don't know exactly.
Yeah.
Because like there's a highly rated comment that says, "Can't believe I'm going to say it, but for this one episode, Tim should have let Ian take the lead," which is a soft criticism, but still. Yeah, there's a bunch of top-rated comments that are attacking Tim. So, but anyway, that's something for Tim to look into and figure out himself. Let's go. For 1 month, Freedom Seeker says, "Literally, what the music industry does is act as bankers to keep artists in perpetual debt. Rip off the artist is extremely common." Yeah, I've heard that. I definitely heard that from the artist.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised, obviously. The only one I actually looked into was the one that's what's his name? Who's the Destiny Orbiter guy?
Oh yeah. Who mentioned the artist?
I forget. Whatever. One of the Destiny Orbiter guys was arguing with
Right.
or Preach or something about TLC, because TLC was claiming that they were getting taken advantage of by the music industry, and that has something to do with Jews. And then I looked into it, and it was like their manager that they were complaining that took advantage of them was a black woman who was married to a black guy who managed their record label, and it wasn't quote unquote the Jews. And also TLC seemed to be quote totally fucking insane. And part of the problem was that one of them burned down their boyfriend's mansion in a drunken rage. So it's kind of hard exactly to say like,
Based.
would some artists complain about getting taken advantage of? I'm like, yeah, that sounds like that probably happens, but then also you sound like you're unhinged because you also burned down your boyfriend's mansion. So
As you do.
yeah, as you do. Sometimes you gotta like parse it out.
So I have
Doomer
a
ran
meme
away.
here from no, I kicked Doomer. He was being too quiet, so I just
Did you really kick Doomer out?
yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Why'd
Not
you
only
kick
did
Doomer?
I kick him out, I put up the waiting room. So
Won't
if he
do
comes
anything.
back,
There's
he
no
can't-
sound that comes through.
He can't get
Yeah, there's
in.
no sound coming through.
Are you?
I have no idea why.
Coming through where?
Yeah, what are you doing?
No sound coming through where?
Hello?
Can you not hear us?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we
of
can hear
course.
Hear
Oh
you now.
shit! My fucking mic is saying that there's no connection whatsoever.
Oh,
So
I don't know.
my bad.
I can hear you.
My bad.
Your mic
No problem.
has a lot in common with Milo.
I guess so, right? My bad. My mic just said like there's no connection. My bad.
Mm.
I was having like a little bit of like a fucking like mental like breakdown. Like what happened? Oh well.
What's going on in this meme, Sitch? This meme looks pretty
Well, I just want to
funny.
say, does this
Oh,
confirm?
I did see. Okay, so let's talk about this meme. I
Well,
want
we
to
will
talk about
about
this
one
meme.
side. I just want to say about you kicking Doomer off. So does this confirm that Doomer is no longer a team? You argue with him about voting and then you kick him off the stream.
Look, Sitch. I didn't actually kick him off.
No, I think you did. I think you did. Now you're trying to.
But
walk it
now you're ruining it.
back. Okay.
Like,
okay.
You're supposed
Okay.
to go. You're supposed to go along with it.
I am going along with it.
But it
I
seems-
actually would
what are you
like
talking
an
about?
Look,
explication for this meme because I don't understand. What is your Weird Al derangement syndrome thing, Adam?
So in this meme, apparently there's me with the Trump derangement syndrome shirt.
Yeah.
Which
Which you-
Adam,
which you-
I
which
have
you
to
have,
appreciate.
only a little bit.
I do not. I
So
do not.
you only okay.
Sitch has 0. Like a lot of people were saying he's on the spectrum, but I was like,
No.
I mean, I talk privately to
You
Sitch,
can
and Sitch-
join me on the spectrum. We can put puzzle
We're all
pieces
on
together.
the spectrum. We're on a spectrum. Okay.
Look, you
We can
know,
put puzzle pieces together. It'll be
look,
fine.
you know
There you go.
when you talk to somebody privately if they have TDS. Come on, let's
Yeah.
be real.
That's true. It's not as soon as the stream ends, it's like motherfucking Donald Trump. Oh my god.
I know.
It all
Let's
comes
talk
out.
about the Trump administration for a minute here.
That's what
It's
you
like,
guys do
come
every
on.
time when you turn off the live stream. Obviously,
No.
That's what we do.
Sitch just screams.
I count
at
my
you, Adam.
Jewish Hanukkah guilt money.
Sitch
while
has
I-
Obviously,
Zero
oh, you got
Trump.
you count your guilt and you're
Yes.
fine.
Yes, I spin my dreidel. So anyway, in this picture, so I have the TDS shirt, and then Danimal has a Sargon derangement syndrome shirt, and
Yo,
apparently,
That's
I
true.
like Danimal. I do like. I really like Danimal, and I've tried to talk to him before about this stuff. I'm like, you got to get out of like not being so angry at Sargon. He's not a bad guy.
yes. So we had to talk Sargon. Sargon said some
Sargon
interesting
has
things
many
on
bad
Twitter.
takes, but
Yes.
Sargon is not
It's
a
okay.
bad guy.
That's
yeah.
true. That is
There
true.
you go. I would agree with this.
That's a good way
Yes.
of putting it. Yes. So apparently, me and Danimal are joining up our derangements because we look at horrible disgust at Adam, who has Weird Al derangement syndrome.
Which I do,
So I didn't-
definitely.
I didn't understand this, Adam. What is your Weird Al derangement issue?
He's fucking weird. I don't like that guy, okay?
Yeah, his name is Weird Al. What's in his name?
I don't care. I don't like him.
Have you never liked him, or has it been a more recent?
His music is not good or funny.
Oh my God, really?
Do you like that? Do you hear
it
this
bugs me.
insanity? Yeah.
I can't believe that you're saying these things.
It bugs me.
I cannot believe.
Insane, yeah.
You know,
I can't believe you're saying these things.
I
about
know,
Weird
it's
Al.
like you're hearing blasphemy. It's
I
very
can't.
strange.
You don't like any Weird Al song? Not a single one?
no, obviously.
How many have you even heard?
This is
and the-
unbelievable.
The fact that you guys don't like any Weird Al Yankovic song either. Like you think
I love every Weird
What
Al
are you talking
Yankovic.
about?
I literally saw him the first
What?
band.
Oh
the
no.
first
Someone's
musical
getting
act.
kicked. Someone's getting kicked.
The first musical act I ever saw in my entire life was when I was
way.
7 years old, and it was Weird Al. Yeah.
Based.
Well,
that's
it is
awesome.
it is the kind of music that does appeal to 7-year-olds.
Yes, it
gonna-
does. I would agree. But
I think
Weird Al's
you're
fun for the
actually
whole
making my
family,
argument
okay?
here.
No, Weird Al is all age appropriate.
Is it? What?
I don't even think you've heard a Weird Al song. I think it's all
he
bullshit.
came out in his, I'm fat,
He came in the fat
Shamon.
suit?
He came in the fat suit. It was super
Nice.
fucking cool.
That's
It was
Oh,
awesome.
My word.
I was seven.
Golly gee whiz.
I do not like I'm fat, Adam. It's so funny.
Yeah, there's
Have you seen the
Eat
video
It,
where he's
Eat
running
It,
around in the
Eat
in the
It,
big
Eat
fat?
It.
Yeah, it's
Eat It?
great. It's amazing.
White
it's
and
not.
nerdy is a
White and
is a
Nerdy.
banger. Okay.
It's
Yes,
not.
it is a absolute
Trash.
fucking banger.
Amish
What are you talking-
Paradise.
Amish Paris, a complete
I saw a
classic.
clip. This is crazy. I didn't know. So at the end of the Amish Paradise Weird
Hey,
Al
Doomer, get back
video-
in here. Come in here. What are you doing? You're still in the chat? Like you just leave, but you're in the chat now.
I know.
Why
At the
did he
end of-
leave?
You should appreciate this as an artist, Adam. Okay.
I
At
should.
the end of the Weird Al Amish Paradise
Weird Al
video,
is not an artist. I want you to know that.
Oh my
Weird Al is an art.
God.
I no, incorrect.
Oh
Weird
my
Al is
God.
absolutely an artist.
At the end of the Weird Al Amish Paradise music video, there's like a 15-20 second part where everything is in reverse.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yes.
And they filmed it, but it's filmed in reverse. So like he's like falling, but he looks like he's like springing back up and
Mhm.
everything. But the cool thing about it is that his lips are still in sync with the song correctly. And I
Yeah.
always wondered how the fuck they did that. And I found out that he actually
yes.
learned to sing the song that part of the song
Backwards.
backwards.
I know,
Just so
I
his
know.
lips would
No
be
way.
synced up
Yes, he
correctly.
did.
No way. No
Yes,
way.
because Weird
Yes.
Al was an artist.
That is the first cool thing I've ever heard about Weird Al.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I convinced you.
That
Weird
is-
Al
that
is
is
an
actually-
artist,
that is
Adam,
actually
that,
cool.
who you should respect
Uh-huh.
for his
Yes,
art.
he is-
Well, I respect him a little tiny bit for that. So
Okay. I knew you like that.
Doomer did actually post in the chat. He said, "Be right back." So that's funny.
Okay.
CT says Weasel Stomping Day was right. We should stomp Adam. That's why Adam's
Oh.
like Weird Al,
What?
because of the Weasel Stomping Day song.
Oh, that's bad news.
Yeah.
Ween, look at this, Lord of the Brains for $2. Ween greater than Weird Al. A cope and seethe. That's exactly right.
Who's Ween?
You don't know who Ween is?
I know who
Oh
he
my,
is.
what
It's
a
fine.
loser!
You're fine.
Who's
What? Aiden, how dare you?
No, I said I do know who Ween is,
Yeah, but Ween is amazing. What are you talking
but I
about?
still know that Weird Al was. I mean, like, I
No.
don't disagree with that super chat.
No.
What the hell's Ween?
You've never listened to Ween?
I've never even heard of this.
You should listen.
Well, really?
Come on.
No.
You've heard the push the little daisies and make them come up song. Obviously, that's everyone's heard
Have
that.
I? Push Little Daisies?
Yeah. Push the little daisies and make them come up. That's Ween. Yeah.
I've never heard this
Yeah.
song before. I just pulled it up on YouTube. I've never heard this before in my life.
Oh, okay.
Really?
No.
How about
Is
They Might
that-
Be Giants?
How
course
about
I've heard of Band
Nerf
of Giants.
Herder? Have either of you ever heard of Nerf
I've
Herder?
heard of Nerf Herder, but I don't think I've
They're
heard of
based.
one of their songs.
They did the opening for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
then I guess I have heard.
Yeah.
Wow.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "Can we divert Ye into elite theory?" No, hopefully not.
Ye is
Dennis-
probably on his way to Elite Theory, though.
Yeah, exactly. Janos Kuhn for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says, "Hey now, this timeline is so funny. How long for Kanye to burn the bridge with Nick and Milo? I ended up sending Sitch the fan art at him because S-class.
It's a good question because
Well, he sent it to me, so.
I don't know how long Kanye will maintain his ability to be around these people because they're nuts.
As long as they tell him what he wants to hear, as long as they sing the sweet, sweet nothings in his ear.
100%, Adam. You're completely correct. As long as they keep, and that's why I think they got into this position in the first place, is because they went to Kanye and sucked his dick. And he was like, oh, okay, I will believe the things that you're saying and telling me to believe because you're sucking me off.
Right.
True.
Okay.
Yeah. Tim got in big trouble because he's like, suck the D. And Tim was like, no, I don't want to do that.
You know that South Park where like Al Sharpton drops his pants and he's like, kiss it.
Kiss it.
Kiss it.
That was what
Kiss
Kanye
it.
was like. He's like,
Exactly. Exactly.
Kiss it.
Exactly.
And Tim was like, no, I'm not. Tim was Cartman, right?
Yeah.
It's Cartman that's like, no.
So CT made this very appropriate meme.
Mm-hmm.
This is me saying, save your money, you're broke. And I'm trying to drag CT away from buying me shit. And she says, no, I want to buy this for you, though. That's
You got to get the duck socks, man. They're amazing. These socks are killer.
I'm like, please stop buying me things. Stop spending your money on me.
Oh,
So
come on.
stop it, CT. Stop it. Batman's pet goldfish for $5 says they usually use tax evasion to jail when you've done something else. Think Al Capone. Yeah, of course. But I don't. Obviously Kanye is not in any sort of Al Capone level of existence. But
They Milo and Nick probably queued up the Untouchables. They're like, oh, well, let's do some investigation. How does this?
this is gonna be you, Kanye. You're gonna be like Al Capone. They're gonna put you in jail.
How does this
You know
tax
they did.
evasion
You
go?
know they did.
They're like, here, watch this movie, Kanye. This will teach you about tax evasion.
Exactly. Dr. Diddler says thank you so much for being a free will seeker for 8 months. S-Class General Dr. Diddler says, kick Doomer. Nobody will miss him, I promise you, my brother. He has no insight to offer and is regularly beaten up by small animals.
Ouch.
There you go.
Yeah, I almost.
That's really fucking rad.
People wanted us to put up a poll
Yeah.
on whether or not Doomer should be allowed to stay on the show. And I was like, oh man, you guys are fucking cruel.
I like Doomer. He's like he's the heel of the show.
Can you imagine?
I like Doomer.
Can you imagine putting up a poll like that? I mean, we
I
could
can.
now.
I
he's
think
gone.
I have at some point in the past, probably.
Have you really? Oh man, that's bad.
Eric Cecil for $2 says Bobby Lee as Tim Pool. Now I could see that.
Bobby Lee. I hung out with Bobby Lee one night. It's actually pretty
look
fun.
at you.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew Clark for $2 says, Adam, your dad can play Tim Pool.
Yeah. No, I don't. He's like much older than Tim Pool now, so.
He'll be in the flashback or the anti-flashback. Ron Quay for $5 says the Fish Sticks episode of South Park describes Kanye the best. He just doesn't get it. This Tim Pool episode exemplifies it so well. He's a guy fish. There you go. True. Godlike Snake, thanks so much for the $15. Says the Jewish history be like Jews live in an area. Gentiles discriminate against Jews. Jews rise to the occasion. Program Exodus. Repeat. I mean, yeah, essentially.
Kinda, yeah.
It's kind of essentially how it is. Meatard drew this picture of me. Look at that.
It's great. I
Sitch.
like it.
Like it. This is me looking at CT as he buys me more things, and I say, "Stop spending money on me."
That's a good. You've captured his essence.
That's an
perfectly
expression I make a lot. Yes. I was like, oh, really, really, Kanye, really, Tim.
Yeah. Very believable.
Lime Mason for $5 says the real reason Kanye is doing this is because he's become so financially literate that he doesn't need the Jews anymore. There you go. You got it.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what happened. See, he's like, Kanye started talking all this stuff about like the Jews, so all his accountants left, and now he can't pay his taxes.
I mean,
he's like, how do I pay my taxes? All my accountants left me.
Oh, you're right. He probably did lose all his staff after he started making all the anti-Semitic stuff. He didn't realize.
Well, if I can say the one thing that is sussy baka shit, that is that Kanye is like, oh, the Jews control all the banks, and then immediately afterwards, all the banks that he's involved with cut him off.
Mm-hmm.
So we actually talked about this before you came on.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Right.
Because
So
I don't think that. And by the way, I don't think that that's like proof of what he's saying. It's just like
I understand what you're saying.
a
optics of
really
it.
fucking insane, optic, right?
So the thing is that Kanye is lying because if you go
Yes.
back into July, he got, and he talks about this. He got really pissy because he put a bunch of money in a Morgan account, a JP Morgan account, and he wanted to see the president of JP Morgan, who apparently didn't drop everything he was doing to go meet with Kanye because Kanye put like $150 $150
Well, I'm
million.
pretty sure they would
Mhm.
give him some investment advisor, like
Right, I'm sure.
obviously.
No, obviously, but he wants to talk to the president.
I know.
of,
He's like,
JP Morgan, yeah. Right.
Oh, of course he
Um,
does, right?
And
Yeah.
so because Jared Diamond wouldn't meet with him, Kanye, in a huffy puff because
Jared
he's so child, he pulled out all of his money from that account. And he said this publicly in July. He's like, I'm removing all my money from JP Morgan because the president won't talk to me. And so it's like, oh, well, obviously, if you don't have any money in an account, they're going to close down your account. And that's why they closed down his account. And that's why when Candace
Oh.
leaked the email about them
Okay.
closing his account, she cuts off the top with the date. So we don't even know when that email exists. Like I would wager that email from
Fuck.
before he even made any of those comments. So
Well, how interesting that is, then, isn't it?
yes.
Goddamn.
And then the recent thing is, there's a whole thing with Adidas paid him a bunch of money to do marketing for their product. And then they cut him from that deal and they're trying to get that money back. And apparently they or the government, it's unclear. Somebody asked, either Adidas or the government asked this bank that had this Adidas money in it to freeze the account for security reasons until they can hash out who actually gets this money.
Well, that's understandable
Right.
in that instance, and that's not how it was again explained to
No.
me. But whatever.
Of course, Kanye's like,
Of course
the
it wasn't-
Jews.
Yeah, the Jews, they're gonna.
Of course.
But I mean, like, bruh, like companies will fuck you over all the time. True, to be fair, but like, oh my god, I'm dealing with such a giant company fuck over right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to hear about it?
if it's cool.
Sure.
It's not really cool.
Oh, okay.
But basically, like when
Are you
I
trying
went
to
to
throw him
the
under the bus?
yes, but it's okay. When I went to the United States for a month to go to a wedding and to visit my family,
Mhm.
And to be on Tim Pool's show.
and to be in Tim Pool's show, I
Tim
bought-
Pool's like last.
yeah, he's last.
As he should be. That's a good
Oh
priority.
my-
Things go.
Sorry, but like I loved him, but like
I went to
yeah,
go
last.
shopping, and then I went on Tim Pool's show.
Oh, come on.
Family
yeah, so-
before Tim Pool. Adam.
Yeah, my
I know
family
that your
is
dad
always
looks
leaving.
like Tim, but
My dad is not like Tim Pool. My
no,
dad.
Adam's dad looks like Tim.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
my dad looks exactly like Tim Pool.
Oh
It's
God,
just-
really?
Yeah, it's like crazy.
That is crazy.
But
I don't
anyway.
even know how to respond to this. But anyway,
worry
so
about
I go to the United States. Before I leave, I tell them, hey, I'm going to go to the United States. I have a phone that I've paid for to do the things that it works. And I told them, hey, also I need you to put a data booster on it so when I go to the United States that I can use my fucking phone. Guess what? The second I get to the US, the phone doesn't fucking work.
Mhm.
I can't do anything with it unless it's attached to a Wi-Fi tower.
Right.
So when it's Wi-Fi, I can call through Skype or whatever.
Right.
I can't actually use the phone. I can't use any data for 3 goddamn weeks, right?
Mhm.
Wow.
Which is that's how long I was there, because I was there for the wedding. I was there to go on Tim Pool. I was there to see my mom, there to see my dad. And I had to go all over the fucking East Coast to do this shit, which is fine. I like doing it. I've missed seeing my parents. The second I come back home to the UK,
It
I
works.
get a bill. No, I get a bill. First of all, it doesn't
as
work.
as if you were using the phone. Holy shit.
I get a bill. Would you guys just tell me how much do you think my bill was?
Oh, it's like
For
$1,000.
Oh, keep going.
1,500?
Keep going.
What?
Keep going.
That's
Okay.
insane.
3,000
Oh,
pounds
God.
for no service.
Oh.
For no service. It was 3,000 pounds. and they are now like freaking out because they're screaming at each other internally and trying to figure out like why they charged me that. They were just hoping that I wouldn't notice. I don't know how no one doesn't notice a 3,000.
I'm not going to notice a
$3,500.
3,000
Yeah.
pound charge.
For literally nothing. For literally nothing.
Right.
Oh, that's
I had
horrible.
no
They
service
should
for
pay
a
you
month.
$3,000 for being without
That's
service.
that's how I fucking feel, but whatever, So whatever. Oh my god. Sorry. So I'm really fucking angry right now at my phone
Are you
service.
calling them out on Twitter? Because sometimes that works.
So what happened was I basically told them, "Do you want me to call you out on Twitter?"
Okay. What'd they say? Well, how many
They're-
followers do you have?
Well, they're waiting to respond
Mhm.
because I will not say what the thing is. If
The
they
company.
actually try to call me to charge me £3,000 for literally no service,
Mhm.
I will say what the service is and I will point everyone towards it. But they haven't gone that far yet, so
Right,
we're seeing where it's going to happen, right?
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. Because this, by the way, is a service that only exists in the Channel Islands. So their entire customer base is about like 60,000 people.
Mhm.
They don't want that to go on Twitter. You know what I mean?
Right.
Of how they're trying to scam me. But whatever.
They'll
Go
probably,
ahead.
that probably won't charge you.
Oh yeah, they won't. No.
Probably won't charge
Once well, that's but I'm waiting. Like, do it. Come at me. Come fucking at me and try to charge me a fucking
Right.
300
Come at me, bro.
3,000 pound
I know.
for this nonsense. Come at me.
That sucks. That's so
Whatever. No, it's funny. It's just silly. It's not gonna work for them. Whatever.
This is-
That was just my meme.
Metard did this picture of CT, I guess.
That there's CT buying me something evilly.
Oh, okay. I get it.
And they going, stop.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wow.
these are great, metard.
Excellent.
Those me saying metard kind of
Well, you
deflates
are.
some of it.
You kinda
Is it
are.
metard? Is it mettered? Maybe we're saying
Mattered?
I
Maybe
like,
we're saying it tardedly.
I like Metard better.
Denny Cat for 5 Aussie bucks says, to clear confusion from the 2017 Super Chat stream, Dankula is anti-monarchy, but he believes it's less evil than democracy. He's an ANCAP.
Look, you just gotta accept the monarchy question
That's a
as being
weird
correct.
take.
It'll be all right.
It's a weird take.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Be okay.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, look, you'll
Miss
will
Monarchy
eventually
over here.
you'll eventually agree with me. You just
Oh,
gotta get
uh-huh.
on the
I still
Yeah.
get comments. I still
Very
get
unlikely.
I still get comments on our debate on my channel
Mhm.
about people who just can't believe. They're like, I love Aiden's videos, but this is just, I don't get it. This
Yeah,
must
well,
be a troll.
It's not a troll.
She can't be serious.
Well, the funny thing is that I get the opposite videos or the opposite comments on my video, where it's like, "Oh, Adam and Sitch are so fucking dumb that they can't understand your monarchy
and
position."
they're all
I
from
like
You know what I mean?
Spoon. All those comments are from Spoon. Every single one of them.
That's what I mean. That's the funny thing about that. Like, hang on, we just disagree on this dumb
I
thing.
mean, it's a pretty fundamental disagreement.
I don't think so. I actually don't think it is a fundamental disagreement, because I think that
I mean, you're anti-democracy. That's
how's
pretty big.
democracy working?
Well, I mean,
It's working fine. Okay.
Yeah.
It's working great.
Better
right?
than monarchy ever has.
It sure is.
Uh-huh.
How do you like
Miss-
a potato head?
Miss what was that country?
Lithuania? I don't know.
No, not Luxembourg. No, it wasn't
Yeah, Luxembourg's great.
Not Luxembourg. It's the country that
Luxembourg is a great democratic, a great monarchistic institution.
it's that country that the Joker was from in Knight's Tale, or he was pretending to be from.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but how are you enjoying in Pennsylvania the potato head?
What?
I gotta tell you,
The man who is what's his name again? In Fetterman, yeah.
just a
Who
heads
is
up.
literally
I have-
you elected a literal retard.
Well, I don't literally. I'm not in that state.
the Fetterman thing. I gotta leave in 2 hours. I'm just giving you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's hilarious to say. Listen, I only have 2 hours left.
Yeah, we know how these conversations go.
But I feel the need.
Yeah.
I feel like I should.
Liechtenstein, thank you.
Liechtenstein. Oh, there you go, Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein, yeah. Okay.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Oh, that's
No one
an
actually helped
artwork.
me. I had to look it up. You failed me, chat.
No, it's fine. Look. My monarchy thing is mostly a meme. It's out of.
Really? Okay.
We're making news here. Why don't you go put a comment on that video and I'll pin it so people know that you're just memeing.
Just a meme, bro.
It's in that I don't think that it's probably a realistic
Does
position
Spoon
for me to.
know this?
Yes, he does.
Spoon is going to
that-
be devastated.
No, why would he be? No,
there might
no.
might be cutting.
Please
Spooning,
listen to
there
what
might
I'm
be
about to say.
Okay.
The fact that I think that the monarchy position is an idealistic one, is not a realistic one in the current state of things.
Yes, we understand that.
Right. You're saying that you're saying that you think it would work. That's not the main part. The main part is that it would ever come into fruition.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
So no, I absolutely am
We think the
am a
idealist
monarchist.
part is that it would work.
Wait, what?
Well, it's worked for 2,000 years, but yeah.
Well,
Well, it
crappily,
depends how you define
shittily.
work. I guess.
Okay, let's
You know,
probably
slavery
not get
worked
into
for a long
this.
time too, right? Like,
Sitch, fuck you, dude. How dare you?
oh, got him.
Got yeah.
3 points.
Come on now. I mean, well, oh my gosh, my dude.
This picture is from probably Sean. He drew us as our Patronus, the Adam and Stitch show. There's Adam as a
Stitch.
weasel.
Oh, you are the Adam and Stitch show.
There you go. Adam is a weasel and I am the hedgehog. Yep. Those are our
Sweet.
Patronus.
We were
Thank you.
Stitch, apparently.
We were Stitch.
God, I
Thank you,
love
probably,
drawing
Sean.
in traditional medium too.
Where cameraman 502 for $5 says Aiden is triggering me with this evangelical Protestant nonsense into Catholicism. That might be more of a local culture.
But I'm
because
a-
that wasn't
but I'm a
thing in my
Catholic.
area.
But I'm a Catholic. So, whoopsie doopsie.
There you
Oopsie
go.
poopsie. I don't know.
Yeah. I
My
have
bad.
heard that before about, I mean, I'm not Catholic, but I've heard that like that mythology from other
I
Catholic
saw it
people that are
growing
like,
up.
oh, you can have sex in the butt. It's fine.
No,
Like, you
I
know.
saw it growing up. So like
Right.
that's completely just my personal experience. I left the church. I became an atheist, then I became a Norse pagan, and
Wow,
now
nice.
I'm coming back to the church. So whoops.
How could you turn your back on Thor like that?
On Thor.
On Thor. Chris Hemsworth is real. We can see him in the movies.
Look, I used to believe that shit hardcore, but like I don't anymore.
Okay.
Good for you.
Oh well. I still think it's valuable, but I don't believe it.
Rico Zoros, thank you so much for being a free seeker for 8 months. Says,
Oh, that's so cute.
now I ain't saying she's a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no S-Class. 18 reigns supreme. Wow. Wow.
Look
Rico,
at that. Yeah, nice.
Horrible. So Andrew Clark took this picture. He took the Adam and Sitch plushies, and he took this photograph at the very famous, world famous Twilight Diner.
Very
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's the diner
Yeah.
featured in the hit series that we all love so much,
Yeah.
Twilight. Oh, thank you.
Huge Kristen Stewart fan.
Oh God, no! Don't start.
I'm sorry.
Rico Zorro.
I won't do it. I won't do it anymore. But
$5 says Ari Schaefer's Jew stand-up special is an amazing juxtaposition to all this political noise. Highly recommend for all the comedy lovers. We'll check it out. Ari Schaefer's. I don't know if I've ever seen Ari Schaefer's stand up. No.
you've never seen Ari Shaffir's stand up?
Ari Schaefer.
I thought it was Shafir. I don't know. He's
Shafir?
funny as fuck though.
Ari Shafir. Yeah, I've never seen him stand up. No.
Yeah, he's funny as fuck.
He looks familiar. Like I've seen him somewhere, but Stug for $2 says, Adam, look up Weird Al's Celine Dion interview.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Lower the Brain for $2. Oh, I read this one. You read this one. This was, he said, Ween is better than Weird Al. Cope and seethe. Vincent Martin for $10 says, I beat up an owl and potatoes. Sorry, Uncle Potato, and not sorry to Doomer. So there you go. I mean, that's appropriate. You should be sorry to Potato, but not Doomer. I approve of that message. The Love Doctor 69 all day. Hey now. For for $2. Says, hate to do it, but got to give Tim credit. He couldn't let Kanye spew his nonsense and probably would have made a lot more money. He could have let Kanye spew his nonsense and probably made a lot more money. Also, I don't care soccer, but go Team USA. Do it for America. Based USA. And yeah, no, I mean, I do give Tim credit. And I think it's really lame. All, someone who's not even a Tim Pool fan. I think it's very lame. The people who are all like the very anti-Tim Pool left people that are just, they're not giving Tim any credit whatsoever. Saying, he didn't even push back against Kanye, blah, blah, blah. It's like,
we went in with super low expectations, and I was actually very pleased.
Yes, pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I thought Tim was not going to push back at all, but he did. CT for 2 hours says, you know what? I'm convinced Milo was definitely the straightest person in that room.
I would say one thing about the Tim Pool thing is that there was no way Tim could win that. And by the way, it's not just like people who were like on the right or the left. There's no way he could win this. There are some crazy people on the right who wanted him to like talk about the Jews, and there's people on the left who didn't want him to do it. So like there's literally no fucking option for him to win. He's completely fucked on this. He has no option for winning.
Everyone's saying that we have that element in our audience too, but I mean, I feel like we've gone round and round with academic agent enough that we've kind of like
purged the
they've moved on.
The Jew haters from our audience.
The Jews.
Well, and also,
like, you gotta get that shit, man.
Yeah,
but there are people who are like that, and they're in my audience too. Like, trust me, they exist everywhere. Where they just, it's been very frustrating because I said one time in a video that I made about Poland, or I made about like the Holocaust, like years and years ago, and I said that all of the death camps were in Poland. And to this day, I get called a Holocaust denier for saying that the death camps were in Poland.
What?
To this day, yes. Because I said there were death camps and there were work camps in that video. And they said the fact that I said there were work camps that were not death camps is Holocaust denialism.
Yeah.
I don't understand how that's Holocaust denialism, but it is to certain people. And it is only not for real reasons. Let's be real.
It's
for
like
legitimate
it's
reasons.
trumped up. Obviously, it's fake news. Yeah,
it's because they want to try and
smear you as a Nazi.
Shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. And I have been called a Nazi for 6 years for me saying that there were death camps in Poland.
That's so crazy.
I know, right? But you can't. But that's the thing is that like this entire subject matter is so incredibly sensitive that really anyone can use it to mean whatever the fuck they want. And that Kanye is right about that part, I guess, is that people will use this particular topic to mean whatever the fuck they want to mean from it. And it's unfortunate. And I actually think, it's how I actually think ultimately you invent people like Kanye who think that the Jews are all making shit up when people get so incredibly excited, I guess, or like they get so incredibly like activated by any kind of thing that is not anti-Semitic, but they regards the Holocaust, and then you end up producing people like Kanye West,
right,
who are actually becoming anti-Semitic and who hate I don't know if he hates the Jews, but who blame the Jews because he sees it as a big giant conspiracy.
Let's just say he's not a fan of the Jews.
Yeah, he sees it as a big giant conspiracy because of the things that he's probably seen of like people getting silenced a little bit.
Right.
Which I would say has never been silenced. It has been up for 6 years at this point, or 5 years at this point. It's never been silenced. So me saying that stuff, which is people keep saying, "Oh, look, you can find Aiden's anti-Semitism." Like my anti-Semitism was saying that the death camps were in Poland. Oh wow!
My mother sent me a super chat
again.
I knew that she was going to. I knew this question was going to be asked. I could sense it. Says, Sitch, I've come to ask you, Adam and Doomer. The Doomer's gone. And Aiden, the real Jewish question. Fuck, marry, kill, Kanye, Nick, and Milo. Answer now, all three of you, or you'll be kicked out of the next Jew Wednesday meeting.
Well, I'm not going anyway, so I don't need to answer then.
Are you
You're not
going
gonna
to?
answer?
Are you guys willing to answer that question?
I want to be kicked out. Thank
Well,
you for the
Fuck, Mary,
opportunity.
kill. It was
Listen. Mhm.
Kanye, Nick, and Milo. Yes,
I'm already
Yes.
married.
Yes.
I'm not supposed to screw around.
Aiden.
And,
I'm not
like,
supposed to either.
I
But in
only,
a
He's also
hypothetical
married, so,
scenario,
you
I only murder when I'm provoked.
So Adam
Okay.
is a lame-o. So let's see
Adam,
here.
come on. In a hypothetical scenario, if your wife didn't exist,
Mm-hmm.
fuck, marry, kill.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to
And you
kill
were also
Weird
gay
Al
for
Yankovic.
anti-Semites.
I would. First of all,
Yeah.
I heavily dislike two of these people, so I don't want
Right.
anything to do with them. And those are not Kanye. So I will marry Kanye.
You want to put
Only
up with
because-
Kanye this whole? Oh, that's
Yes.
That's the weirdest take ever.
Was outside of Milo and Fuentes? Hell yes. I'd rather.
Mhm.
I'd rather marry
Milo would at
Kanye.
least be blowing smoke up your ass all the time. Fucking Kanye, he's like, oh, what a nightmare.
Okay. So you're gonna marry Kanye
And I would kill Fuentes and,
and fuck Milo.
yeah, I guess so. Because I
Okay.
fuck Milo.
I would also marry Kanye because he's the richest, and then you could divorce him and get half his money.
There you go.
See?
No,
Thinking
he's not.
ahead.
He's lost $6 billion.
He's still richer than either of the other two chuckle fucks. Okay.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Kanye's giving you a prenup too, so that's part of the deal.
Listen,
Right.
I'll have my Jew lawyer Jew him out of some money. Okay. On the prenup contract.
Terrible. Terrible.
I could figure out a way around it. Then when it comes to listen, if you have to choose, I would imagine. Listen, Milo, he has a lot of experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
He
Being a
does.
bottom, so you might as well fuck him. And then I guess
I'm saying Milo's got a lot of experience. Well, I mean, like, it wouldn't be nice for me. Like, again, like as a woman, like I have, like, there's only one man here who has any idea how to have sex with a woman, and that's
Mm-hmm.
Kanye West.
that's true.
The other two are both homosexuals, which is
That's
fine.
true.
I'm also half of a gay, which is like, I mean, I'm only half of a gay
How can you be
Okay,
half of a
woman.
gay?
because I'm bisexual.
Milo makes
Mm,
you wear a Saigon mask.
I'm a half a gay.
There you go.
But look, women can please other women in the same way men can in that way.
All women are
you know
half
what I mean?
homosexual.
Actually, there's a lot of evidence in that.
oh no.
Oh my god, you actually activated the part of my brain that was like, let me tell you about why that
Is this a part of the
why
live
that's
stream
real.
where we're gonna have to push back? Where we're actually gonna have to go into pushback mode?
No, I agree. All women.
No,
are
all women
actually
are
bisexual.
all women are
All women
at
want to
least
be
partially
part of
bisexual.
want to be part of a man's harem. Okay, let's just
Because
back
all
that up.
the
Well,
reason
that-
why
that's true.
from evolutionary biological data, the reason why women are all bisexual. Do you actually want the
No,
answer
I
to this
actually don't
question?
want to. I don't want to actually hear this.
Okay.
I know.
Thank you.
Neither one of
Time.
us want to like fact
Yes.
check this. Come on,
Israel-
we're being chill here.
We are. Look,
I know.
so we have a
Forget
super
it.
chat from Trump. Apparently, Trump was elected Israel's prime minister, and I didn't
Mm-hmm.
realize this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, did you know this? And he gave us money. Trump as the Israeli prime minister.
Well,
for Joe
that
says-
makes him a great big Jew, and that
It
means
does.
he's a bad guy. Wowee.
He says,
Dude,
"Sitch."
it's so fucking weird when they get this way.
I know. He says, Sitch, I understand that Kanye has wronged you as bad as that meanie Sleepy Joe, but don't worry. I know how to put Kanye in his place. Kanye claims his album sold 6 million records. It seems a bit high. Oof. Oof.
Actually,
Oh,
seems a bit
wow.
high. I would just like
Oof.
to tell you that it seems a little bit like it's a high number of records that he
Yes.
sold. Just
He
saying,
didn't
just
sell.
saying.
Listen,
Didn't
if
say as
I'm a
many as
rapper,
me
I would sell way more than 6
I
million.
would
I'd be the
sell-
highest grossing rapper of all time.
of all time. Of all time.
Okay. Stupendous. Kanye came to me and he said, Mr. Trump, how do I become president? And I said, stay out of my way, kid. Janice Kuhn for $3 says, in Robert's voice.
Robert's voice.
Who's Robert?
I don't know.
Who is Robert? I don't know.
Kanye West has sold over 35 million albums.
Yeah, and everyone should listen to them because they're fucking fantastic.
But he says, okay, in Robert's, I'm sorry, I don't know who Robert is, Janice. But he says, in Robert's voice, well, I don't know, Brent, maybe I'm autistic or something because I can't pick up why you would act like such a little bitch. Since I hit a character limit on YouTube, S class is best class.
Oh,
What?
well,
Damn it.
maybe he's incorrect. I don't know.
That is
Maybe
true.
he is correct. How can we calculate the accuracy of S
We
class
just
over
accept
18?
it. We just accept it. We do a poll and I win. Dr. Diddler for $2 says God has sent down Kanye to destroy the chosen people that God picked because apparently after thousands of years, God changed his mind. True. Dialogue Always for $2. Hey, look, it's Dialogue Always.
Oh, wow.
Says Kanye isn't anti-Semitic, you guys. It just happens to be true that systemic Zionism serves to keep people not of Hebrew descent from positions of power. You are so dishonest.
It's so fucking
That's
like
not really. That's just Streamlabs, right?
That's really the real Dialogue Always.
Because I'm
That's also
arguing
the
with
real ass
Dialogue
shit,
Always
yeah.
on. Look,
Twitter right now.
I got
saw,
some
yeah.
sick burns on
I
Dialogue
saw
Always
that
on Twitter. Did you?
when you were criticizing him for rolling over to JF.
Yeah.
well, oh no, he is becoming JF told, isn't he? Yeah. Like the thing is that Kanye is becoming JF.
Aiden has no
pilled,
idea
which
what
is-
we're talking about. It's
There's
hilarious.
a guy
Oh, no,
named
I
Dialogue
guess-
Always that we have some like.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Jean-Francois Goype.
Dialogue Always had a debate.
Did a
with
debate
JF.
with him, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you did. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot
Dialogue
about
Always should come on and we can review that debate together. 'Cause he totally
It's,
lets JF slip in the biological determinism.
Sure.
Blacks are inferior genetically, and he doesn't even respond. It's
Right.
that. It's just some insane
bad.
fucking shit. Like,
yeah.
I can go into that
Don't worry about
in terms of the actual data, but
Don't worry about
like
That's
blacks
okay.
are not fucking inferior to
Yeah,
white
I
people.
know.
Like, come on now.
I know. Carl Benjamin. Hey, it's Carl. I'm sure
Hey,
this is the actual real Carl.
I do
and
it's
none
not
of
a
this
really
is
fake
legit.
him.
Streamlabs.
It's really him. I
really him.
guarantee it.
Who's
Thank you,
doing
Carl, for
this?
$2. Carl says, you can see beyond the illusions of power which serve to veil fundamental truths of our reality. He is speaking to the moral order which must be upheld by our will to act. Ye exudes the draconic energy which we must embody. There you go. Thank
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Love it.
Thank
you. Yay. Oh, it's Yay. Look, Yay gave us money.
There
too.
he
Thank
is.
you, Yay.
Oh,
there he is.
Kanye is right here.
Nobody
Yes.
uses their real name on Streamlabs.
This is the real Yay.
It's the real
Yay
Kanye.
for-
What are you talking about?
for
That's him.
$3.50. Thank you, Yay. I know that you're hard up for cash now that all the Jews have closed down all your bank accounts. Says, I'm Yay and I like fish sticks.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go. Thank you, Yay. Dr.
Thank
Dillard
you.
for $2 says, I really hope Kanye does run with Nick Fuentes because when they get 500 votes, you can point to it and instantly invalidate 90% of leftist thought. If white supremacy is such a problem, why'd they lose? Now shut up.
I know. That's what I was thinking.
No, but
Well,
see,
actually,
it won't work. That won't work because
No,
they'll
it
say
won't-
the white
yeah.
supremacists won't vote for a black guy.
Oh, you're right.
That is it. You're
So-
you're completely correct, Sitch. Completely correct.
Yep.
Is that will be because first of all, like this entire idea of having Kanye run is absurdist.
Right.
But yes, it is exactly as you said, is that well, they were just a bunch of white supremacists and XYZ, blah, blah, blah. And that's why we can prove how Republicans are actually all racist, even if like
Right.
600 people vote for him, which is nobody reasonable is going to vote for Kanye. Like,
Hey. Let's go easy on the
nobody
Kanye
reasonable is
voters.
going to vote for Kanye.
Let's go
Come on.
easy.
Actually, I don't think Nick can accept Kanye position as VP because that would show that Nick's like a total bitch because that would
Right, no,
contradict everything
yes.
he said about black people.
Precisely.
really?
Nick.
So,
Oh,
of course.
Nick is a fucking overt racist.
Yeah, he can't really become like VP under a black guy. Though.
I think
It's not
Nick
Yeah.
would dispute that.
Okay.
Well,
I'm sure
Nick,
he would.
Nick always says like there's
Listen, I'm not racist. I'm just looking at the stats.
Well, yeah,
you know,
that's how he says. That's how he says it. Though he's
well, he
like,
doesn't.
I'm not a racist.
He doesn't believe
He's a
certain
racist.
races are superior to other races. He just
Yes, he
thinks
does.
That's not true. He does. Yeah.
He absolutely believes that certain races are superior to other races, but yet he
Oh,
he
does
would.
he?
Yes.
Oh,
of
absolutely.
course. He
Have
won't,
you
he
not
won't
heard
frame
his
it.
shit?
He won't say it like in that.
Yes, he won't
way,
say
but
it that
that's what
way,
he
yeah.
believes.
He absolutely believes that he.
Where's good faith Gary?
And the funny fucking thing is that Nick
Good- Gary-
Fuentes
Gary
is a fucking Hispanic person, which
He's a little
like.
bit Hispanic.
But no, what I'm saying is that like
This
There's
is
lots
why
of
these
racist Hispanic people.
This is why these people are they I find them so funny.
Right.
So you're two big, wonderful, representatives of your white supremacist bullshit is a Hispanic man, a mixed race Hispanic boy,
Yeah,
and who is homosexual, by the way, which is fine.
Is he a man or
Yeah.
a boy? You kind of changed.
he's
midstream
a
there.
boy man.
He's a boy man, a mixed race Hispanic man boy who is homosexual,
Mhm.
and a Greek Jewish homosexual. These are your two big, these are the saviors of the white race. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is so silly. It's
Things are
so
looking
fucking
good for-
silly.
Well, it's like white nationalism is so unpopular in America
Yeah,
right now
it's
that they have to
ridiculous.
broaden the acceptance to people that would not be considered white 50 years
Oh,
ago.
I know, and that's the thing is that
And they
no
were very
one
the KKK was incredibly anti-Catholic too.
yes,
Everyone
they
forgets
were.
about,
Yes,
yeah.
they were, and that's the thing that's so fucking bizarre about all this is that what the fuck are you guys doing?
No.
Everyone who you're supporting or you're trying to support hates you. They
Funny.
actively fucking hate you,
Hey,
bruh.
look, it's the real academic agent for $2
Oh, okay.
gave us some money. He says, cry, sobs. It's so distressing, Sitch. I didn't realize it, but Ye was cheating on me with Fuentes, and now Milo. He's so brilliant on the JQ, but his betrayal
I do.
hurts.
I actually like Academic Agent as a
Will
person.
you please hold on to me just this once?
I like Academic Agent as a person, but this
You're allowed.
people gotta drop this weird white
Hating
supremacy
Jews
shit.
and being
Yes.
racist? Yeah,
I know. Gotta
I
drop
know.
this fucking shit. It's insane. You
Or
gotta get
if
this
you
shit
have
the
an
fuck
in,
out of
why
your
don't you-
ideology.
If you have an in, why don't you say something to him? Why don't you
Oh,
Because
I
they
don't think
listen to
Academic Agent doesn't like me very much. I would
Oh.
say
Well, then
that
why do you like him?
Because
he's been nice to me. He's been nice to me in the past.
There you go.
Well, he was nice to me until he wasn't. But
What? Okay, whatever.
until he found out my co-host was Jewish, then he started being mean to me.
Was that really?
No, that wasn't.
Adam, no, that's not true. Is it really?
That's not true.
I mean, I don't know. It's impossible to
I
tell.
don't think that he hates that.
Actually,
Do you think
I think he got mad because we
You said that he
responded-
didn't know anything
I don't
about
believe
economics.
We
I was
responded.
gonna say, I think that he dislikes you because of economic disagreements. I don't think he
come on.
hates you because
Look, we responded to the
I don't know.
lady abs thing.
Well,
and
that was
got-
later. I thought he didn't like you before that.
Nah, the lady abs thing.
Okay,
That was
the
late.
lady
we made fun of
abs
his,
thing.
Tomboy abs.
Because
video,
don't you
and he
remember?
got really pissy.
Yes, I
Look,
remember this.
He was in the chat, and we were making fun of him super hard.
Okay. So the lady abs thing, I would admit, is the stupidest fucking thing. I could not. I literally could not understand his
Of
position.
course, it's stupid.
I legitimately could not understand his position whatsoever on the lady abs thing. I tried to, because usually I try to be able to put myself in someone else's shoes and be able to try to understand where they're coming from. But I could not understand the lady abs thing.
Yeah.
That was so fucking stupid. It broke my brain. And then I think he got mad at me. He invited me to one of it, even just recently invited me to I have been invited to all, I think, of his in real life shows. So
look at Sitch just completely standing up for AA, even though
what
like
No,
Sitch
I
going
like
completely
AA,
good
but
faith
it was
Gary
so
on
fucking
AA,
dumb.
even though AA is like
you should go
completely-
good faith Gary. Why shouldn't
Look,
you be good faith
look,
Gary?
AA did a stream and called Sitch a fucking liar and a backstabber and like everything
He did
everything
go-
in the book for like an hour and a half, and Sitch is here defending him.
Well, the problem is, it's just like he's just. I understand why he believes in the Jewish question and he lies about it, but everyone in his audience knows that he believes in the Jewish question, and he fucking and all his little sycophantic, YouTuber friends, all that are in his orbit, they all agree with that shit, and then they all pretend like if I talk about it, I'm like,
yeah,
he's
the crazy
anti-Semitic, and they go,
thing. No, he's not.
Say academic agents anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
That's not true. So
We got to
it's-
thank Actual
okay.
Justice Warrior. I think sent a bunch of viewers
Yes, he did.
over.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he did.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Sean. Obviously, I turned
thank
that
you,
on.
Sean.
I found the setting and turned it on.
Oh, he
so.
did the thing where you're like,
Yeah, he sent us his
Thank you, Sean.
viewers. So yeah,
Thank you.
awesome.
But yes, even though I like Academic Agent, and I don't think he's here's the thing, Academic Agent is actually a very intelligent person, but I disagree with his
doubtful, but okay.
Everything that he is he's not stupid. You have to know he's not stupid. But
he's like Kanye level. No, I'm just kidding.
But he comes up with like the wrong conclusions on everything. And I mean this in the most positive level towards Academic Agent. As
He's not stupid. He just believes everything that's wrong.
He just comes up with the wrong conclusions on things. Yeah, and that's doesn't make him, it makes him wrong. It doesn't make him stupid. Does that make sense?
Fair enough. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, sure. Solidose for $2 says, so the leaders of Nazi Incorporated are a Latino, a black man, and a gay man. I won't say Tucker Carlson is right on the Great Replacement, but the simulation does seem to be breaking down. Oh my God, the Great Replacement theory is right. They're replacing our Nazis even. They've replaced our Nazis. Oh my God.
Oh no,
with black people,
with
blacks and Latinos.
With blacks, Latinos, and gay Jews.
There you go. I love it. Dr. Diller for $3 says, be careful talking about the Sitch. We don't want the Jews getting to our fearless leader.
Yes, Sitch, get out of here. We don't want the Jews.
Oh no.
God.
It's so bizarre to me.
What they do to someone like you.
So one thing that's actually kind of interesting to me, like this is a little bit, it's not off topic, but like there's a bunch of people on the right who call me a Jew because my mother, no, for real, who call me a Jew because my mother is a Lutheran and whose family is German. And they say, well, that must mean you're a Jew. And I get so you guys don't even know. I get so much fucking comments about like, you fucking K word, you know, XYZ. And it's like, but my family's Christian and it doesn't matter because they're like, no, but your mother is German and therefore it means, or my mother is of a German family who are all Lutherans, and therefore that makes you Jewish by like 1,000-year-old historical thing of being Jewish. So therefore that makes you Jewish.
Like Jews? When did this happen?
According to that's what I'm saying. This is why it's so fucking weird, because they have the hatred of Jewish people is so fucking insane that I don't even know how to like define it.
Of course.
It's bizarre. Like I get called a Jew every single fucking day on the internet. I really do.
Oh wow,
that's interesting.
But whatever.
I mean, I don't think I've ever been called a Jew in my entire life. Yeah.
Well, but the difference is, the difference is that I actually read the Jewish literature.
There you go.
And Hermeticism. So
are you saying that you want to convert?
No, I'm a Catholic. I converted to I didn't know what I wanted to do, and then I decided that
don't be Catholic.
I wanted to be
Jewish.
a Catholic.
We're the original flavor, okay?
I know you the original flavor.
Yeah,
but we have
like
to.
Coke. Catholics are like new Pepsi. No one wants
exactly. Like we have to read the Jewish literature, and in fact, I learned how to read Hebrew when I was in college, and that's more evidence, of course.
Really? Wait, why?
Because I was in a Catholic university and I was forced to learn how to read Hebrew. Forced to.
I'm so sorry.
No, it was awesome. It was fucking cool to learn how to read it.
You know? Oh, it's so terrible. It's like all the we're not going to put vowels and shit. That's like the dumbest.
Well, it was frustrating, but that the class that I took like 3 semesters of it, and it was to teach us to read Hebrew so that we could read the Bible in Hebrew. And I thought that was awesome. And also I had to learn how to read Arabic. We learned both Hebrew and Arabic at the same time. Right. So it wasn't like just one. We had to, so we could read it both in Arabic and in Hebrew. And I thought it was cool, but like, weirdo fucking people say that.
You're the Jew. Yes.
I'm the Jew. Dude, I can't imagine how bad it is for you, Sech.
No one really says that to me.
Really? Because I get that constantly.
constantly.
I get it occasionally, very rarely.
I
think
get
it's because
constantly.
we expelled a lot of the I'm not saying we expelled a lot of people, but I'm saying we talk about it like so much and we make fun of that stuff so much that anyone that's that probably gets, leaves our community pretty
probably. But yeah, I get that literally every single fucking day, more or less.
Interesting.
People
I
saying,
think it's because they feel like they can win you over, so they're like trying to like.
What do you want from me?
Anti-Semitism or something.
No, they don't want to win me over. They're trying to like say that people shouldn't listen to anything I say because I'm a Jew.
Oh, well, maybe it's because they think that there are people in their community that do like you, or they assume that no one in their community likes anything that we say. Because
I guess so, right? It's fucking bizarre, though.
That makes sense. Should we? Did you want to watch this clip, Adam?
Yeah.
Or Adam ditched.
Uh-oh.
Wow!
Look what happened.
I can't believe it.
He's left. He's left the Jews together.
I know.
It's only you and me now, such.
All right, guys. Now that the Gentiles off the stream,
the Gentile is left. It's time to go to me. Like rub my hands together very quickly.
Use my Jewish influence to make you all S class. I'm going to pay you all off, okay? For everyone that converts from 18 to S class, you get $5.
You get 5 golden shekels. right out here, you get some golden shekels just for supporting the S team.
There you go. You'll get a golden shekel. That's why it's called S class, because S is like the dollar sign. It all makes sense.
It's unfucking believable. It's crazy though. People really believe this shit.
I know.
It's fucking insane.
Ostracy for thanks so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 8 months. Says, how have you guys not covered the most important story of the last couple of days?
Oh,
Liver King was on steroids the whole time.
So yes, I did look into this.
Who the fuck is Liver King?
You know who Liver King is?
No.
So Liver King is a TikTok influencer who is a big, strong, big masculine boy. He is a big masculine boy. And
of course, that guy's on steroids. Look at him; he's like fucking.
But that's the thing.
To like the moon.
I know, like every single person who looked at him was like, he's on steroids.
Obviously, yes.
Obviously, and he was like, okay. So I guess the problem is that he was saying that he wasn't on steroids, and the way that he maintained his physique is because he was just eating raw meat.
Hence the
homie,
Liver King.
Homie, I can look at you and tell that you are taking steroids.
He eats raw meat? What the
Yes,
fuck?
it's all he does on camera.
Isn't that,
is eat raw meat.
Super bad for you to just eat raw meat?
I don't know. That's all he does. Is that his whole fucking thing is that he eats raw meat on camera. And
how many tapeworms has this guy got?
1 billion.
Jesus Christ.
Like the tapeworms are in his brain. His entire they have taken over and like, yes, eat raw meat. Please eat more raw meat.
Toxic plasmosis.
There are no tapeworms involved in raw meat. Eat more raw meat. Thank you.
When he's flexing those things that you think that are like veins, they're really just giant tapeworms. I
mean, I don't know. Like he looks like he's got his body's full of fucking tapeworms. Obviously, it is.
If you want to go on a meat diet, sure, but the whole eating raw meat thing doesn't make sense because I thought it was pretty strongly obvious that humans evolved literally eating cooked
to
meat.
Not eat raw meat.
Yeah, and that's part of the theory also of how humans became more intelligent was that by cooking meat and unlocked extra nutrients.
It's not a theory. It's not a theory. It's complete accurate information.
Well, there you go.
That humans evolved, our brains evolved in the way that they did because we started cooking our meat.
Right.
So no, Liver King, you are incorrect.
Okay.
But he is set because by the way, with all the shit that he's doing, he's always also selling some kind of what do you call it? Prophylactic or something of also take this thing while you're eating nothing but raw meat, and when your tummy hurts, take this. And that's how
I see. Of course.
Right. You'll be happy and you won't have a problem with it. Take my fucking shit I'm selling.
Yeah, supposedly there is I believe there's something about liver. I don't know if it has to be raw, but there's some like there's some good nutritional reason to eat liver. You get
there
like
is
B12 or something.
Yeah, well, any B vitamin is good to eat. So yes, you should eat B vitamins, but you can just like take a B vitamin supplement and not eat raw meat.
Ooh, someone says, yeah, like it's really dangerous if you eat raw meat that has any sort of prion-linked brain disease.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is that, by the way, the prion disease is something that's why we do not eat raw meat. That's why humans evolved to not eat raw meat.
Right.
So I'm saying like, we evolved. We evolved to do this. No, we didn't. We evolved to not do this. The reason why we do not eat raw meat is because of prion diseases.
Oh shit! Did you know that beef can contain toxoplasmosis too? I didn't even know that.
Yes, it can. It absolutely can.
Wow, I had no clue.
Toxoplasmosis, a whole bunch of other disorders and diseases that can occur through a raw meat ingestion. You shouldn't do it. Please do not eat raw meat. Please do not eat raw meat. It's really, really bad for you. Do not just cook it.
Yeah, just listen, guys. Cook it.
What about rare meat?
And take your steroids.
No, it's a different thing. Rare meat is a different thing.
Yeah, rare meat's fine. Well, it depends what meat you're eating, obviously. But
yes, that is also true. But I would say that my steak, I enjoy rare personally.
Yeah, of course. Well yeah, I get meat raw, but it's not raw.
It's still been cooked a little bit. It is raw in the middle, but I don't want. He just eats beef right off the table.
Cooking
no
doesn't
cooking.
Destroy prions. You have to not eat nerve tissue. Oh, well, there you go.
No, cooking does destroy the prion disease to a certain degree. Yes, it does. Okay. Yes, it does. You're incorrect about that.
Well, there you go.
Whoever said that, you're
David
incorrect.
Burton in chat.
No, I'm not trying to fuck David Burton.
I am though.
You.
What about rare? What about raw chicken?
Do not eat raw chicken.
Well, it has salmonella.
You will get salmonella.
Oh, that sucks.
I don't know. This article says prions cannot be killed by normal cooking temperatures.
I'm not sure about that. Oh, that's different from what I've ever heard then.
Okay. No.
Oh, then maybe he is correct.
What about raw
you,
pork?
Aiden? You were wrong.
I was wrong, apparently. I always heard that cooking destroyed the prion issue. Oh, shit. Maybe
pork?
Don't eat raw pork. You get worms.
Did you want to watch that clip, Adam, or no?
Are we done with super chats?
Mostly. There's a couple.
Oh, really? Okay, sure. If you want, let's do it.
Bring it up.
I went and got some delicious French fries. Sitch, how do you feel about that?
French fries? That's random. From where?
Were they cooked in pork fat? You're going to get a prion disease.
Maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Sean. Sean says liver is the most nutrient dense. I've heard, yes.
It is.
But don't eat it raw.
No, here's the thing. I've had liver. It's disgusting. But if you want to get nutrients, I guess try it. It's gross, in my opinion.
What's the matter?
I've never had liver.
What's it taste like?
It tastes like blood. It tastes like pure iron.
Gross.
It tastes like pure iron, like blood iron, and so it tastes like you're eating a penny.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
Adam might like that. I feel like Adam licked a lot of pennies.
I got to admit, it's made me more curious than not, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's tons of shit that I would suggest people eat if they want to try to have weird foods. Filipino blood stew, delicious.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's wonderful though.
Read your chats.
It's fantastic. I would highly recommend Filipino blood stew. It's delicious and tasty. Does not taste
powder. That sounds gross.
Yes, you can eat it raw, but don't do it. It's weird.
I think people are well into bitterness. I think people want to see the bad guys bleed. I think that people want to see the bloodbath that you're talking about.
I just want to say, Sean said that in his last video, he got called a Jew and was called being paid for it by Jews.
But that's the thing that will happen to all of us, by the way.
We're going to get paid by Jews?
It's a real thing. I've been called a Jew for about, 5 years. Every single fucking day I get called a Jew. And I'm kind of
But you You read Hebrew.
Okay, cool. I don't really give a fuck. No, I'm not though. But I'm not.
Did you get called a Jew? I haven't watched it yet. It's on my list to watch. You did a video on John Doyle versus Hunter Avalon. I was curious to see that.
Yeah. What? That must have been why. I guess.
I don't
Hunter
know.
Avalon.
Anyway, let's watch this.
He did.
Milo talking to Tim Pool about the red wave that didn't happen.
Yes.
Be engaged in politics because they wanted to get a glimpse of a better world. But that's the washing powder version of politics. I think people are well into bitterness. I think people want to see the bad guys bleed. I think that people want to see the bloodbath that you're talking about comes not from a desire to reimagine the world in a better way, because I think people are losing hope in that. I think people want to see their antagonists suffer.
I agree. I agree.
And the reason for the Republican frustration is that they were expecting a rare moment of catharsis, which is not granted often to people with right-of-centre politics, a moment in which they could reassure themselves that sometimes justice is done, that the universe is capable of delivering...
Nay.
No?
This is incorrect according to the actual evidence within the data. No, right-leaning people do not want to see violence be done. In fact, it's the
I don't know if
opposite.
he meant like violent revenge.
What else would he mean by that?
Like
political revenge.
Political revenge, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess so, but like the data that I have, I'm about to release, I feel really kind of annoyed. I feel like I'm being really, really annoying because I've been talking about it for a month. But the reality is that it takes me this much. I've literally been out of the country and haven't been able to work for a month. But the data that I have on this explicates that people who are on the right, their moral system is very different from people who are on the left. People who are on the left tend to be... Like, how much do you want me to go into this?
Nazis, evil.
No.
Bad.
I don't want to call anybody a Nazi or evil or bad. That's the problem, right?
I mean,
I don't
I'm
want
ready
to do
jump
that.
in on this. Sargon was saying something about this on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think the left and the right are obviously have very different moral systems. So
yes, they do.
Of course, yeah.
Of course.
Carl,
as we
Carl made
know.
the claim that the right accepts all of the left's moral claims, and I was like,
what?
That's
really.
incorrect. That's incorrect. That's completely incorrect. The problem with the left is that, okay, we have to look at our moral foci, right? People on the right's moral foci is around family, friends, and nation. People on the left's moral foci is around everything outside of that. It's about like animals and trees and rocks and stuff like that.
Rocks?
Well,
yes.
Whose research is
rocks
this?
Do you want me to? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't have to bring it up. Just give us a name.
Okay. 1 second.
I mean, obviously,
so
like I'm a moral foundations guy. So
yes, I know you are. So you might want to look into Waits 2019, his research.
How do you spell Waits?
W-A.
Tom Waits, I love him.
Y-T-Z. I know Tom Waits.
Right up.
Very good song. So if you don't mind, not Tom Waits.
Ideological differences in the expanse of the moral circle.
That's yes. You must read. I think both of you would. I think both of you would find this research to be very fucking illuminating because it was to me. I couldn't believe it.
Is it spelled like Tom Waits? What's his name again?
No. Sitch found it immediately.
Way, W-A-Y-T-Z.
W-A-Y-T-Z.
Study 1A, 1C shows that liberals related to conservatives express greater moral concern towards friends relative to family and the world relative to the nation. I've heard that before, yeah.
That study in particular is one of the most nightmarish studies I've ever come across. And I will be reporting on it in my new video because why?
Mm-hmm. Like the implications is nightmarish or like the study?
The implications when I put them into context are nightmarish.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand.
When I put them into context, which is that
So
this is Adam Waits, right? Psychologist, associate
Yes.
professor. Yeah. Okay.
So you look at this.
Oh, Jonathan Haidt's on this. He's
of course
he's
he
one
is.
of the authors.
Of fucking course he is. So could you bring up a particular if you have this up? If you could bring up a particular piece of evidence in the literature and just an image, right?
Mhm.
It's the weights at all. And this will explain what I'm saying in a visual format that I think that people will be more able to understand.
DM it to me if
Otherwise,
you want me to bring anything up.
yeah. Let me look it up. Because it's really bad, in my opinion. Like, it's not. This is, by the way, I think this is the least bad study that I have in the entire, in my entire video. I think this one is like the least bad.
Look, you're putting bad studies in your videos. Don't. I mean,
by least bad, I mean the one that makes.
Does it make you feel bad? Makes you feel the least bad.
This one. I told this to Tim Pool as well. Is that this research made me feel very, very upset, and I didn't know how to deal with it. Essentially, because
it basically said what?
It basically said that liberals are evil, and I didn't understand how to deal with it. I really didn't understand how to deal with it. I still don't understand how to deal with it.
I mean, that's quite an abstract if it just comes right out and says it. Oh
no, it doesn't. It doesn't say that definitively. That's my interpretation of the data.
Your interpretation is that liberals are evil.
No.
Well, what are you
my
saying?
Interpretation is that the data are what they are, and this was the
data
study
says they're evil.
I mean,
I was shocked.
No,
I was truly shocked by all of these data, not just this one study, but this was the
you're
one that
bearing the lead here. Give us the dope. What, like,
okay,
how are
what
they evil? I want to know. Look, come on.
From the weight study.
Yeah,
or
Adam
from
Waits.
the rest of it. From the rest of the
human, a 3-factor theory of.
Okay, I got the study here. Here, I will
what's
send
the
it
study?
to you. All right.
When we need
one
human
second.
motivation determines
Calm
anthropomorphism.
down.
The mind
will,
in the machine.
Yes, hang on, dude.
Social
I'll send it to you.
connection. The enable. Look, I know
Give
how to
me a
use.
second.
I know how to use Google Scholar.
Do you?
Look, yeah.
Do you? Question mark?
I don't mean that in a mean way.
Personal
I don't mean
moral
that.
allocation to humans and non-humans.
What are
that's
you
fine.
searching that you're getting all these better responses?
I'm not getting any better responses. I'm
Sitch?
just going to send.
Oh,
I'm going to send
I
this a
didn't use Google Scholar. I just literally Googled weights 2019. That was the first thing.
Yeah, you did find that it is this study in particular.
How are you going to look at his paper then? Ideological differences in the expanse of the moral circle. Is that
Which
what
is-
we're
Yeah,
talking about?
it's a really horrifying. The results of the study made me extremely upset.
Did you send me a PDF? Aiden?
No, I sent it to Sitch. It is this study. Just make
Why
sure
would you
that
send
we're
it to
looking at this.
Sitch? I can read.
Just make sure we're looking at the same study.
I know how to
But-
read.
The refresh.
I know you do,
Twitter.
but this study
Sometimes.
deeply upset me. And
Oh,
it's
this
not
is
the
one
only
I'm
one.
looking at,
Abstract.
yeah.
Do clashes between ideologies reflect policy differences or something more fundamental? The present research suggests they reflect core psychological differences such that liberals impress compassion towards less structured and more encompassing entitles, i.e. universalism.
So if you would like
Yeah, go ahead.
for me to explain to you.
Give us
what
why
it-
this is.
What does that all mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. In their first 3 studies, which examined feelings of love towards others, nationalism versus universalism, which nationalism versus universalism and identification with others, drawing from samples of subjects that were collected using yourmorals.com website. So that's how they got their data. They immediately identified a couple of significant differences between groups of political beliefs, which were self-identified by participants as being liberal, either conservative or moderate. So, like, they asked people how you felt
and they said liberal, conservative, or moderate.
Right.
The results of their first study, 1A, illustrated that participants who considered themselves to be liberal expressed feelings of more love towards friends and all others than they did towards their own families, while the opposite was the case for subjects who considered themselves to be conservatives, who showed similar levels of love for friends and family, but significantly less for all others universally. Now, hang on, because this is where it's not gotten really weird yet.
That's pretty weird.
It does illustrate, though, that those who are on the far left of the political spectrum feel that they are closer to people that they've never met than their own families.
Yeah, I know. I remember this piece of data, and it is kind of disturbing.
While those further to the right are generally far less emotionally invested in the lives of people that they've never encountered. In their second study, 2B, they examined the political differences between groups of people in support for universalism versus parochialism. Particularly, parochialism. Universalism is moral investment with those who are societally distant from us, right? While parochialism is investment in people who are close to us. So universalism is all humans, whereas parochialism is those who are close to us. Nationalism, essentially, right? And they found that one manifestation of parochialism, aka nationalism. Sorry, what was I?
Go here. Wait, let me just.
Yeah.
I can send Adam the picture.
I brought up the chart. Well, I brought up one of the charts on here.
Could you just bring up the heat map? Could you bring up the heat map? The heat map, because the heat map is really the one that is
Figure 5, the heat map. Yeah, I brought it up.
Oh, which one's
so the heat map is really what that's in study 1C.
Liberals are on the right, conservatives are on the left, and you can see like the liberals are all, these are the people I care about all the way over here, away from anyone I know or love.
Okay. So what that means, by the way, those people that are way out there on like when you see the heat map difference,
out there.
I want to explain what those are. I'm going to read to you precisely what those are. In the proximal distance of that heat map, the center that you find in the right, the center that they're centered around, here's what it's centered around.
Family.
I'm going to read to you from where the right goes, their center, out into the outward proportion into the left, okay? 1, all of your immediate friends and family. 2, all of your extended family. 3, all of your closest friends. 4, all of your friends, including distant ones. 5, all of your acquaintances. 6, all people you have ever met. 7, all people in your country. 8, all people on your continent. 9, all people on all continents. 10, all mammals. 11, all amphibians, reptiles, mammals, fish, and birds. 12, all animals on Earth, including paramecia and amoeba. 13, all animals in the universe, including alien life forms.
Holy
14.
Shit.
Yes, you're starting to see the problem here. 14.
Like 13 is in the middle of the fucking heat spot for the
yes,
liberals.
are you starting to see the problem here?
Well, read 13 again. What was it, like aliens or something?
13 is all animals in the universe, including alien life forms.
Okay. What's 14?
All living things in all universes, including plants and trees.
Don't want to forget about the multiverse, guys. Jeez.
Yep. 15, all natural things in the universe, including inert entities such as rocks.
Holy shit. They care more about rocks than you care about your family.
16, all things in existence. So let me explain a little bit about how the study was. I know. Let me explain. Let me hang on.
Look, a lot of people are out there beyond 16. What's
yes,
what's
I know
going
there are.
on beyond 16?
I don't know. I don't know.
Asked for this. That's what I'm curious.
What I just said was the questions that were asked. So here's what it was: is that you have 50 moral points that you would want to attribute to these different groups,
right?
And where do you assign your moral points as to who do you care about? And the leftist leading people put them at largely 14.
Yes.
Which is all living things in the universe, including plants and trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, were they asked, like, okay, in your perfect moral system, what are you gonna like care about?
Okay, right? Yeah, I have an
Is
answer
that
to
what the
this.
question was? Because that would make sense then, that people would choose what they chose.
So it was, you
Yeah,
can put
what's
them
the
wherever you
question?
want.
Mm-hmm.
How do you care about things? What things do you care about? That was the question. And you must.
What do you care about?
What?
Well,
how
I mean,
much
they
moral concern? Like
how
you,
the
you
word
can.
how they word the question is very important here.
Right.
The wording of the question was, how much moral concern, they did say it in that way, moral concern would you place towards these things? And you have a bank in this first study, you have a bank of like moral points that you can assign to each thing.
Well, you know what's happening here, right? It's massive virtue signaling.
Well, guess what?
I care
Guess
about
what,
everything in the universe.
Guess what,
I'm
Sitch?
so moral. Yeah.
Guess what, Sitch?
Yeah.
Guess what, Sitch? They conducted an additional study where there was no limit on the amount of moral points they had, and they replicated it.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand.
Well, the thing that I find fascinating by that is that they, in the first study, they were like, oh, maybe people were they were worried that that they wanted to show that they cared about the space rock.
Right, of course.
You know? But then when they gave them infinite points to assign, they left-leaning people still assigned their points to the space rocks way more than they did towards humans. Specifically.
Where's that chart for the
it will be still in weights 3B.
3B.
Their third
Study
fucking
3B is
study.
conceptual replication of 3A, allowing participants unlimited moral units to distribute to various circles.
There you go.
You did a video on this?
Yo, you mother!
Aiden?
Since you think I didn't know what I was talking about here.
No, I never said that.
I know, I'm just joking. But like, I always know what I'm talking about. No, so often, not always.
Well, I mean, there is that monarchy debate that's out there.
No. True. But usually I do know what I'm talking about. I also didn't.
This is pretty
my
fascinating.
Well,
it's horrifying.
It makes sense. I'm not at the level of, I have to like really read the whole study to reach this horrification that you've had, but it makes sense on its face because generally liberals have a much
You're
more...
just saying they're lying?
Well, no, this study in its face, by the way.
No.
Wait.
Let
me
be clear.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So there is an element, obviously, of massive virtue signaling when people, I think, are answering questions about morality. So I think that's part of it. I think, secondly, it does make sense because people on the left generally have this more like universalistic look of things.
Of course.
Where people that are conservative have a more local look at things. So it would make sense that if they're asked to judge some kind of moral question, that they would be more likely to give a much as broad as possible. Like, oh, I'm so moral. I care about everything in the universe.
This is the one that really made me deeply, deeply philosophically upset. This study is part of it. It was only out of the entirety of the data, because this is okay. So the one that I brought up on Tim Pool's show, and that I will ask you here or bring up, I suppose, because by the way, like, I agree with you, Sitch, 100%. This is not in any way kind of like damning.
No, it's not. Well, it's not surprising. It's just it's what I would expect.
No,
depending.
I think it's a little bit weird, but it's in no way damning.
Even the when I was looking at the figure one, it's like the love of family versus friends versus all others. Even the moderates have love of friends
of course
and others over family, and I'm like,
yes,
I mean that makes sense because you're like, your family the best.
Yes, of course.
You're gonna be like, of course I love hanging out with my friends more than I love hanging out with my family. I know my family too well.
Yeah, absolutely. You're completely correct. It's that part is understandable.
Actually, even the very conservatives have the love of friends over the love of family.
Yes, they do.
Everyone does.
Yes, they do. Absolutely, yes, they do. Absolutely, yes, they do. It is. I am not trying to say in any way with this literature, and I think I have to, like, I don't know how many times I'm going to say this in my video when I put it out, is that, like, I'm not saying that if you are on the left, I say it like 10, 15 times in the video.
Evil. What are you trying to walk it back now?
But no, I'm not calling them evil. I'm actually saying, like, no, like,
did.
I thought you did in this
the
conversation.
live stream.
I mean,
these are recorded.
Listen, he was
I
just
did a
hyping us
little
up.
bit.
Okay, I don't know.
I did a little. Yes, I had to
It
hype
was a
my
meme,
shit
like
up a little
monarchy.
bit. No,
Doesn't
monarchy's not a
sound-
meme.
I'm just
Monarchy's not a
Doesn't
meme.
sound like
But
you're
like, okay,
serious. It just
here's the
sounds
thing,
like
though.
you're-
Okay, if I may for a moment,
Yeah.
the evil stuff I think is not inaccurate. In that, like,
She's doubling down. Holy cow!
yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Because
Oh,
I don't think it's
interesting.
inaccurate.
Right.
Right.
I don't think it's
Well, I guess
inaccurate because it's what the
how
data
you
indicate.
define
What's your
evil.
video called? An accurate picture of evil?
It's called It's called dark morality.
Oh man. Oh man.
I didn't
Has
make
Su-
that up.
has
It was from a
Susan-
study.
Has Susan seen this video?
No, I haven't even finished recording it yet.
Oh,
I have
no.
to like freaking edit all
Oh,
this shit. But it's called,
no.
but it will be called dark morality, and this is what it's about. I've been working on it for like 2 months now.
Okay.
I spent an extreme amount of time. Well, like, why is it insane? Why are you guys being like, oh, about me?
Well,
me
I'm just
saying
trying
that-
to-
that-
You're essentially calling everyone on the left evil. What do you mean? That's of course we're going to tease you for that.
Well, I suppose so, but I'm actually not. I'm saying that it's a morality structure
Of
that
evil.
is. No, it's not of evil. Well, a little
Yes.
bit, maybe, but
Yeah.
a little bit,
Okay,
only a little bit, maybe.
But this is selflessness, though, and that's considered
It's
moral.
pure selflessness.
That's true.
No,
That's considered.
what made me upset?
Mhm.
Look, I didn't like making this. By the way, I didn't like researching this. It actually did make me feel upset.
Mhm.
Like that's the thing that maybe people don't understand. But I should say. I even said it on Tim Pool's podcast that this researching this made me
You
feel
brought this up
actually
on Tim Pool's
upset.
stream.
I know it made me actually upset
Mhm.
because
What did Tim say about that?
he didn't really, I think, say anything of note about it. But
Oh,
the
okay.
reality is that the
he
stuff that
agree with
happens. Well, I didn't get into. I didn't have the capacity to get into the data.
Oh,
But if you
okay.
want
He didn't
my
have her charts with her. She didn't pull out like.
no, I did. No, I did have my.
PowerPoint
I did have my
presentation.
charts with me. I did have
Oh,
my
you
charts with me.
Are
Yeah,
you
of course I
saying?
did.
Are you saying Such an Atom is better than Timcast?
Obviously.
No,
Sounds
I'm
like-
just saying.
What do you
I'm just
mean?
saying.
No.
I mean,
How
it
dare
sounds.
you.
That's,
Of course, such an atom.
look, we looked up
Timcast.
your study and we shared it with the chat. Come on, we're
Yeah,
digging in.
but your study
We're
isn't making
truth seekers here.
your position looking any better. And
What do you mean?
What I don't know what your position is on this.
Would have to read the actual study and then
Well,
hear.
well,
I'm
yes,
actually not
yes,
sure I
yes.
understand what your actual position is because I'm too busy.
Yeah,
teasing
Well,
you
I don't
to
have a
find your-
position. I don't have a position on
Mhm.
this, as I don't have on pretty much anything. But which I know sounds like the
Well,
biggest, gayest
aside-
fucking cope.
Yeah,
Aside
what
from
was that?
people on the
Come
left
on.
are evil, I mean,
No, it's not. No. I want to explain what it is.
mhm.
And so what I found in the data that made me feel very, very scared and concerned,
Yeah.
and I truly do mean it made me feel scared,
Yeah.
is that people can justify the most vile and evil shit as long as you say it's in the name of socialism.
Hmm.
It's consistent throughout the data. As long as you say that, hey, we're going to give other people stuff. By the way, you're going to get the most, because that's how it works out in the data, is that the people who support socialism and socialistic ideas, they only do so under the idea that they will get everything out of it. They will get the most money. They will get the most power. Every single person who answers the questions answers them in this way.
Mhm.
Mhm.
This was a very scary thing for me to find. People just being like, "Oh yeah, like I'd love to kill." And trust me, it's not me saying this. It's them saying, "I would love to kill and torture somebody as long as I get money out of it." It's in these data.
Based. I mean, wait, what are we?
It is in these data
Right.
that they would love to kill and torture and murder people as
Mhm.
long as they think that they benefit from it.
Sure.
And I couldn't believe that that was real.
Really?
I-
I would have predicted that was real.
No, you're no, to me that was a massive shock.
Hmm.
It
I
still
mean,
actually shocks me
Right.
that is a real thing, that people are like, yeah, oh yeah, I'd love to kill somebody.
Well, not.
I'm like,
I
are you
I would
fucking
be,
kidding
I'd
me?
be surprised if people said they would love to kill people.
That's what they say in the data. I couldn't believe it.
How many people was like? I'm assuming it wasn't the majority of people. Didn't say they
It is the majority.
said they would love to kill people.
Basically, yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I know.
Where does it say
I
that?
know.
check.
I know. You understand. Like
That's pretty crazy.
you understand now why this entire project like fucking broke me, right?
Sure.
Like I couldn't believe that was the case.
This
That
is
when-
in the
that when-
same study. They talk about like
I've got 50
It's a
studies in
different
there. I've got 50 studies in here. Yeah.
right.
But the majority of the data
Hmm.
were illustrative that
Look at this.
people were not just okay with, but were in fact enjoying the idea of being able to murder others as long as they got like money out of it.
Hmm.
I
I'd be
couldn't
curious
believe
to
it.
See like the
Yeah, well, yeah, you can. It's science here at all. There's tons of studies. They Lyndon Bates. There's a ton of studies about this. Well, you can see it in my video when it does come out.
I mean,
But,
I would imagine that because I think that there's
I
like
mean, like you can try to like if you want to like go and say that their research is wrong, you can try to do
no,
it.
no,
but,
no,
like,
not that. But I'm just saying like I assume that there's and we talked about this before. There's like 20% of both the left and the right. There's like extreme 20% on each end that will
Mhm.
basically on the left will just justify anything in the sake of communism,
Yes.
and on the right will
Yes.
just justify anything in the sake of traditionalism or fascism or whatever the fuck
Yes.
they're advocating for.
Yes.
And that and that's all that really matters. And so I'm not really surprised by like some amount of people existing in that space. I would be surprised if it was like 50%
majority, yeah.
the majority. Then I
it's-
would be surprised.
Something like 80% when you actually look into the
She's
data.
like, no, it's not just 50%.
You can-
It's 80%.
You can
sis.
send me that study because I would be curious.
But
to see
it's not just
80% of
one.
it.
It's not just one. Like that's the problem. It's not just one.
Well,
It's
just
it's
send me like whatever any studies that say 80% of people would be in favor. of
when
killing
we look
people
into
for-
the entirety, the thing is, it can't just be just one. But you
Okay,
have to
well,
look
yeah,
at
I mean,
the
you're
entire.
gonna talk about this in your video, right? I assume.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
I'll
well,
talk
just
about
when's
the
it come
entire.
out?
when it comes out.
Sis,
I hate this, but like yes, in probably 2 weeks because I have to finish recording it because I only got over COVID like yesterday, so I recorded half
what?
of.
Oh,
That's
man.
good. I'm glad you got.
Yeah, I
it
had
recorded.
COVID, so
Glad you
I. But,
survived.
yeah, I know, right? So
Did you
I
have
only got
that,
over.
or-
It wasn't so bad, but I did feel
That's good.
terrible. I really felt fucking awful on the
Right.
plane trip back because I was sitting there with my mask on, sneezing into it, so that it basically became like it's like a fucking wet, nasty, gross thing,
Sis,
So it was-
did you see this tweet thread from Christopher Rufo on Bob Iger? We were talking about Bob Iger
I
last time we were
retweeted
on the
it.
show. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Totally fits exactly what I said about Bob Iger. So
It
Oh,
does.
well, fuck
18,
Bob Iger.
18 was correct. Yeah.
18 was correct.
For
Well,
the
you just
win.
read his book and we're repeating.
Yeah.
that.
I mean, I read his book like years ago. So
Oh, well,
Oh, there we go.
I said, I retweeted. I said, sounds like Iger is only saying he doesn't want Disney to openly support specific candidates, but they're still going to push woke ideology, which is
okay.
what it sounded like from the first clip that Rufo put out. Is basically Iger saying like, he's basically saying like, oh, Disney doesn't want to push politics, but there are some issues that people consider political issues that I don't consider political issues.
Right.
Which sounds like
just
talking
as a
about
matter of
like
fact.
trans stuff and woke shit. But
Of course.
Well, I actually also I don't know if I had. I know I had COVID because my husband had to like test so he
Mhm.
could go to work. So I know I had COVID, and
right.
I have to say, like, it was really shitty. This is like the third time I've had COVID. The third
Jeez.
fucking time.
Mhm.
Yeah,
What the
I know.
You should get vaccinated.
No,
Didn't you have to fly here?
no, I didn't have to. It's why I was. Well,
Wait, what?
It would have been. No, I didn't get vaccinated. I'm an American. I'm allowed to fly back to the United States, not being vaccinated.
Oh, but what about
And
your
what's the
husband?
fucking point? No, he couldn't fly. So that was the thing.
Did he?
He was
Should he not
unvaccinated.
come? That was
Are
just-
you
No.
vaccinated?
Hell no.
Okay. So
No,
then
I didn't-
you
Okay,
didn't
Wait,
have
so
to be
if you're-
vaccinated to get
If you're
in?
American, you can come unvaccinated, but if you're not
Yep.
American, you can't. That's weird.
Yep. Yep.
Very strange.
How curious is that? Almost like it doesn't matter. Huh?
I mean, I guess it makes legal sense. I don't know if the country can like legally deny a U.S. citizen like entry. Maybe.
well, I was
I
able
feel
to
like it kinda
leave
makes sense.
and come back, fly
Right.
through the UK and Iceland, and
I
no one gave
thought
a
the
shit.
UK was very sticky about that.
And
too.
no one
No?
gave a shit.
Interesting.
However, I did have people all around me who had like their COVID stuff out. It wasn't me though, but they all had their COVID crap out, but no one asked me a single fucking question the entire time.
What a bunch
They
of
didn't
losers.
scan your microchip to see if you had the vax?
No.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Nope.
Huh.
That being said, though, it was actually really. I mean, I haven't been at. I had someone on Twitter. I remember like thinking like, "Holy shit, what a fucking sociopath!" But someone on Twitter basically told me like, "You don't deserve to see your family because you're not vaccinated." And it's
so
like
stupid,
it doesn't matter if I was or not. I wouldn't have been able to see my family for 3 years either way.
Right.
Why would
It
you want
really
to see
doesn't
your
matter.
family?
I know how horrible.
Because
And it was like,
Aiden doesn't want to see your family.
worried
because
about
he doesn't
the
love them because
space
he's a
trees.
liberal.
well, we got to be worried about the space trees,
Right.
dude. I thought you guys would find the space rock
I do
study
like the
very
space
interesting.
rocks. Yes. Well, no, listen, those space rocks are important because we need to mine those rocks for lithium.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do
That's
have to
where we
mine
get
those.
the unobtainium.
Yeah,
I mean,
there you go.
Okay, so one of the reasons I wanted to bring up this study and to explicate it is because I've seen it sometimes posted on like Poll or whatever and like other like right-wing places, and they say, "Oh, look, leftists care more about the space rocks than they do about their own family." It's like, okay, well, like kind of,
Okay.
but no, but also no. Like yes and no. Yes and no. So please don't misrepresent this research.
I mean, have you met my family? And have you met space rocks? One of those is a clear.
Well, since I haven't met your family, but how cool are space rocks?
Okay.
Let's be
I mean,
fair. They're
space
pretty
rocks
fucking
are
cool.
pretty cool, right?
They're
yeah.
pretty fucking cool.
They're pretty cool. Why do you think Elon Musk is trying to get rockets?
Why do you think so? Exactly.
He's trying to get rockets to land on space rocks. He's not trying to get rockets to land on his family.
I know.
Checkmate.
Well, precisely.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's some fucking nonsense. So the work here that I was doing is not to try and I should be clear. I think I try to be clear in my introduction and throughout the entire video is that I'm not saying that people on the left are evil in any way. I'm saying that there is a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit, but it's only because like the data are indicative of that. Do you want me to lie? And that's what I find very frustrating. Like, do you want me to lie? I was talking to someone else and they said, do not publish these data. Do not show this to the public. And I asked why. And they said, because it will hurt people's feelings.
It makes
and I was like,
bad.
Does the study say that they're evil, or is it just your interpretation of their data? Is you saying?
I don't say they're evil.
Oh,
I just provide the evidence and say like, there's something weird going on here. You know, I don't think people are. In fact, the idea of evil was so incomprehensible to me that for years I didn't use that word. I didn't even understand that word because in the social sciences we do not use the word evil whatsoever.
Aiden wants to make the space rock lobster go extinct. True.
In the social sciences, we don't use the word evil because it's so heavily morally charged.
Obviously,
it's so wrong. We should use it all the time.
So I am 7 for $10 says, is Nick Fuentes into guys actually, or are you guys talking poo? I think we're speculating entirely.
No,
yeah, probably.
They're totally talking shit.
Totally poo talking, yes. But it's fun and funny, so you know, who cares?
I mean, theoretically, it's fun.
Yeah.
D5280 for $2 says, I love the Jews and Seinfeld and the Old Testament in Israel. Jews rule. Well, thank you. We appreciate from the welcomer of the Jewish committee. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ocracy for $10 says, Liver King's entire grift is to be primal and to follow the ancestral tenets. While he was shooting 15 grams of synthetic HGH a month, it's pretty great. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wow.
I just want to say something to the chat because chat's saying I'm
grifting?
like contradicting myself. I'm not grifting.
Oh,
but,
I didn't know how bad the chat was getting.
Yeah. So the thing is that I personally do not think that people are evil. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I personally do not believe that.
However, it's a very poor choice of words you used earlier.
However, that's what these data seem to be indicative of.
There are evil people in the world. I don't know that I'd call all progressives evil. Like that
I
seems
wouldn't
like
either.
a stretch.
Of course not.
But
Of
I
course
mean,
not.
there are certain people in the world that are obviously fucking evil. Like they should be dispensed with immediately.
I didn't even believe that such a thing was that. That's why going into this research for me was really difficult, because I didn't think anybody was evil. I didn't believe that at all. And then
Well, yeah, right.
I saw
Sociopaths
this, and
are evil.
it made me very, very upset.
But there's like
Um,
serial killers and shit.
Well, yes, but how we always in psychology say, like, well, that person has a psychological
There's
disorder.
like those pedophile
Right.
priests.
Right, but
I
I'm
would
saying,
say
like,
those,
we
that's
always say
kind of
this is an
like the
individual.
epitome of evil.
Yes, and we say, well, this is an individual who has a horrible, evil psychological disorder.
Sure.
But the idea that
Look at
massive
this.
groups of people could be what we would describe of as evil is incomprehensible to me as a social psychologist.
But if you're classifying the group as like serial killers, then obviously.
I'm not, and that's the thing, is I'm not. I am not trying to classify
Well, no,
them
I'm
as serial
saying
killers.
the group of serial killers, I think we're safe putting the evil tag on.
Yes. Okay, yes, we can put the evil tag on them for sure.
Yeah.
But
You know,
Um,
mass murderers, you know, rapists, like, sure, rapists as a class, I'd say they're evil.
yeah. So I don't know. I really don't know what to do with these data other than, and that's why it's upset me so deeply, is
Listen.
I don't know how else to describe these data.
Send the data to me, and I'll mansplain what you should do.
Yeah.
you get like well, I always put all of my research out when I do it. Like I have no desire to, like, why would I hide it? Like, obviously I'm trying to let people know what the fuck's going on, because I was shocked. And people kept asking me, like, oh wow, Aiden, you're shocked that liberals are evil. I'm like, yes. I'm shocked by these data that show that some people who tend to lean to the left, and it's not all liberals, it's that some people who tend to lean to the left have a really fucked up moral system that I didn't expect. Yes, of course I'm shocked by that. The fact that you think it's like, oh yeah, of course, obviously, Aiden, they're all evil. No, they're not. And that's what shocked me, right?
no.
Was that there was any evil.
I mean,
Whatever you would call evil.
I think it's naive that you would think, you would not realize that everyone on Earth except for me is evil. Thus justifies me doing whatever I want to everyone else.
I mean, it's like, okay, so here's like a fun one, right? It's the one I said on Timcast's podcast, but this is the one that, by fun, I mean horrifying, but it is fun, I suppose, in terms of understanding the issue, right? So people were asked in a certain study, would you rather, well, I'll ask you guys.
Wait, hold on one second. Adam, do you have to leave in 6 minutes?
No, I have an hour.
Oh,
Okay. All right. Let me ask you guys this
I'm
question.
looking up Akira the Don's Aesthetic of Evil song. We're gonna have to listen to it.
Let me ask you guys this question. I will ask you this just as
Okay,
it was
I'm
asked
ready.
to the participants in the
I'm
in the
not gonna
survey.
answer just to give
I'm
you
gonna
an
answer.
You
but
better
anyway,
answer this
I'm
question,
gonna answer
Adam.
it. I'll answer it
All right.
for Adam.
I will
Okay.
never answer.
Would you rather?
Kill them all. Oh, sorry.
Would you rather? Let's pretend you have a whole bunch of money.
Yeah.
Would you rather distribute all of the money within a nation? Let's say the United States, right? Oops, my microphone fell over. Would you rather distribute of the nation's income? So you have control over the money of the United States, which is not insignificant,
So
right?
like I have the wait. Do I have control of the thing? Do I have control of the budget, or I have control of like every person's individual money?
You have control of the United States income.
So like the budget of
Yes,
the
the
US
budget.
government budget. Okay.
Yes. Would you rather spend 50% of the income that is taken in by the United States government every single year
Mhm.
and give 5% of that to the poor and destitute? Or would you rather tax all of the money in the United States in 50% and the poor get 5%? Or would you rather tax the entire US government 10% and the poor get 10%?
Akira.
Okay, I'm gonna. I don't understand the math. on this
Yeah. I'm like,
Okay, so
who could
I
answer
know.
this
I know.
question?
I'm taxing 50. My options are to tax 50% of people.
And the poor get 5.
and then
Yeah.
take 5% of that generated from that and give it to poor people.
Yeah. Or tax 10% and the poor get 10%.
Okay, how is this a morality? This is like a math problem. This isn't a moral question.
It's not really a math problem.
I don't even know what number is bigger off the top of my head. Like, I don't know how to answer this question.
How can you not answer this? 50% of the income is way
5%
more.
of 50%
Take the money,
more, right?
Sitch, just take the money. Just
wait.
take it all.
5% of 50% is going to end up being more than 10% of 10% total.
No. 5% is the same amount either way. How much
It's the
money
same
you're
amount?
taking? How much money you're taking is 50% versus 10%. Either the poor get all that you take from the U.S. government, or you take 50% and the poor only get 5.
Okay, can you just send this to me? Like, can I see?
Okay.
I cannot.
Let me just try to reiterate. The poor will get 5%, and some other shit will get 45%, right? Or you tax the rich, and by you tax the U.S. government 10%, and the poor directly receive that 10%. Which one is more optimal in your opinion?
I still don't understand. You're gonna have to show me. You're gonna have to send me whatever.
I don't even.
I literally.
Who
can't
knows
understand
even what you're
saying.
choosing?
I don't. Understand
Wait. You really don't understand this question?
I do. I literally.
Would you rather tax the rich 50% and the poor only get 5%?
Okay. Wait.
Or
Let's
tax
do,
the
let's
rich.
Do, wait. Let's do each
10%
one at a
and the
time.
poor
Wait,
get
wait,
10%.
Let's do each one at a time
Yes.
because I'm an idiot. Okay.
Okay,
Would you
no, you're
rather
not.
A, tax the rich 50% of all their income? Okay. Right.
Let's just put it on Elon Musk. Let's just use him as an example of this in this particular research.
Well,
Let's
say top 1%. We're going to institute a
tax
50% tax on
the
we're
top
gonna take
1%,
50%,
which is
top
correct,
1%.
by the way. That's how this was framed in the research.
Okay, right. So
the
let me just say this. So
Yes.
we're going to take 50% of the top 1%'s income. We're going to take 50% of their income away, and then out of that revenue we've just
5%.
gathered, we're going to take 5% of that, and we're going to give it to poor people.
I get why
option
they're
A.
doing.
Or
this.
would you rather
Or-
take 10% and give that entire 10% to the poor?
Where's the 10% coming from?
That's the
rich.
options. Your options are either 50% to 5% given to the poor,
From the rich.
or 10% taken from the rich to given to the poor.
But where does the rest of the money that we don't send the poor go?
I don't have an answer to that because neither do the people who answered this question. But guess what the answer is?
But then that
Go ahead.
question is meaningless.
It is not a meaningless question. They asked people what would they rather do, and 18% of people said that they would rather take 50% from the rich to only give 5% to the poor. It's
Isn't
nearly
that more though.
No, it's not more.
Is it the same?
It's the same amount of money. They said that they wanted to give less money to the poor and they wanted the rest of the money to exist in the ether. And then we got into the
you're right,
more
5%
data,
of 50.
and then we got into the deeper data in there. It turned out that where do they want the rest of that money to go? Oh, to me, always to me. People who favor redistribution of wealth unilaterally. And I have to say this is the case. People who favor redistribution of wealth in the data want that wealth to go to them.
Well, when you say to them, like, I'm assuming the question wasn't like you're literally going to go in your pocket, right? It was to
Yes,
things
no,
that
yes,
they
no,
would
it is.
use.
No, it is. It's I want it to go to me. It is direct. When you ask people these questions in a vacuum,
okay, so-
they say
so-
straight up, I
Gotcha.
want the money.
So
It's mine.
18% of people said
I mean,
that
I
they
told
would.
Sitch to take the money, so
Yeah, sure. So 18% of people said that they would like to just tax, the top 1%, 50%,
And have 45%
and then take
of that
45%
wealth
of that
just
money,
go
stick in their pocket.
somewhere. Well, they don't know where that money's going to go. But
And well,
obviously,
who's the
in their
percentage that
heads.
wants to stick it in their pocket?
Well, there's additional
Me.
research on that. It's additional.
Oh, I thought that was
Which is
the same.
Not in this that particular
okay.
study is the one that really fucking blew my mind.
Aiden
that there's
does.
18% of people. No, I do not.
Yeah, you
18%
do.
of
Come
people.
on, Aiden. Let's take the money.
I don't want to take people's money.
Why?
I'm a libertarian, dude.
Oh, okay, you're right.
I don't want to take people's
Listen,
money.
I'm not going
I want it to be like the financial
You don't
equivalent
know
of
we're
rape.
taking the money, right? The
I don't
government's
think
taking
think
the
people
money.
don't even understand the math part of this question to make this like a moral judgment. They're like, what? They're like, oh, do you want to take a questionnaire on moral questions? They're like, what the fuck? This is like a math quiz.
Well,
It's
also,
not a math
there's
quiz,
a
so it's
punitive
obvious.
thing.
It's
It
very
kind of is.
yes, exactly, Adam. You're completely correct. It is a
They're
punitive.
like, I hate the
thing.
rich. Of course,
Yeah, I
I want
understand
to
that.
take 50%
Thank you.
of their money.
Obviously,
That is
They're like,
exactly
where does
what
it
it
say I
is.
can take 100%?
Right, because but here's that's not evil. If someone says, I don't think that there should be billionaires.
I didn't say it was evil.
50% of their wealth and, give it back to, various government programs. I mean, that's not like a...
No, that's not the part that's evil. There's another study that also found that, like, when people were asked, what would you like to do to the rich? There's about 20% of people, which 18 to 20%, who said that they would just...
20% that is too. That's...
We know who that is.
Yeah,
who said that they would just like to, they would just like to watch the rich be tortured. They want to see them be tortured.
Right.
Yeah.
Jealous.
And they will, and yes, they are jealous. They're envious. Completely correct. That is what we find in the data.
Well, that's
that there's
evil,
about
sure.
Yes, and that is evil in my opinion. So we find that there's about 1/5 of the population that, in my opinion, is evil because they just want to torture people who have more, and they will say it straight up when asked in data, in scientific evidence. They're asked, "What do you want to do?" And they say, "Yes, I'd love to torture a rich person."
You want to answer that way? That this is scientific evidence.
I would have. I probably would have guessed if you gave me that question, said how many people would say yes. I probably would have guessed 20%.
That's 1/5. Yeah, it's 1/5 is the answer consistently. It's 1/5.
Yeah,
of people.
Me that way.
Well, I don't
what
think
do you
that's
we
like
should do about
insane.
this,
Is it? Well, I don't want to do anything bad to them either. That's the fucking insane thing.
I mean, I feel like we should at least,
Oh my god!
shame
No! Hang on, I gotta use the bathroom. Right, right. Holy
That's
shit!
okay.
No, don't torture these people. Jesus Christ!
What is this
Have you heard this song?
No, are we gonna get in trouble for playing it?
I don't think so. I mean, Akira's cool.
Okay.
We don't have. This is weird. We can't play a song.
Okay.
Do we have any more
Don't play
super
it.
chats? Here, I'll hit the back button. We'll go back
Just-
to Milo.
We're gonna have to. You're gonna have to do it again.
Yeah,
for
I wouldn't be capable of doing
Aiden
it.
anyway,
We should
so.
make.
I just hit the back button. It worked fine.
I just re-put the thing into the.
Did you hit the back button and order?
I did, but I don't trust Aiden to hit the back button.
Who cares?
Okay. I can't do that math problem. This is.
Where were
I
we?
don't think you should be asking people math
Hey,
questions.
procedurally,
in your moral quandary questions.
No, of course. Yeah.
You ever be like, wait a minute, is it 5% or 50% or 10% or 10%? I don't know. I'd have to see that study. That question doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway,
Washing powder. A version of politics. I think people are well into.
Okay.
Weird stuff I post for $2 says, Sitch, I accept your offer for $5. I am now S class.
Really?
Thank you.
You paid someone $5 to be S class?
When you were away, when you snuck out, I told
I didn't
everyone
sneak
that I would
out.
pay them $5 to switch to S class.
I didn't sneak out. I was making French fries.
5% of 50 is greater than 10% of 10. That's what I said. That's what I thought. She said it was the same. I don't know. Whatever.
I checked in at regular intervals and Aiden was still talking, so I felt like I was safe.
I know. It's fine. I will read the next two when Aiden comes back because I think it's directed at her.
Okay.
Kern for $5 says, I hope Tim expels the Nazis from his audience like Destiny did the socialists. If they're there, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay.
Okay.
Into bitterness. I think people want to see the bad guys bleed. I think that people want to see the bloodbath that you're talking about
Right.
comes not from a desire to reimagine the world in a better way, because I think people are losing hope in that. I think people want to see their antagonists suffer.
I agree. I agree.
And the reason for the
Giant
Republican
self-report.
frustration.
Well, I think the problem is I think Tim is helping cultivate that
Of course he is.
blood craze, bloodthirst. So,
Yeah, you keep talking about the Civil War.
right.
I saw some live stream where it's Lydia, the girl that left, is doing live streams now.
Mhm.
And I think on the live stream, she was talking about how, they're on the Timcast IRL show, they always talk about the Civil War. And I mean, she
Right.
sounded like a cult member. I was like, this is like a regular theme. Like they all just, the Civil War is.
Oh my God, Civil War.
I mean, we always joke about the Civil War being just like a farce, but they evidently, people in the Timcast audience think this is like a reality.
Sure.
That's scary. His videos get like millions, or not millions, but hundreds of thousands of
It's
views.
sad. It's not really scary. I think it's just sad. But
If Kanye, I mean, if Kanye becomes president on an anti-Semitic ticket, then
Well, then
I mean,
you will
we're
have
hav-
an actual. Civil
Yeah, we're
war,
having a
but that's-
conversation.
That's never going to happen.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh,
seem
I know.
Really
Well,
possible.
he won't. He won't. By the way, because this quote anti-Semitic ticket is a complete fucking nightmare. Regular Americans do not agree with this horse shit. I
Except for
think
the
that's
20% that are evil.
No. Don't misunderstand me. But like, I think that the data are evident of that. Is that there is about 20% of people who are kind of fucking evil,
right?
And that's I don't know what you do with that.
Milo says in this conversation,
Adam,
well,
how dare you?
Can't we just do a poll and say, are you evil?
You please say the data
yes
are?
Or no? I mean, we could do a poll right now.
Wait, Adam, did you say that? Did you say that to specifically trigger me?
What do you mean?
The data is clear.
Oh, did he say it grammatically wrong?
It's the data are.
I said the data. Adam. I said the data are clear.
No, you said is. Oh my god, triggering me intentionally.
The data are clear. Wait, that sounds wrong though.
Data is always a plural. So data are clear.
But it
for
sounds
example.
stupid. Right? I'm
I
not.
feel like I'm being triggered intentionally.
No, but okay, wait. Even if it's grammatically incorrect, if you say like, "Oh, the data is clear," that sounds like a correct statement. Saying the data are clear sounds awful.
Data is clear is grammatically incorrect.
Yeah, but it sounds right.
But it's incorrect, and do not say that. Please do not say that shit. Holy fuck.
All right, chat. Time for poll.
No.
Oh, I already put it up.
No.
Oh, you already have the poll?
No. Are you evil? Hell yeah. Nope.
Okay, well, after the evil poll, we'll have the is versus are clear data.
Shit.
Okay, but the evil thing is that
we're 65% evil.
Right.
Okay. The evil thing is that evil is a little bit relative, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think like I said,
it's relative. Really, no shit.
Grammar is relative.
I know.
Yeah.
The evil thing really, really upset me because I do not think that people are evil. I do not think they are. Yeah, I don't. No, I know that. Like, I know.
You're a bigger
you're like,
flip-flopper than Mitt Romney.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm trying to explain. Let me explain myself.
She's saying it broke her worldview.
It broke this.
Oh, the data made me realize everyone was evil. But
no,
I believe people are good.
Evil. I do believe people are good.
Bring up the study. Look how evil they are.
Oh, Adam, it actually did kind of hurt me.
Okay. Your worldview.
It did hurt my worldview because I did not believe that people. The stuff that's in these data really, really upset me, like
Don't
deeply.
You mean these datas?
Yes.
The data are.
But the data are. And so I wasn't able to, I don't know, like, how can I, when it was like 30 different studies, I was like, oh shit, what am I supposed to do about this?
Right. Well, let's watch this.
You know what you do? You just say, fuck it.
That's right.
No, it hurt me. It hurt my feelings.
Frustration is that they were expecting a rare moment of catharsis, which is not granted often to people with right of centre politics, a moment in which they could reassure themselves that sometimes justice is done, that the universe is capable of delivering a true justice where it is warranted, and they were robbed of that. So what was stolen from them was not some kind of washing powder commercial glimpse of a better future. What was stolen from them was revenge. Yeah. Because these people don't feel like they've been out of power and that's a shame. They feel like they articulate their feelings now in very religious terms. And they talk about their enemies in terms of demons, devils, and Satan. And the way in which they express themselves, I think the sunk emotional cost that they had attached to the midterms as a moment when they could reassure themselves that maybe there was, maybe there was still some glimmer of.
But they won.
Well, not really.
But they won what they needed, the House.
No,
what could they have done better? What could they have gotten?
It was a bog standard or slightly unimpressive midterm in which the usual swing occurred. That is not what Republicans were expecting.
Right. They
it's
wanted
not what they were hoping
victory.
for. That's not a victory. When something happens that always happens, that happens whether you campaign or not, that happens whether you do anything or not, that's not a victory. That's people perceive that as a kind of as a sort of almost like a weather event, it's just part of the natural cycle of things. Yeah. There was no victory because there was nothing above and beyond what the ordinary course of a midterm election.
I understand what you're saying. That they needed something that proved something symbolic and something of meaning.
They just wanted the people who they feel are tearing the fabric of.
So, I think this is mostly true what Milo's saying, but
yeah,
I think there's an element here that's a little bit more simple, which is just that if you hype people up and people are expecting something big, and then there's the letdown, because it's actually like, oh, you still got something good, but it's like nowhere near the hype that you thought, you're going to be let down.
Of course.
Regardless.
Yeah.
So I think that's just like a big part of the psychology here. But I do agree that there were a lot of people on the right who were upset about there not being this kind of red wave vindication. And I think I would guess that is part of what's helping DeSantis, because DeSantis was the only candidate, I believe, that did kind of have his own mini red wave in Florida. And so I think people at the end of the day want to be on the team that they perceive as winning. And so they say, oh, if DeSantis is on the winning team, then I'll be on team DeSantis.
Oh, yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Of their civilization apart, doing all kinds of things that we'll talk about in the to suffer. Yeah. They wanted to see the I forget what the Conan quote is. I haven't seen it for 25 years, but they wanted that. Whatever the first bit is, the lamentations of their women. They wanted shrieking. They wanted the 2016 energy.
Right.
They wanted to see liberals panic.
But that's nebulous in the sense that
atavistic.
No. Look,
it's atavistic. It's fundamental.
By winning the House, there can now be inquiries, investigations.
Nobody cares about winning the House.
Right. So listen.
Nobody cares about winning the House. The entire Republican base is now
for
at peace
them
with the
to
fact
get
that elections are theater.
Retribution, for them to feel the satisfaction is simply their choice. They got what they could get. Now, I suppose they wanted to see a tremendous.
I feel like Tim is just providing sort of a right-wing message of cope. But
yes.
This is what's interesting. I feel like Milo's right. But the first time I saw this conversation, I wasn't looking at this conversation through the lens of, is Milo secretly trying to destroy the Republican Party?
That is what my question was in the beginning. Sorry, I went off my fucking rant about my own video. But like the thing is that
is he Kanye related to Kanye now or no?
Milo? Yeah.
At this point,
this took place 2 weeks ago.
I'm not sure.
But Milo was completely involved. I mean, Milo was there when Ye was on Tim's show.
No, but I mean, like at this point, was Milo hooked up with Kanye? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what I keep asking myself.
I'm sorry. Actually, when was this video recorded?
2 weeks ago.
What?
Oh, he definitely was by that point. Then there's no way that he wasn't. There's no way he wasn't. I mean, I would be shocked if he wasn't.
November 9th.
I would be shocked if Milo was not already hooked up with Ye. And that's why I think Tim felt betrayed in a way when Ye and his entourage rolled up. And because I watched this episode and I think Milo was very understandable and comprehensible. I don't know if you guys listened to it before, but I think Milo was not like Milo did not come off as he had obviously oppositional positions, but I didn't think he came off as eloquent to me and as erudite and as someone who understands their political position. And then when Ye comes on, it's completely the opposite of it.
Let's see. I did a Google search range that ends on November 9th for Milo Kanye.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when did he announce he was the campaign?
But just because when he announced doesn't mean obviously didn't happen literally overnight. You know what I mean?
Obviously.
Kind of feels like it, like they had a one night stand and they're like, "Do you want to be my campaign manager?" Oh,
I mean maybe,
was it
but
that
I
good?
would.
Okay.
Ooh. Maybe Kanye and Milo had that kind of night. You're saying, Adam?
Well, you did end up becoming the campaign manager.
Well, I mean, it is true, but like, I would be very suspicious to believe that they basically like decided to work together literally overnight.
Right.
That would not surprise me at all.
Well, okay. So
You think so?
This conversation happened November
guess so.
9th. Kanye West was first seen with Milo November 18th.
So within 20 days, within 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
So this would be before he's officially working with Kanye. But you're probably right. I'm assume there was some conversation.
I don't know, but who
Trump
can
announces
know?
on the 15th, and then on the 18th, Milo.
No, okay. So, but anyway, what I was getting at is looking at this conversation now through the lens that Milo is trying to sabotage the Republican Party. I don't know. It's weird because what he's saying, I think, is true unless all he's doing is he's just trying to deflate people and piss them off by telling them something that would be a quote unquote hard truth.
No, you're right, Sitch. He's completely like reasonable in this conversation, and I think he's centrist leaning and trying to make people like have a reasonable reason to support the Republican Party.
He's definitely not centrist in this conversation.
No, not centrist, but he's trying to.
I think he's accurate.
Sitch is saying he's trying to piss off Republicans.
Like Tim is basically like the first time I saw this conversation, I perceived it like Tim is trying to feed copium to his right-wing audience, and then Milo's kind of coming along with the hard hammer of truth, to shatter that copium.
It was astonishing.
No copium for you, Tim.
Right, but the first time I saw this, I assumed Milo was doing it because he was just trying to be truthful.
Right. Yes, that was my perspective as well. Yeah.
Right, but now I'm like, well, maybe he's doing it for nefarious reasons.
Right, maybe he's just like
piss them off.
Was he setting? Was
Here's
he
your
setting
coat.
him
Let
up?
me piss all over your coat before you get it in your mouth.
Right.
Right. Like I thought that Milo was having like a legitimate like kind of perspective on the Republican Party. That's why I didn't think that it was a weird thing. But then to know that, I mean, let's just be honest. Mostly he was already working with Ye at this point.
I don't think so.
Well, even if he wasn't working with Ye at this point, he still would presumably working for his secret revenge scheme at this point.
By his own admission, yes. Right. Which his own revenge plot is to destroy Trump and the entire Republican Party, which is, okay.
This landslide victory.
They didn't get what they could
which
get.
wouldn't have changed anything procedurally. It would have felt good.
No.
Well, I would just
they
add
didn't get what they could get. They rightly intuit that they were robbed of this victory by people who should have had their backs.
But what's the victory? What does victory look like?
They wanted to see their enemies humiliated.
Right.
And they didn't.
And the only reason they're not being humiliated is because Republicans are acting like they lost.
No. What happened in this election was not only were the leaders in the Republican Party removing spending from some of the most inspirational and popular candidates, which itself is a form of demoralization, and sabotaging some of the candidates that had the most promise for upsets, those little things that give you a burst of joy. And
is this? I feel like this is probably.
Do you find it very? So again, I'm sorry. You know, I'm a psychologist, so I have to look at this shit. The fact that he's wearing the sunglasses the entire time is really, really weird to me.
Well, he's trying to be like a rock star.
No,
I think he's hiding.
What's the matter with sunglasses?
Yes, maybe he is trying to be a rock star, but the sunglasses are preventing him from being able to look Tim in the eyes. Right. And they're preventing him from having to look anyone else in this room in the eye. And so I think
the sunglasses want Tim to make googly eyes at him, of course.
The sunglasses are a really weird sign to me that he's not wanting to try to connect with anyone else in the room on a psychosocial level.
Maybe.
Just my opinion. Maybe not, but it's weird. I had sunglasses on my head the entire time because I'm a weirdo. I wear look, I cannot stand the sun. I hate the sun. And so anytime I go outside, I wear sunglasses.
I wear my sunglasses at night.
But I don't have them on my eyes when I'm indoors with people.
Right. But
I put them up my head. You know?
I haven't looked into any of this. Maybe I have to. I don't know if anyone really cares. I haven't really heard that much people talking.
Y'all
about
motherfuckers, if y'all motherfuckers make this. Oh my god, I'm about to get so upset. It actively causes me pain.
Well, guess what? You're about to be in a lot of pain.
I'm about to be in a lot of pain. Can you please don't hurt? Why do you want to hurt me, guys? Everyone in the chat, why do you want to hurt me? It actively causes me. It actually causes me a small amount of physiological pain.
I love it
when people. Of course,
yes.
When people use this phrase incorrectly, it hurts. I'm in pain, chat. I'm in pain. I can't help it.
I'm shocked that you got even 23%.
Oh, it's gonna go down. It's gonna be in the teens.
I know. Now, after I said I was in pain, yeah, I know. It really does actually hurt me. Like it actually causes like a small amount of physiological pain. I'm not joking. It hurts.
The 20% that says the data are clear are obviously the 20% of the population that is evil.
Massive.
It actually hurts me. These are the people who want you to make me cry, Adam.
So much to spam. Data is.
Just stop it. Stop. No, my husband is coming up here and doing it too. Fuck.
Yes.
Don't say it.
Base.
No.
Getting it from all sides.
No, it's not. Stop it.
Love it. Surrounded.
Why are you being so horrid?
Data is for smoking earlier. The data is.
Oh, it's because I was smoking earlier.
You gave me COVID, asshole. Data is.
I didn't mean to give you COVID. Just stop it.
Data is.
What is that emoji, Adam? The like red guy?
I wonder, do I have these emojis because I have like YouTube Premium?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, you is hurting me. That's
CT for 2 Canadian says, is it pain or are it pain?
It's
are it pain?
A datum is. It's fine. Data are.
Datum are clear.
Right, the datum are.
Why can't people understand this? A data is. A datum are.
It's wrong.
Oh my god! Now you fucked up my brain. Oh my god! I got so bad that my brain fucked up and said it wrong.
Okay, here's a question. Is there?
Oh my god! I'm having a nightmare.
Maybe we can figure out why it sounds weird. Okay.
Data are. A datum is.
No, okay. What I'm saying is there a noun that's a plural that ends in another vowel? Like, what's another noun?
Well, it's a plural. It's like, okay, so the cats are,
right,
the cat is.
I understand that. Right. So what I'm saying is data is inherently by its definition referring to more than one thing.
No.
Data
isn't in and of itself a collection of datum.
That's what I just said. Data inherently means more than one thing.
Right, which is why data are.
Okay, so what I'm asking you, is there a noun that refers to more than one thing that also ends in a vowel?
I don't know.
Because then I think that's why it sounds weird to us.
I think data are sounds weird to people because they're just not used to hearing it. But data are.
It's because people don't perceive data as plural or multiple.
Now, if you're talking about data, the character from Star Trek, Data is in that case. So Data is as a character. He is.
Strata? That's not a good
one. But Data as an idea, which is a plural, inherently Data are.
But fungi sounds correct. If you said, well, the fungi are, that sounds correct.
Yes.
But Data are, it sounds wrong.
Data are is correct though.
But it sounds wrong.
It's not wrong.
But it sounds wrong. Okay,
it's not wrong.
The cacti are. Okay, that's a good one. The cacti, but that sounds correct too. You'd say, oh, the cacti.
But it's not incorrect. No, it's funny that it sounds wrong to you because to me, the
Sounds wrong
opposite
to everyone.
sounds no, because to me the opposite sounds so incorrect it upsets me. So like when people say like the data is, oh my god, I can't even. I'm gonna vomit just from having said that phrase.
Okay, we'll move off from the data stuff.
Let's get off the data thing.
Burst of
I'm
joy
gonna
and
throw up.
otherwise, yeah. I mean, you know, it would have been nice if he'd won, but what they correctly intuited is that this was another example of the powers that be in the Republican Party leaving money on the table, actively sabotaging the candidates that the base likes most because they hate them. And they are right about that. That's what happened. The powers that be in the Republican Party sabotaged some of the candidates that were the most popular with the base and changed the result of.
Is any of this true?
No.
No.
I don't think this is. Well, okay, wait a minute. So here's the thing.
No.
Wait a minute. If we look at this now through the lens that Milo was trying to sabotage
I
the
know, it
Republican
makes
Party,
perfect sense.
suddenly what he's saying, oh, okay, well, this is interesting.
Yeah.
It is starting to make some sense. I believe that's correct. I believe Milo is trying to sabotage the Republican Party. And here he is.
Some of those elections through removing millions of dollars in spending. So the Republicans are acting out not because they're babies who are choosing to be losers. They're acting out because they were wronged and they know it.
Sure, but I don't think that explains Ben Shapiro, for instance.
Nothing explains Ben
Here's that part. I'll back it up. The narrative that I heard was Trump handpicked some of these election denial candidates because they showed fealty to Trump. And the Republican Party didn't want to give money from their coffers to these candidates. And they were like, Trump has $100 million in his super PAC. He can give them money. He picked them, right? But Trump was like, nah, I don't want to give him any money. I'm running for president. I'm going to save the money myself. So,
100%.
I mean, it is what it is.
Well, so I guess it's an interesting question. Yeah, why didn't Trump give some of that super PAC money?
Yeah,
to
it's
these
his.
candidates?
It's his. Well, come on, they're his candidates.
But you're completely correct, Adam. You're completely correct. Where did that money go? Huh?
Well,
it's
Trump
sitting
wants
in
to
a
spend
Trump
it.
fund for presidency.
Yeah, Trump is going to spend it when he runs for president.
Right.
I got in an argument with someone that they thought that Trump was going to raise a bunch of money to run for president and then quit and then take all the money. And I'm like, you can't just take all the money.
Yeah, he's got to give it to. It's got to be spent on political.
Actually,
that's the young Turks paradigm. You can't do that in real politics.
It has to be given to either another political candidate, another political party, or a charity, or a 50C1, whatever. So
501c3, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to give
can't just
it to
put it in your pocket. I mean, you could try to launder it.
Again, the only way you can get away with that is if you're one of the young Turks, apparently. But no, you're completely correct. Like that, and good job on pointing that out, Adam.
He could give it to,
I actually missed that. Yeah.
He could give it to PragerU, right?
You sure could. Go ahead and give your money.
If they're a nonprofit, I don't know.
No, they are a nonprofit. Yeah.
Babies who are choosing to be losers. They're acting out because they were wronged and they know it.
Sure, but I don't think that explains Ben Shapiro, for instance.
Nothing explains Ben Shapiro.
Well, look, you look at the Daily Wire guys, and they're upset about the results. They're saying,
They've never had a moment of contentment in their lives.
So perhaps that's it. They weren't going to be satisfied no matter what happened.
Well, they won't.
I mean, this is.
This is important.
I'll take Ben Shapiro's commentary any day over Milo.
Over Milo?
Yeah, same. And I totally disagree with Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
But fine.
They've never had a moment of contentment in their lives.
So perhaps that's it. They weren't going to be satisfied no matter what happened.
Well, they won't. All sorts of things.
Well, just really quickly, I really wanted to butt in and make a point.
So wait, look, go back and listen really closely to what
Kanye stole Luke's cookies. Kanye stole Luke's cookies. Kanye stole Luke's cookies.
Did he really?
What did he say?
Yes, that's the whole meme. Yeah.
Okay. Let's listen really closely to what Milo's about to say.
Yeah, so perhaps that's it. They weren't going to be satisfied no matter what happened.
Well, they won't.
All sorts of things. I'm
Well, just
He said there's all sorts of things I'm not supposed to say there.
Yes, very interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, nice
Mhm.
catch.
That is a good catch, Stitch. Holy shit, I missed that. Holy fuck.
Okay.
I missed that entirely.
Is that has to do with Kanye, right?
I'm assuming it has something to do with, Ben Shapiro, Judaism. Because I think later in this conversation, in the next 5 minutes, I thought he makes some comment about like Ben Shapiro has allegiance to Israel first or something. But we'll see.
It's
really
very
quickly,
curious, though, that, no, I'm just saying, like,
Curious.
I didn't even catch that, Stitch. Nice fucking catch.
My Jew sense was tingling.
I really wanted to butt in and make a
I'll
point
put it like
here.
this: they won't be happy until a quite different flag is flying over the White House.
Yeah, but
There you go.
Wow.
There you go.
He
So
means
there's
he means the Israeli flag, right?
Yeah, I would assume. I don't know how else you could interpret that.
Interesting. Interesting.
Now we know why he's hooking up with Kanye.
Yeah.
He wants Kanye to be the first Jewish president.
the midterm elections are usually a referendum on the president's term. I think there's a reason why Biden is coming
These
out right
results
now
don't
and saying,
reflect how people feel
I'm
about
going to
Biden.
I'm going to keep doing what I usually do. But they historically politically are. And if we look at previous midterms, like in 2010 and 2014, the Republicans overwhelmingly won by huge numbers. They didn't do that this time.
Okay, let me annoy everyone.
Do
you say...
Are you going to say the I told you so?
No. Do you say the agenda is or the agenda are?
The agenda.
Agenda is singular.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, the agenda includes multiple different things
Yeah. The
involved in it,
agendas
and
are.
therefore the agenda are.
No,
but no one ever
agendas.
says that.
No, the agenda are.
There are multiple agendas.
But if you're saying the agenda, it
Right.
therefore would be that the agenda are.
Right.
Yeah, but no one
No.
says that because it sounds weird.
Well, I don't care if
Agenda
it
is
sounds
not-
weird. It's
agenda
grammatically
is
it is
singular.
grammatically correct.
Agenda
Who
is
cares?
singular.
Bree.
I was reading there's a Guardian article, which I know it's not.
Bree.
They said
Yes, an agendum is a singular.
They said it's like the word agenda, a Latin plural that is now almost universally used as a singular. Technically, the singular is datum/agendum, but we feel it sounds increasingly hypercorrect and old-fashioned and pompous to say the data are.
Okay, well, guess what? I'm
You
a fucking
pompous.
scientist, so I don't give a fucking shit. But like,
Pomp.
Look at this.
yeah,
He
I don't
calls
give
you
a fuck.
pompous. How's that make you feel, Aiden?
Gay, but like, I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. That's how I feel about it. I'm going to continue to use the words the way that they are correctly.
Wait
used.
a minute.
Like, I'm literally not allowed to. I'm not allowed to use the
You're
words the
not.
way you're trying to say it. I'm allowed to. I'm not allowed to within my particular field of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not supposed to say those things.
Yeah, but wait a minute. This is saying that
No, I can't. I cannot say the things that you want me to say.
data
Yeah.
is wait.
Why?
I cannot. I cannot
what's going
say
on?
them.
Let's play the video. Let's
Okay,
talk
so
about
wait.
politics,
in
not grammar.
okay, hold on. Last
Make
thing.
politics,
And then
not
we'll-
grammar.
Last
No,
thing, and
no.
then we'll throw away the grammar thing.
Yeah.
I just want to point this out. Point of order. Okay.
Grammar's boring.
No,
If
grammar is
you
interesting.
Look up the word data on
Yeah?
the Merriam-Webster website.
Oh,
Why-
who
and
cares?
Why would you?
Incorrect. It's not
example
APA.
sentence-
It's
the
not
first-
APA style.
The first example sentence they give you is the data is plentiful and easily available.
There you go.
Okay, well that's not
Boom.
APA. That's not APA style. Therefore, I do not believe that I will not accept
The
it.
APA
as correct.
says you should capitalize black and lowercase white. What do they know?
Yeah, I know. Well, true.
Yeah.
But,
Oh, checkmate.
look, like I'm super fucking checkmate on that. But whatever. But
They don't
look,
really
I'm not
say
trying to say that APA is a great citation style, but it's I literally I cannot think outside of APA style.
I'm sorry. I said
citation.
that was AP style, not the APA style. I don't know what the APA says about that, but
Oh, no, I think APA does it as well, unfortunately. So,
unfortunately.
but
Weren't we
that's
watching
the
a
American
video
Psychological
of-
Association.
we can get.
We were watching
Yeah.
Milo bullshit.
Look what you guys did.
Oh wait, I only have
This is
30
your
minutes
fault.
now.
I know. We're only
Look
gonna
what
watch
y'all
like 5 more
did.
minutes of this video. So.
I know.
Senate, again, is
What
still
happened?
And
undecided.
these results don't match how people feel about Biden. They don't.
Wait, you guys
what
don't
the
watch?
fuck are we talking
you guys-
about? And these don't match the feelings of the people, which I understand. Me, Milo, I have the voice of the public in my mind. Fuck
Yeah,
is he
very
talking
cool,
about?
dude. All right.
I'm sorry, but this is a little. I mean,
He
this is
saw.
pompous,
Listen, he
right?
saw a lot of.
This is pretentious.
A lot of signs, Adam.
It is pretentious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, there are candidates that are weird special cases, like Fetterman, who has inspired sympathy. And he's just, I can't help but sort of like the guy. It just brings out, kind of
Fetterman?
a warm feeling. I just kind of want to see him succeed because I see him struggling. And
I see a Fetterman Biden ticket.
Because he's
normal
mentally
response
disabled?
to seeing somebody struggling is
That joke was solid and underplayed right there.
Yeah.
For true
to want to
realms,
help
yeah.
them. Like I watched that debate and I wanted to vote for the guy. That what people are seeing is
Look, Milo's like, look, it's just like me, a total retard.
That he's retarded, just like me.
results that are out of step
Yeah.
with
What
how
the
they
fuck?
know people feel about this presidency. And the reason those results are out of step is the Republican leadership.
Do you think
who didn't just sit by
Do you think that
and
was the
say,
fucking meme there?
let's just let what happens happen. They actively sabotaged the chances of some of the most populist, nationalist, Trump-adjacent characters. It is, and
He's totally fomenting a war in the Republican Party. So
How
you're
the
right on
fuck?
the money.
Well,
You think so?
Of course.
No, but
Yeah.
Adam, what do you think he actually is like promoting Fetterman?
No,
No,
he's
no, no,
promoting a war in the Republican Party. He's basically saying,
Yes. Okay.
look, the Republican establishment
Oh, my
doesn't like
God.
any of Trump's people. And they're going out of their way to, shit on the people that you, the population, the Tim Pool watcher, the Trump voter, love. Yeah.
Yeah. Before you click OK again, I want to point out, look at his fucking hand. What the fuck's going on there?
It's like, he
What do you
needs to
mean?
lose some
No,
weight.
no,
He's got a big old fat hand.
His hand is really fat.
It
What the
is,
fuck is
yeah.
going on?
Is it really fat?
Fat
Dude,
Albert
his
here.
his fingers are really fucking fat. I don't understand what. I don't know what does
That's,
that.
has,
that's from
what's that
eating a lot
condition?
of salami.
What's that
Bill, do
condition
you know
where
what
get, like,
causes
fat?
someone's fingers being like this? Bill, what's like the
What's edema? It's a heart defect.
edema? Yeah.
Edema?
Uh-oh.
And
What's that
edema.
mean?
That's the same shit that fucking Prince
It's
Charles
when you get
does.
water retention.
Oh,
Okay.
what? How? Why are his fingers so fucked up?
Maybe he's
It's
drunk.
a
I don't know.
circulatory problem.
Sorry, my husband just came up here, but like, what the fuck's wrong with Milo's hand?
Maybe he has gout.
Maybe he does. What the fuck? Like, that's some fucked.
Look,
There's something
why-
fucked with his hand. There's something fucked with his hand, my dude.
Edema can also be caused by immunoconditions.
I don't
Is this
know.
part of the conspiracy theory?
No,
Does
I,
it have
I
edema?
have no idea what the fuck's wrong with his fucking hand, but it's really weird that he's got like weird fat baby fingers.
It's not edema. Edema is a very common side effect of very many diseases.
voters are a little bit better informed and a little bit more intelligent, I think, than the Washington people give them credit for. They have correctly intuited betrayal. They are not upset because the results were, they didn't get enough seats. They are justly incensed and indignant because they know that they have been betrayed by the people they pay to have their backs.
Do you think that the Republican Party should split in half or split apart?
Oh, look. Ian's
You see
jumping.
it?
Ian's jumping
It's a
right.
fucking
let's-
UFO. And it
Oh,
has lights
It's
on
got
it.
the lights on
Yeah.
it.
I know.
I know.
Holy
It's
cow.
so
Yeah.
distracting, especially with Ian right
That's
behind
hilarious.
it.
Country
making
should-
face.
Well, actually, did
Ian
you guys
make-
hear
Ian
the
make me
just to
because they know that they have been betrayed by the people they pay to have.
Did we hear what?
Adam's vision, Adam's version of events.
What?
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 No, not you, Adam. I'm sorry, the other Adam.
Adam
who-
Krigler?
Adam Krigler?
Adam Krigler.
Oh, we don't
Yeah,
have time to
You
talk
want
about that.
to weigh in on that?
not really.
Okay.
I think
Seems
that
like you're anti-Adam, though. Seems like you don't like Krigler.
you think I'm anti-Adam.
Yeah.
Adam.
Seems like you're an seems like you're an
You're an
hater.
anti-atomist, yes.
No, I just
Why you
think the
gotta
whole
hate on
thing-
Krigler? Krigler's a nice guy, man.
he's a nice guy. I think that what wait a minute, where'd this come from?
I don't know. You brought it
No.
up.
Yeah, you're the one.
Kanye.
No,
Yeah,
where
you're the
this
one that wanted to throw
anti-atom
this in here.
Oh, I don't know.
where this anti-atom
Let's
thing
finish this
came
clip.
from.
I
Didn't
don't
you
care
make
about
a
it.
Yeah,
video?
go ahead. No,
Their
he's-
backs. Do you
yeah,
think that the
he's all
Republican
fine.
Party should split in half or
Look
split
at
apart?
this.
I think the country should split in half. I'm very
So there you go. Milo Yiannopoulos wants the country to split in half. Thank you.
Wow,
Milo.
we
Just the kind of person you want to be in the Oval
To be your
Office,
presidential
right?
campaign
Yeah.
advisor.
Of course, the country.
Vote for
should
me.
split
I'm
in
gonna
half.
split the country in half.
Yeah. God, why? Why would you make this guy your campaign manager? Like you
much in
have to be
favor of an
so
actual
high off your ass when you do something like that.
That's racist that you would even suggest that.
What do you mean? Look, drugs work on all races, Sitch. I don't know if you know this or not.
I'm gonna say that he's not high, but he's just stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
divorce. The Republican Party is an entity that survives despite failing to understand how to talk like human beings, how to talk to human beings, and how to reflect the concerns of the voters who.
this is like insane because I feel like
Yeah.
it's literally the exact opposite.
Of course it is.
Politicians are usually
Yeah.
so much better at talking to voters,
Of course
like
they
normal
are.
people, than Democrat politicians are.
Yeah, this is the worst political commentary I've ever heard. It's funny to me that this is Kanye West campaign manager now.
Well, it makes
I
sense
know,
if Milo's
right?
like the sleeper agent. So
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't care about. Well, Kanye doesn't really have a chance in hell of winning anyway. So what
No.
does
No,
it
of
matter?
not,
But it is kind of insane that this is his campaign manager.
Right.
yeah,
Okay. Cool.
Well, and he's running in the Republican primary now. So yeah,
yeah.
mm-hmm.
great.
Out of the indefatigability of the human spirit, keep hoping for the best and voting for them anyway. The party is not. For
Do you also because like he used to parade around as a conservative, but everything he's saying, I mean, doesn't seem conservative to me.
No.
Seems like he was just playing a conservative on TV because
Well, I mean,
it would give him some
Milo-
attention.
Milo's always been a liar. I mean, this was like before Gamergate, he was all like, "Gamers are fucking loser, incel nerds.
Right.
They're all pathetic."
Yeah.
And then Gamergate happens, and suddenly he's like, "I'm the face of Gamergate. I'm gonna, speak truth to power." Blah 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 blah.
Remember when he was in the White House press corps complaining about losing his blue check mark on Twitter? You remember that?
I don't remember
Yeah.
that.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was because he was a journalist at Breitbart or something
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
and Twitter took his check
Yeah.
mark away, and he was like, "But they took my check mark away." I
Oh,
was like,
my precious check mark.
it was
That's
so.
hilarious.
I was like, "Oh man, that's so, just such a loser look."
Yeah.
What
They
you're
took his check
complaining?
mark out.
You're complaining to the press secretary about them taking your check mark away? What the fuck
he
can
was
they do
complaining
about?
To the press.
Yeah, to the
Unbelievable.
press
Right,
to
yeah.
the press secretary.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But you don't understand. They took my check mark away. It's like, okay.
What do you want me to do about it?
I know exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let us call up Jack right now for you.
for purpose.
Trump? This had to be when Trump was in office, right? Trump kind of
Yeah.
they stopped doing
Yes.
the press daily briefing somewhere along the way, right? That stopped happening.
Yes. Yes.
That's stupid. That's dumb.
To not do.
It really is fucking stupid. Straight up fucking stupid.
Yeah, you should do a
really
press
whatever.
conference every day, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
And if it doesn't
absolutely.
reinvent itself in Trump's image, it doesn't deserve to live.
Trump or Ron DeSantis? That's going to be the big debate here as well.
I don't think anybody is seriously in favor of DeSantis unless they're paid to be.
Oh, fuck
my-
you. Fuck
See,
you.
this is-
Holy
oh.
shit. What a fucking moron. Like,
This is moronic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god.
This is very interesting now. Now I'm seeing this in a whole new light.
They're all like every DeSantis supporter is technically AstroTurf now, according to Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yep.
this is really actually scary that
That he
These
can lie so
motherfuckers-
good.
yes, it is scary. It's scary, right? That he can lie so good and pretend like if you disagree with me, you're wrong.
you're getting paid. Well, see, he does though say what I always say after those, so that makes me feel bad.
I strongly disagree with you on that, but that's going to be a topic we're going to be discussing here in a little bit.
If you're on Meghan McCain's side, you're on the wrong side.
Oh,
I don't think I'm on Meghan McCain's side at all. But
look at that, and he throws that at Luke too.
I know he throws that fucking nonsense at Luke, which is like, it's nonsense at Luke. It really is. Luke's like a fucking anarchist. That makes no goddamn fucking sense to throw that at him.
I'm surprised she didn't throw Liz Cheney at him.
Right.
Luke, you're a Liz Cheney supporter, aren't you?
But
more
that's
importantly,
unbelievable to throw at Luke.
Here, there is something to say about this performance in the face of economic inflation, lockdowns, crime waves, which seems like it wasn't really affecting the election results. There's also the fact that a lot of Trump-endorsed candidates didn't win. Trump's attacking some of them right now, and the ones that he did,
Trumpian candidates,
and then the ones he attacked won.
There are some examples of that. The problem here, I felt a bit icky seeing Trump whine about the consultants. It didn't seem like a kind of alpha dog daddy thing that we're used to from Trump.
Ew.
Seemed
okay.
Can
I say something real quick?
I mean,
is that one thing I also noticed when I was looking at the talks with Nick Fuentes is that they use this word daddy. They keep using the word daddy. I can't understand it, but apparently it's part of their paradigm where daddy is, he must be these XYZ things, so he must be daddy.
What are you saying?
Yeah, what I know. No, I'm saying like that's them. It's not me. It is weird ass fucking daddy fucking shit that Fuentes and
they want a strong father figure.
They want a strong father figure. So they have made Trump. They have made Trump into their daddy, and I cannot.
I don't
believe
think Trump is down to be daddy. So
Daddy Trump spanked me and put cat ears on me.
It's super fucking bizarre that they
Call
keep
me a
using
bad
the word
kitty.
Yes, but that's how it is though. They want like somebody to call them daddy. It's really fucking bizarre. I can't get it, but whatever.
I mean, Milo, I understand, but Nick, come on.
Pathetic.
So all of them
my
seem
hope
to
is that
believe
he will announce soon and get his mojo back, because at the same time as he's taking these very light touch teasing pot shots at DeSantis, who has zero chance of succeeding. Look, DeSantis is almost as popular as Trump in some bits of Florida, but don't ask them to choose, because he is gone the second they have to choose between him and Trump. Don't get it twisted, okay? He has no chance. It is not happening.
But you think even in Miami and Tampa, Trump wasn't able to flip those districts?
You're out of your mind if you think that somebody with the charisma of a potted cactus can go up against Donald Trump and not end as just another casualty on the list.
But see, this is where he's mixing everything up. Because it's true, and I've always said that DeSantis does have the charisma of wet cardboard. And if he does go in some sort of head-to-head with Trump, he might end up getting his ass hole torn open.
Right.
Yes.
But but that doesn't mean people don't like him and don't support him for the policies and the way that he runs government, which a lot of people do support him for that.
They voted for a fucking dead man, of course. They're like, people want to chill.
Yeah.
Right. So
people want a potted cactus. They're like, I just want to set my president, in the corner of the office. And
I guess that's true. I mean, that's a good point. They voted for both Biden and Fetterman. So
yeah, true, to be honest.
That's true.
True.
You are out of your mind. And looking at the rogues gallery of people who are being paid to support DeSantis, I think unless you can provide a compelling case, which to date I have not heard, you are being charmingly naive in falling in line with the worst people.
I can give a very compelling case.
People in this country.
This really, to me, is further convinced me that Milo is trying to destroy the Republican Party, because it's very obvious. It's very obvious. Even if you disagree with it, it's very obvious that it has nothing to do with being paid. It's very obvious that the top Republican mover and shakers. Yeah, I know, but it's very obvious that the top Republican movers and shakers never liked Trump. They don't like Trump because Trump's too unpredictable. He says crazy shit that, gets him in trouble.
They can't
feel
attract the centrists. They can't.
Yeah,
win
they
the
can't attract the
election.
centrists. It detracts from possibly winning and passing, things politically that they
Legislation.
want.
Yep.
And also, Trump already lost to Biden, so they're not really confident that he'll win, whoever the fuck runs in 2024. Where DeSantis is sort of like the new hot. Oh, he fights wokeness, but he doesn't say crazy shit that makes everyone call him racist.
He's gonna win the moderates over.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there you go. Yeah.
And so it's not like to make it like this conspiracy theory is just so out to lunch that either that or Milo's just stupid, which is like this.
No, I think you're completely correct, Sitch. I think you're completely correct. So
I'm always correct.
What?
The Sitches are always correct.
Sitch does a pretty good job. He's got some good political analysis here. Better, like 10 times better than Milo, obviously.
The worst people in this country who want more than anything for the will of the people to be subverted. They want to suffocate Trump and all he stands for, and
we want the will of the.
But see, this is how you know he's full of shit.
Will of the people.
Right. So if he was real, if Milo's really like Trump is the will of the people, oh, he's the true champion. We need to hold him up on our shoulders. Then why the fuck would you drag Nick Fuentes along to dinner with Trump and like completely hurt his chances of becoming president?
Who's subverting the will of the people now today after this Nick Fuentes?
I'm glad we watched this. This is crazy watching this in retrospect.
Yes, absolutely. Like,
he is,
even though I think that Milo is understandable, like you're completely correct that like Milo is also completely trying to deconstruct, or maybe not deconstruct intentionally, the democratic system. Now I'm cool with that, but he's not.
Oh my God, no.
No, I know. But he's not doing it in a way that I think is logical or reasonable.
Right. Yeah, he didn't go to King school, so he doesn't really
He didn't
know.
go to King school, Adam. He didn't go to King school.
He doesn't have the secret sauce.
It's obvious he didn't go to King school.
Right.
He didn't pull the hairpiece from the stone. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. He does say
he's a shorthand for a variety of things that they hate about Americans. They hate the gaucheness of the South. They hate everything about the South. They hate Appalachia, with its lack of sophistication.
Donald Trump is a fucking New York billionaire.
Okay.
He's just gone off
Can
the
I
deep
say
end
something?
here. The Republican Party hates the South. Is that what he's saying?
No.
Yeah,
I guess that's
do.
what he's saying.
Yeah.
Well,
What the
they
fuck
do.
is he talking about? They rule the
Everyone
South.
hates the South. Everyone hates the South. Everyone hates the South. This part's there's no winning on this one. This is just him trying to get people's votes.
That's ridiculous.
If you'd really like me to talk with my natural accent, like
Oh my God, is that really? Do you have did you get rid of it at some point?
Oh, of course I fucking did. When I was moved, I had to get rid of my natural ass accent.
Yeah,
This is the way I
isn't this guy English? Like, he doesn't even really know American politics.
Yeah, fuck him, dude. Though, but like, yeah, I used to have an accent, but like, yeah, no, I don't like people trying to use the South as a position or a like way of trying to do anything, because it very much offends me as a Southerner, and also just because, fucking rude.
We actually have to stop in 6 minutes. So let me read the last super chats. We're not watching more of this.
What were we
Milo
saying?
does
Finish
say.
up.
Milo does say later in this. He says that if people want to be part of Trump's team, they would. I don't know if it's true, but Milo claims.
Oh, yeah.
If people want to be part of Trump's team, they would ask them if they were Milo fans or Alex Jones fans, and if they said yes to either, they would, not let them in.
But to be honest,
What?
It really was a truly disturbing kind of video, I would have to say. I couldn't understand. Honestly, Milo, I think.
What did you just say about the
in a
Trump?
big fucking ding dong.
Trump.
Milo claims that if someone who wanted to work for Trump, that they would ask them if they were a Milo fan or an Alex Jones fan. And if they said yes to either,
ridiculous.
They tell
wouldn't
them
let
no.
them work for Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
So
get
now
fucked for
that makes sense why Milo is like, oh, I'm gonna get even now.
No, of
now
course.
it totally makes sense why he's like, of course. When I heard Kanye was going to go to, when I heard we were going to go to the president's Mar-a-Lago estate together, I immediately called my friend Nick Fuentes and said, "You've got to go with us."
Right.
Yeah, how goddamn weird, right?
It totally seems like a
Very.
setup.
I M7 for $10 says study says people with socialist tendencies can do crap things in the name of socialism, but you gleefully forgot how stats can be used to paint inaccurate pictures of reality.
Oh yes. My video is in no way designed to do such a thing. I have no desire to do such a thing because it's just that's not how I operate. Yeah.
I M7 for $10 says I don't know what is worse. He's not a fan of you. Says I don't know what is worse about Aiden is her belief that the study shows a group is evil, or that implies that lefties would do stuff that righties won't.
Well, I just don't. I didn't like the idea that people were evil at all, because I don't think people are evil, generally speaking. So it made me very upset.
Right.
It made me very sad. Made me very, very sad.
Nathan Frappez for 3 Aussies says you should watch Chainsaw Man ED3. Oh, CT really wants us to watch Chainsaw Man. Maybe one day.
Yeah.
Will you read it to us, Sitch?
Will I read Chainsaw
You must
Man
read it to me because I'm apparently retarded.
It's like subbed, right?
You can read it to us in Japanese. Aiden.
Soでしょうか? Okay. 日本語だけに
No,
もいいでしょ?
look, we only have 5 minutes. Why would you say that, Sitch?
Eric N, thank you for the one Canadian. I am 7 for $30 says data is a group. Group is clear. Data is clear. There you go.
I have to scream.
Boom, 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 boom. Eric N for 2 Canadian says good and evil equal a line through the heart of every man.
Yeah.
Scott. A hard round brush for 320 yen says data is an uncountable noun like water. Water is.
You're hurting me a whole lot.
Yeah, don't hurt.
Sorry.
That's true. Wait, water. That is
that's
true. Wait, that's true. That's the answer, isn't it?
Oh, for water, yeah, it should be actually. For water,
you never
should be
say
fine.
water R. You never say water R.
Yeah, for water, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, it's interesting.
There.
A very dead horse. I actually looked it up. So this might actually help your argument. So the APA says it's data R, Aiden, but the AP says it's data is.
But the APA is all that matters. What the fuck are you talking about?
Science people, yeah, that's fair. A very dead horse for $5 says, I feel like we're missing something about Milo. His voice is deeper. Is this from his conversion? Is it TRT? Also, thanks for the direct deposit. I think Milo is intentionally changing his voice to not sound super gay anymore.
He is gay though, whatever.
I mean, I don't
That's
think
the thing I find super fucking bizarre about this. Like, just like Milo, you're a homosexual. It's okay. But
Maybe
he's got to do this.
Gay.
I know he's pretending he's not gay.
Maybe he's pretending. Maybe he pretended he was gay.
No. Oh, Adam, is this your super secret hypothesis? Is that Milo was only pretending to be gay the entire time?
Adam, name the Pokemon in the DMs.
Oh no, I should have looked it up ahead of time. I wasn't thinking about this.
Also, there's a picture of Kanye West.
I know, taking
sleeping with Nick Fuentes
with...
laying on him. So it looks weird. Is that no? That's not a real picture. That's a fake picture. I thought it was real for a second. That's a fake picture.
What you want to do this Pokemon? You got a good name for this? Pokemon?
I already know what the name of the Pokemon is. Like, literally.
Well, yeah, but what would be a good pretend name?
You do it. I'll keep reading super chats while you think about it.
Okay.
Soladoge for $2 says for Aiden and Adam to read, and Mies is under an ocean. What?
Adam
can't read it because he's looking at Pokemon.
Yeah.
Is this supposed to like trip up Adam's dyslexia or something?
I mean, I could read it, but I don't know what it looks like.
And Mies is under a ocean.
Amnesia?
I don't know. I don't care. It's all.
Make it all.
Sorry, I ruined your joke. Static for $2 says, Aiden, how many datums have you collected today?
Why does everyone torture me?
It's fine.
It is okay. You can torture me as much as you like, but Poor Kay. What have I done to torture me with
Oh, Mies is like
data
mice.
R's? Data
And
is.
Mies is under an ocean. The mice. No, you always say the mice are here. You wouldn't say the Mies is here.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say the mice is here.
The mice are, yeah.
Right.
So the mice are under the ocean.
Did you think of a name, Adam?
I'm gonna go with Cloud Badger.
Cloud Badger?
Yeah.
There you go, guys. Cloud Badger. That's the name of the Pokemon. Can you figure it out? Cloud Badger.
Let's see if anyone else can figure it out.
Can you,
'Cause I
can you
clearly
figure it out,
can't.
Aiden?
Yeah.
Cloud Badger.
Are
No,
you a
I don't.
Pokemon expert?
I am not a Pokemon expert. I am a magic expert, but not a Pokemon one.
Like Magic the Gathering or like Magic like real life?
Magic the Gathering. Yeah.
Based?
Who took this picture of Kanye snuggling with Nick Fuentes?
Yeah.
It's a fake picture.
I mean, it looks pretty real.
Now look at Nick's face. It's Photoshop.
Do you have any questions about how to run a
But
magic
I
deck?
think someone was actually snuggling with him though.
Yeah, someone was, but that's
Oh, he probably, yeah, for sure.
How do you know it wasn't Nick?
because it's fake.
Why
It
are
looks
his
fake.
hands? I really have to wonder why are his hands so?
But that's
Sick.
really Nick though.
That's not.
That's a very real photo. That's not a
That's
Photoshop
not Nick.
at all.
I can guarantee you that's fake.
This
It's
is like
not
this is
anyway
like a deep,
photoshopped.
This is like a deep fake or something.
No, it's not. It's like a very
No, it's
obvious
very
Photoshop.
real.
No,
It's very real.
No, not real.
I do have to wonder though, like, what the fuck is going on with his fucking fingers?
I don't know.
I mean this truly about I mean this in actually like kind of like a health
He
question.
has gout.
Yeah.
What
Those of you guys
the
that don't
fuck
remember,
is-
we found out in a previous stream that Aiden is a dirty mill deck user.
Oh, excuse me. That's the best fucking deck that exists.
There it is. Degenerate. That is the
No,
degeneracy right
come
there.
and fight me on it. Mill
There you
is the
go.
only deck that actually exists. I'm a little bit worried about Milo because his fingers are looking real fucking
Mhm.
fat in a weird way. Why are you worried about the fact that I enjoy a mill deck?
FB69 for $10 says a right-wing anti-Semite perpetuating.
This
He's
is
stabbed in the back.
very
Myth, never heard
unfair.
that before. Yeesh, history really does.
This is
repeat
extremely unfair.
itself. Is it?
It is.
Hold on, Adam.
Oh, what? Hold on to what?
I have some more super chats.
Oh, okay.
How rude.
I know.
You keep saying that, but I really don't feel like I'm being rude here.
You're always rude, Adam. Your existence is rude. to me.
Jeez.
Wow,
Dr. Diddler. Oh, not really one. Solo Doge for $2 says, I don't run out of time for the Solo Doge. One final game before the stream ends. Sitch, I sent you a DM with a question. Adam must answer the question as it's imperative to answer.
Gonna have to be next time.
We'll do it next time. Solo Doge for $2 or for $4 says, as a libertarian, I can't endorse monarchy, but here's how I think we can make it work in the US. Every census, we host a giant bingo tourney for women over 70. God determines the winner of bingo, so that old lady will be ? She will hold zero power, no legislative, judicial, or executive power. Her only job is to train a pack of corgis, which she can sick on any politician with an approval rating under 30%. This is the way it appeals to all.
Okay.
This is a brilliant idea.
I don't
Okay.
understand how that works into monarchy, but it sounds
Well,
very
we get
based.
cute corgis that are like,
And yes.
presidential corgis.
So I'm all on board with that proposal.
There you go. Dr. Diller for $2 says Sargon has been going off about the mass migration from certain places, notably Albania, and not a peep from the dumb leftists because they're white. It's almost like the position isn't inherently racist. What's he got against Albanians? Okay.
I don't know.
Jeez. I literally know nothing about Albania. This guy's name is A Team has bigger cocks.
Oh, you got excited for there for a moment.
I was very excited, actually. Did you guys hear about Sam Brinton? No. Oh, I know who you're talking about. A non-binary nuclear waste federal official who taught kink at a university and has a dog fetish got caught stealing luggage at an airport. Didn't check bags, but
a
took one
weirdo.
away and
Yeah.
then hid it. I did hear about that.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
look
what's
into
up
Oh
with
my
that?
god. Oh my god. Actually, have you? Okay. So okay.
Yeah.
If you
we
haven't
gotta
seen
go.
this
Abe.
stuff,
Look, I have to go. So just to let you know. Well, don't everyone talk at once.
Was there an end to the story? Anyway, we'll talk about it later. Yes, some guy, he got caught stealing language. I don't know anything about it, but he's the weirdo, bald, non-binary guy. Is that it? That's it. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Aiden, for coming on and talking to us.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Doomer, for coming on and sneaking out as you always do. And thank you, fine folks at home. Oh, Jay got the Pokemon. Congratulations. The
Really?
Pokemon was
Come
Haunter.
on. That's crazy.
So there you go.
You guys are insane.
J-Bo got it. Anyways.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all for coming. See you all on Sunday. We're going to talk to Dave again. Hopefully it'll be better.
It'll be great.